High heels on my tippies.
To me, but you don't see the way the dreams are made. I'm made of my mistakes. I hate your company. You always seem awake, but really you're asleep. I mean nothing to me. You're my own girlfriend, so forget about a best friend. To me, I wouldn't hesitate. If you were in my place, I wouldn't make you wait. You take me higher, you're like a dragnet. They shine a light on you to see your cigarette. You're my own girlfriend, so forget about a best friend. You're my own girlfriend, so forget about a best friend. Never see the end until it's in your face, and then it's way too late to make a mess again. The battle line's drawn, the banner's in the door, the final drum roll, and now it's time to go. You may consider the breaking of the day, but by the evening we need to make it safe. So draw a ring around and call your hometown. It's gonna be about, it's gonna be around. You're my own girlfriend, so forget about a best friend. You're my own girlfriend, so forget about a best friend.
In Dunham, look, we'll talk about where it comes in a minute. Oosh! Hi, you're with Scott. I'm battery exhausted, I'm super chuffer. It's midnight, it's always midnight. It's always midnight. Look at all this, look at this. What's all this? That's all the chicken I can eat, look. Look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's another 2 as well in the other room. 10. I've got 10 chocolate soy milk. Squeeze banana. And what we're going to do tonight is... so I was just showing off a little bit there, really. I feel like a drink. I'll just select one of my... What that one wants... It's this one. It wants to be this one. Maybe this is the one Peter Paulding poisoned. It's already open. Maybe I opened it earlier. Maybe that's why it wanted to be selected. I don't know. Oosh. Still gratefully accepting tips to pay for the chocolate milk and all the cocaine. There's no cocaine. But what we will be discussing tonight, what we'll be looking at, is not that man. We're going to look a bit of this man, the Alan man. Got a bit of this this chuffer who's been eating grass. I kid you not. And a bit of Everyday Mariam, who used to be called Foodie Beauty, but she changed her name. Alan's going to change the internet.
Banana, tasty banana. Put a banana in my mouth. Squeeze the peel, it comes out, and then squeeze banana.
We might look at that a little bit later. I want to get a cut of that. I want to get a cut of that for the old Dark Side 4 detractors. Is Silent Witness really the dead body? That's a good question, isn't it? That relates back to Alan and his marriage, where he couldn't get over his... Thank you very much for the gifted memberships. Thank you very much for the cheeky chops. Thank you very much for the tippies.
High heels on my tippies.
And thank you very much for the gifted memberships, Red Fan. Thank you very much. Members all over the show, look. And if you do get a gifted membership, check out the members' content, which is on this channel that exists. It does. There's been some more of it recently. I'll put on the relaxing background music. That's what... Listen, we've all had a bit of a... We've all got a bit excited there at the start, but let's put on the relaxing background music. We've got a little bit excited there at the start, haven't we? But let's get the relaxing background music. We're going to have a look at this man, the famous armchair detective, and his changing of the Nicola Bulley. Literally changing. maybe literally. He said he spent 6 hours editing, and then he came up with this bit of interesting video. So, but we'll have a look. Everyday Mariam could be on the cards if you want a bit of it. At the very start, he's been in chat already. You might have missed him. He's been in chat already. Eddie's vinyl break. We're going to have a little chat about this at the very start. We will have a little chat. It's only going to be a little chat. Little chat for a little man. And apparently you're a racist. Wait, I've got a button for this. Wait. Hang on.
Torchy. Torchy. I remember Torchy when I was a little tiny boy. I used to love Torchy. Torchy the battery boy.
That's not...
There's facts, there's reality, and then there's your
bullshit world.
No.
I can say whatever the fuck I want, and you like it. Or you shut the fuck up.
Where did I put it? No. No.
I hear you're a racist now, father.
Finally.
I hear you're a racist now, father. I hear you're a racist now, father. I hear you're a racist now, father.
Oh, so we'll be having a little look at that. So get yourself settled in, get yourself strapped up, get yourself strapped on, get yourself strapped down, and any kind of strapping today. It's not strapping's not a. There's no. I don't know why I said that. Maybe it'll get clipped out of context and then I'll look bad.
I hear you're a racist now, father.
You time them out. It's all right. You time them out. You can ban them completely if you want. They can come back on a different channel. They might as well just come on their own channel. They're not banned on Eddie's vinyl break. So do you want to deal with this straight up? You could watch what he said about me, but first of all, you could hear it from the horse's mouth if you want. You already have.
Up online or not, he's thinking it is. Like, is he, I just said this mean thing to you, I'm high, on there's no direct response, but the concept that there would be, you know. This is going to sound weird, but I don't know if you've ever, ever shouted anything obscene in a room on your own before.
Another idea that occurred to me is when I was a kid, I read a very interesting book. We did it in school. I can't remember the fucking name of it. I was such a literary smart boy. I can't remember the name of it. But there was a book, and it was about this lad, and he was going through some stuff, and he went out onto the top of a hill, and he climbed up the hill, and he stood on a rock, and he went, "Fuck to you!" And I'll always remember it because it was written in the book. So it was a swear word, and we were in like third year of school, so like we're reading it in class, and like one of us had to read the lines "fuck to you," and everyone sniggered. And the teacher said, "Oh, you've seen a swear word in a book now, have you, lads?" Well, there you go, because we did go to a boys' school. Fuck to you. Fuck to you. I thought it was funny because he didn't say fuck you. He said fuck to you in this book anyway. And it was about just like, you know, letting something out. I can categorically state, I think just for anyone that needs to hear it, that I don't and have never called anyone the N-word, like used it as a pejorative. But the point I'm making here is that Eddie seems to be high. Oh, look, tippies.
Sent tippies.
Game over, man.
Alpro Fun Scott. Super Chuffer owes 5 hugs.
Thank you very much.
High heels on my tippies.
Thank you very, very much. The point I'm making here is that doing something a bit naughty comes with like a sense of shock and exhilaration. Oh, I've done something a bit naughty. And so saying something really rude in private on your own, just in a room, just saying the word, like when you're a kid, it could be the word fuck. I said it. Oh my God, I didn't say it at anyone or to anyone or anything. The N-word is another example of a word like that. And if you've never done it yourself, fine, right? You might have, you might not have ever done anything, never, like, don't care. But Eddie's taken this and tried to twist it into me in private, calling people a load of N-words. In private, I think everyone's a big chuffing N-word. But publicly, I'd pretend that I don't think that. Which is absolutely insane. What we're getting to now is quoting me out of context to try and make me look bad when everyone knows the truth is different. So I'll just play this, you know.
Or like, a good example of this would be the N-word. You're not to say the N-word, it's racist. And I have never said the N-word in public, but of course privately once I've said it. And I'm laughing about it now. There's like a sense of excitement or like a secret thrill, isn't there? I said the N-word. Obviously I'm not racist, I'm not going to say it, but I've never said it, and that makes it a prohibited thing. And so therefore to say it quietly in public, in private, like, to voice things that are illicit, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it becomes like, you know, maybe he's enjoying the experience of having just done.
So I'm trying to empathise with a nut bar on what it's like to enjoy doing something illicit, something you're not supposed to, like saying a swear word out loud when you're a kid. Or I could think of no other thing that would be more controversial or bad than to be going around saying the N-word. It's something I've never said in my life in public. And the idea of even saying it comes with this sort of, ooh, should I be even, like, in private, in a room on my own, I've said the N-word. Oh my God. And it came with a bit of like, I said the N-word in private. I said it out loud. Like, you know, you watch all these programs about people talking about it, rappers saying it, and people saying about whether it's like, you know, do you know what I mean? Like, it's a bad thing. Like, so that's an example of something that I tried to empathise with the nut bar on, but it doesn't mean in any way, does it? I don't even have to, I just do not have to justify this. It's bizarre. If you watch it in context, what I say makes it make sense, yeah?
Of nasty things and said a lot of like letting it all out.
And I'm trying to use that as an example of trying to get into his mind. But to Cheddy's vinyl, to Eddie's, this is how this comes out.
This is going to sound weird, but I don't know if you've ever shouted anything obscene in a room on your own before. Or like, a good example of this would be the N-word. You're not to say the N-word, it's racist. And I have never said the N-word in public. But of course, privately once I've said it.
Once.
And I'm laughing about it now.
Because it's silly and funny that I should sit in a room on my own and out loud say that word and go, ooh. You know, like, what a world we live in.
Dumb.
Oh no, Eddie, I'm not dumb. This isn't catching me out in some clever trap. You're making yourself look like you are reaching and desperate, which is the theme of tonight. That's the theme of tonight for Nutterwatch. I've got some real desperate nutters for you tonight. There's one. So I'm glad we got that cleared up. Racist gate is...
AD.
I'm glad we got that cleared up now. We can move on. Oh, that was going to follow me around for the rest of my life as a bad stinking a smell for my career.
There's facts, there's reality, and then there's your
bullshit world.
Wish I could find the fucking button again. Where did I put it?
I hear you're a racist now, father.
Thank God it got covered in popular comedy.
I hear you're a racist now, father.
Already.
I hear you're a racist now, father. I hear you're a racist now, father.
I can't believe it. I just don't believe it.
So, now that we've cleared up whether I'm a closet racist who goes around calling people the N-word in private, but publicly having completely opposite, like, you know, just accidentally once said that I once said it. Oh no. Wait, I'll say this and you can clip this out of context. I yearn for the days of the slave trade. Oh no. Whoops. For crying out loud, is that the level we're on now? Next, what we're going to do is we're going to cut up all the different things I've said and just piece them together in different ways, or we'll cut everything I've ever said out of context and just put together a sort of Scott's worst bits compilation. Which is creepy and weird at best, isn't it? So I'll close that window now. Oh, what was the name? Dover and Dolly's mom, are you in chat? What was the name of what their row? I'll put it on quick before we move off, Eddie. Row the dope. I'll just quickly put this on. Which one's my favourite one? Which one? My favourite one's the one where he's asking the question. That's the one where he asked. And there, this one.
What's something people don't know about you?
I love women, especially their titties.
No kidding. What's something people don't know about you?
I love women, especially their titties.
Wow. Okay. That's Row the Dope there. Big shouts out. Wow. And we're going to finish on a song later on from Cheddy's Vinyl Naughty Trees, which is a totally different channel to Eddie's Vinyl Break EVB. It's Cheddy's Naughty Vinyl Trees CNVT, which is also used to be Centuries, but now it's Cheddy's Vinyl Naughty Trees. Parody account, clip chopper. It's fine. We're going to have a look at that later. We've got a couple of songs uploaded there, recent ones from Alan Vinicum. So why not start the day off right with a portion of Alan? Well, because I want you to start the day off right with a portion of grass soup first. Are you ready for this? This is good. You're not going to like. I bear in mind now we've got 10 chocolate milks. Leslie, thank you for the 5 Australian.
Game over.
Wait, I keep pressing the wrong buttons. Getting all my buttons tied.
Torture the battery boy.
Thank you for the 5. Thank you for the tippies, and thank you, AJ. You want to strike? I can. I can arrange that. I can cut a bit off and send it. It'd be...
High heels on my tippies.
Where's Nancy?
I did wash it today. It's a nice hair wash.
Where's Nancy? Where is Nancy anyway?
Thank you for the tippies. With this amount of chocolate soy milk in the building, all piled up there, you know, I'm eating good for weeks because that's all I eat really is that. And these at the moment, these Perkia bars, which are made of cranberry and goji, they're vegan. I've been eating a lot of them and a lot of that.
Where's Nancy?
I've got a big armchair.
So I'm doing all right for that. But our friend Break the Ice,
I'm about to eat grass soup.
Maybe not doing so well. I don't mean to flaunt it. I mean, all I mean really is I bought, because I say I bought, my mum did it. She come back with this big bag of these chocolate soy milks. I'm like, why is there such a massive bag of chocolate soy milks? And she said they're on special offer. They're on reduced special, so we've got 10. 10 of these. All the chocolate soy milk I can drink. Other brands are available. I'm not sponsored, but cat's piss infused. Wait till you see it. Wait till you see it. Now, before we get going, right, I'll just give you a quick overview of eating grass. It is, you can, like, you're an omnivore, you're a human, you can eat like all sorts of stuff. During the war, when Herzog told stories about how his mother used to strip wallpaper, I mean, he was on the German side of the war, so we don't have to feel so... we don't have to feel such sympathy, but no, we do have to feel sympathy, we do. He grew up, there were bombed out buildings, they were so poor that his mum used to strip wallpaper off the wall and boil it down to get the gelatin out of the glue, and they'd eat glue soup, so you can eat almost anything. But, like... eating grass is not necessarily a good idea. Like, number one, if it's in the grass that you grew in your own garden, maybe that. But you want to make sure it's clean. Number two, like, your digestive system's just not going to process it very well. You're not going to get much nutritional content out of grass because you're not like a cow with like a multi-chambered stomach system. You'd have to cook loads of it. Like, the volume by nutrition, this is just a guess as well. I didn't look into this deeply. I should have done, shouldn't I? Because I was about to debunk this. But I don't think I need to hard debunk why you don't want to cook grass and eat it. Humiliation ritual. Maybe this is his way into the Masons. Maybe this is part of it. Who knows? But it's a strange one. Do not try this at home, he says. I agree. You can tell me, maybe you can all tell me in chat, you know, maybe you can all do a bit of Googling and tell me in chat what you think about eating grass, whether eating grass is a good idea. What you just, like, there are other ways. Foraging's okay, isn't it? Like, some of you in chat are saying about dandelion stuff. Like, you can actually go out in the woods and forage some stuff up. That's actually legit. You can pick mushrooms, all sorts. I'm not going to advise anyone go out and pick any random mushrooms. You know, you need to know what you're doing. But fat hen, a bit of, like, hedge garlic or whatever, there's all sorts of things, but you'll see this is not that.
Now this is probably the most random and maybe the most randomest video I will ever make.
I disagree. I think he will get worse.
On this channel. Now, I've always liked to make soups. What soup?
What soup?
I make.
What soup can I make?
Which I've never made before. What flavour or ingredient could I use that
bitumen?
I've never used before. So anyway, I went out on a dog walk. I was walking down this path and I took a look around.
The dog wasn't walking anywhere, the dog was stood still.
And it dawned on me. What do the animals that we eat, what do they eat?
I'm sorry, what?
What do cows eat? What do sheep eat? Grass. They eat grass, and we eat them.
Well, I don't. I'm vegan.
Grass soup. Now, bear with me. Bear with me on this. So this has never been done before. I've looked through YouTube.
Right.
I've looked through Google. Nobody has made grass soup.
I'll be willing to bet that it has been done before. I'll be willing to guess that someone has made grass soup before.
People have made nettle soup. People have made lemongrass soup, but lemongrass is not grass. People have made a soup and they've nicknamed it grass soup just because it's full of greens, right? But no one's made grass soup. There may be a very, very good reason for that.
Little light bulb moment there. There may be a good reason for that. Now, you could be on the precipice of 1 million views. You know, it could be one of those where people, you know, those people sell you a bottle of water and say the water molecules are all different in this bottle, so you'd have this special bottle of water. You know, listen, is it hydrogen, 2 parts oxygen? Yeah, right, okay. Like, it might be one of them. Like, maybe he'll start a fad. There is, and he's even like wrong, isn't he? Like,
Jessica sent tippies. Super Chuffer owes 5 hugs.
thank you very much.
High heels on my tippies.
Thank you. I'll press it again.
High heels
We'll listen to a bit of
on
it.
my tippies. Dough, say and Gabbana, that's on my tippies. Top.
Thank you. I'd say there's a good reason for that. Didn't they have grass? It's just clicked in my head. Isn't there grass smoothies? Don't they do like high protein grass smoothies or something? Grass juice or grass smoothie, and like you grow it and like organic green juice, look, barley grass. Isn't it like quite a normal thing? Wheatgrass, that's the one. Wheatgrass, look. Wheatgrass. Right, it is actually a whole thing, but it's actually a sort of like type of grass, isn't it? That's nutritional. It's actually a thing. In the blender. You strain it, they put honey in it. Like, it's a thing that is actually. Like, it's not the worst idea in the world, because over the time that we've been alive as a human civilization, we've basically decided which grass is good to eat and which is not. And overall, no. We use the grasses like, like wheat. Like, this is wheat grass, but like, wheat and things like that, barley, they're grasses, aren't they, that grow. And then we take the grain and we use those to eat. But wheatgrass does exist. So he's not the first one to invent this.
I taste it at the end of this video, we will know. First things first, I don't recommend anyone makes grass soup. It's not something which I'd advise you try at home.
Disclaimer.
But for entertainment purposes, I'll do it.
Yeah? Really? Will you eat an old banana skin out of the bin as well? How about some old eggshells out of the bin? I'd find that entertaining as well, Luke. Do that next.
I asked myself, like, how kind of safe is this to do? In principle, people can eat grass. It is non-toxic and edible. And in fact, our ancient ancestors dined on grass millions of years ago, according to a study published in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences.
You're not going to be attending there.
As a practical food source, however, your lawn leaves a lot to be desired. Grass is relatively rich in silica, no idea what that is, which is abrasive and can quickly wear down your teeth. So in sum, you can eat grass if you want, but it will most likely result in an upset stomach, bad teeth and eventually malnutrition.
There you go. Silica is an element, isn't it? And it's what makes up glass. Like, hang on. I need to know. Silica is an oxide of silicon. There's silicon dioxide, colourless, insoluble in water. Would you call it an element? Probably not an element. It's an oxide. Silicon's the element. Silica is an oxide. Colourless, insoluble in water. Mineral. Going to be eating a lot of that in your grass soup.
We suggest you stick to vegetables. So, now we've got the safety out of the way. I know how to make a soup.
No. As you will see, we have not got the safety out of the way. There will be more safety concerns coming up. You will see.
Let's go do it. First of all, we need to go and get the base ingredients to add some flavour to the soup.
So where are you fucking going? Get it out of your own garden, please.
So let's go to the shop to see what we've got.
Oh, right. I thought you meant the grass. You mean the base ingredients of the soup. Wait, this is a bit unfair.
Off a nice celery.
Yeah.
Let's get some spring onion.
Celery, onions, yeah.
Some thyme.
Why don't you just make the soup out of this?
Lots of garlic. Some vegetable stock pots.
Looks like you've got bacon there as well. Mackerel fillets. Tortillas. Oh, no, they're the person in front. And I don't know what this is. But going to be having some vegetable stock pots. That might be some other stock pots maybe. But mackerel fillets there. And some bacon to go with it.
And just in case...
To go with your grass soup. It looks like most of the things you're buying, you're going to pollute with grass and end up throwing in the bin. So, like, this seems like a real fucking mistake when you think about it. When it comes to shopping on a budget, what you want to do is bin off the bacon. That's bad for you anyway. And, like, not put the grass in your dinner. You could have bought, like, maybe a couple of vegetables, like a butternut squash or something, some broccoli, and you could have actually done a nice soup.
This tastes absolutely disgusting. Nice pack of bacon, just in case.
Look all red on it. Red, green, red, bad.
Case.
And it's used to be an animal. Look, there's an animal. You're not going to eat that, are you?
Let's go, lad. Look how cute he is.
Yeah.
There's an onion at home. That's why there's no onion in the shopping.
Got an onion at home. Qualified that.
Everywhere you look, grass.
Yeah. This is true. There's a bush there as well.
Grass everywhere.
Okay.
And
this, don't say it, don't start me.
Is where we will be collecting
our
grass from.
No, you won't. No, because this is where you've just been walking your dog and everyone goes out walking. No. Look. Look. This is the worst place to come and collect the grass. Everyone's going to come and walk their dog here, aren't they? Like, it's like you're walking your dog there. It's on the way past the shop. It's going to be covered in shit and piss. There could be any form of it, like the council probably come down and spray it with weed killer once a year. It's going to just have all shit and horrible whatever all over it. It's just going to be not clean. The worst, dirtiest not clean. Growing in place of dirty, like not food clean hygiene. And all right for running around playing football. People spitting on it playing football. All right for running around and messing about, letting your dog run around, but not all right for consuming his food. Everybody's dogs back and forth in the morning and evening go across there. He does it himself. There must be so many other places you could source grass that are like out the way, off the beaten track. This grass has been growing in these copse in the woods, so it's not seen human touch. No, this grass. Get up the moors, lad. Get some moors grass. Get some nice healthy moors grass. It might have been growing in a dead body. Imagine what could be on there. Bacteria-wise. Just think about this, bacteria-wise, just generally bacteria-wise. If you went across and just swabbed at random, like 10, 20 spots here, what sort of things you could grow in that Petri dish. This is just a terrible idea. It's one of the worst ideas I've ever heard.
This is where we will be collecting our grass from.
It makes you look really fucking stupid.
I'm not even saying these words.
What are you doing?
Get yourself some scissors, because I'm not pulling it up.
No, that would be stupid. You don't want to look like an idiot pulling up the grass. Got yourself some nice professional scissors.
Cutting it like that, because I'm not taking all the root and all
a Tesco bag.
Dirt. There goes a Tesco bag. Other shopping bags are available.
Yeah, Tesco are not sponsoring this. Please note, Tesco are not sponsoring this. The shopping bags are available. However, I would advise you just go to the fucking supermarket and buy whatever's on the reduced to clear cheapest vegetables. It will be better than the grass. Look at him. How much grass are you going to get? You're going to put a bag full.
So there's a bit. Brief interlude.
There's a bit. It feels like someone's forcing him to do this in a way. Like someone said in chat. I mean, I don't know about the Masons or whatever, but like it feels like someone's forcing him to do it. Because he's like, well, there's a bit. You know, I said I would, so here's some. Like, no, fill that bag up, you chuffer. Get harvesting.
Some of the looks I've been getting from passers-by are, what the hell is this nutter doing? And you know what? I couldn't agree more.
Yes. So at this point, abandon the project.
So there's a bit. Brief interlude. Some of the looks I've been getting from passers-by are, what the hell is this nutter doing? And you know what? I couldn't agree more. Right.
He's even done a bad job of getting the grass. Big ups, Jersey Gal. You're already a member, so nice to see you. I'll be dropping another, like, everyone else stay around though. Don't be tempted like Jersey Gal to just fuck off midstream. Because I'll be dropping another 5 memberships later on. Big ups.
More grass needed.
But you can still pay for the memberships for yourself, and like, you know, you don't have to wait for them. Just hope. God.
High heels on my tippies.
No, I'm very grateful, and I'm very grateful as well. Big shout outs everyone who renews their membership while it's an offline situation and it doesn't come up live while we're doing it, and they just do it. Big ups to you. Thank you. Thank you.
Right, we have got a decent amount of grass.
I don't know. I think you could do better. What are you looking for in grass anyway? What makes a good grass shoot? What makes a good blade of grass for your harvest? Do you want the baby little tender, or do you want? Well, I think he probably would, wouldn't he, knowing Luke?
I mean, every time I say that, I just feel like, what am I doing?
Yeah.
But
what about the insects that live in the grass? What about any forms of pests that live in the grass? What about any forms of, like, you know, like things you probably don't want to catch? Animal, like pests that could be on the grass or in around the grass. Like, you know, how much of that grass do you want to consume? Or even like the process of harvesting it. You know, we will walk around in the park. I get it. You know, some of us take a sit down and like play and pick some of the grass sometimes. That's probably about how much, and you want to probably wash your hands a bit later, don't you? But doing a full harvest, like getting in and amongst it, this has gone well.
Entertainment and all that kind of jazz.
Entertainment, it surely is, Luke. Yes.
Let's get back, start prepping.
Prepping.
And make ourselves a nice bit of grass soup. Bang.
Have you ever heard the story Nail Soup? There's a funny story called Nail Soup, and it's a kid's story, you know, when I was a kid. What happens is this dude turns up at this lady's house and he's like, oh, let me in for the night. Oh, it's cold and raining. And she's like, well, you can come in, but I haven't got anything to feed you. And he says, well, I can make a brilliant soup. I've got this wonderful nail. And she says, a nail? You can't make a soup out of a nail. And he says, oh, I can certainly make a soup out of a nail. Just all I need is a saucepan. All I need is a saucepan, a draft of water for the saucepan. And this wonderful nail will make some nail soup. Of course, we need the base for the soup. So if you've just got an onion and a bit of celery, some garlic, I can make lovely nail soup. If you just got a base for the soup, of course we need some stock for the soup as well. But you know, the nail is going to be the key component. But if you could just find some stock, and basically the guy just blags her into putting all this other stuff in the soup. And at the end, he dips the nail in, takes the nail out, and she's like, "Oh, the soup's lovely." And he's like, "Yeah, it is, isn't it?" And he's just blagged her to get all of her stuff out of her cupboards and make soup. So this feels like nail soup.
One onion.
1 onion.
2 sticks of celery.
Got it, yeah.
And then the inner leaves.
You like them as well, do you? Might as well, since we're going to be putting the grass in later.
1 potato, just to thicken it up a little bit.
A potato for your base.
5
spring onions.
Spring onions.
Yeah.
A whole bulb of garlic.
This is all the food that he's going to waste by adding grass to it in the saucepan. And he's going to put all that in that little saucepan as well.
Some thyme.
Mm-hmm. And a little bit of care. And
the veg stock.
Yeah.
We'll get all that working before we get on to the main ingredient.
Please hurry up. Like, you could have quick bang. Now that's in the pan. We're going to add our grass. Like, we want to see the grass. We don't care about this.
Which is the grass. Right.
Look at it all in the bowl. Is he doing this for a bet?
So we want to kill any bacteria here now.
Yeah, we do, don't we? We definitely want to do that.
Oh, that could be on the grass, any dog piss or whatever.
Right, so you're aware it could be on... There could easily be dog piss on this. So what you want to do is put it with a bit of cute kettle. Put the kettle across it. Put some hot water on it. Wash off the dog piss.
So boiling water, only quickly because we don't want to take all the potential flavour out of it.
Yeah, just the dog piss.
Quick rinse. Pour it into a colander. Be careful.
You want to make sure that you absolutely do not catch the death of yourself with poisonous, like, horrible... Like, you could catch... Like, imagine, like, all the horrible things you could catch from what comes out of a dog's backside. And you're like, just do this quickly, this bit.
Careful though, because it's obviously boiling water. Kill any germs. Put it back into the bowl. And then you want to get cold water. And cool it down again. Because you're not cooking it here. You're just getting rid of any potential shite. Back into a colander. So you've now got the grass ready to rock and roll for when it's time to put it into the old soup. Leave that there.
Bloody hell.
There for a bit.
He's supposed to be a chef of however many 20 years. Look how he chops the celery. Done that with a spoon.
Right, chop up your vegetables nice and coarse.
Whop the top off the garlic just like that.
Here's a little tip for the garlic, by the way.
Put it in the mic. He's going to put it... Oh,
root.
Little top tip
Put it in
there.
the microwave for 15 seconds.
Lovely.
There you go. Take it out. Right, this is a great tip. And they'll just pop out.
Lovely.
They'll just pop out really easy. That's a good little tip, that.
It's a good little tip.
Use all the garlic.
These are good little tips. That's a good big tip, look. 5 notes. Thank you very much. Just going to read it out. Read it out.
Body sculpture sent tippies.
Thanks. Funny voice.
It's good to see you back hammering these jokers. I thought Steady Eddie took you for a joyride in his larder. It was looking like a point of no return as no one heard from you for a few days. The man's crazy. He's obviously got psychopathic tendencies, look at his face. Super Kafaro's 5 hugs.
I need a button with it. Thank you very much for the tippies.
High heels on my tippies. Dough, say and Gabbana, that's one of my tippies.
Garlic's great. Celery leaves.
Might as well throw those. Why don't you just go out and see if there's any leaves on any of the trees and bushes that you could throw in as well?
The grass.
I suppose you wouldn't want to it's the grass. It's all about the grass. Here's a potato that we're going to put in as well. A wasted potato, basically.
Quickly.
Why didn't you make the soup separate with all this stuff? It's just starting to really annoy me now. Just all this other stuff, the base of the soup, would have been fine just to eat. You don't need the grass in any way. The grass is completely unnecessary for this recipe. It makes it worse. It just brings it down. If you've got all this stuff, you're not eating grass, are you?
Potato to help thicken it. Leave them in cold water just for now, so they
Really?
don't go brown. There's all the ingredients. There's the onion.
That's the onion chopped again. Like, what have you done? How have you chopped that? Just like chopped it with a spoon again. Pulled it apart with your hands.
that I didn't show chopping.
So, because a good chef would realise that, or even though it's basic just for stock, yeah, you're going to want to chop these things to be either, like, some things are going to cook for longer than the others. Like, they're going to take longer to cook, so maybe cut those a little smaller. But in relative size, you know, you want things to be about the same sort of size, don't you? Later on, you're going to blend it, I get it. But in terms of how long it's going to cook for and to get, like, the cook... And the size of the pan seems to be a bit off for me.
Into a pan. And just start to slowly...
Poke it around with a wooden spoon.
Put that down, sweat the vegetables down.
Again, a reasonable chef would say you don't need to poke it around with the wooden spoon because that's stop. Like, let it do it what it's doing, the cooking, and then move it, and then let it. But poking it around with the wooden spoon, classic.
Getting there a little bit now. I won't say half cooked. Adding some flour. If you are a celiac, don't add in the flour.
Obviously, this is to maybe create a roux, but we're not adding extra butter at this point.
Just thickens it up.
This is gonna thicken it up, yeah.
Add in some water.
Going well.
Boiling water in this case. Until they're covered.
Make sure that's clean water, not piss water.
Give it a nice little mix around.
Rainwater.
Add in the potato.
Right. So you didn't really... Oh, don't worry about it. I don't think you
simmer it.
I don't think you sweated down the vegetables enough with the stock, but I'm not even going to start to like have a cooking competition now. Like, this is going badly and it's going to get worse. Like, I'm obviously going to win any cooking competition. I don't have to critique it. Everyone at home, you all do better soup than this because you're not going to put grass in it.
Simmer that thing.
Oh.
Couple of vegetable stock pots. You can hear seagulls in the background here on this voiceover.
No, I can't.
That's Wales for you. Thyme. Bang. Thyme, my favourite herb.
Bang.
Never tried it with grass soup before.
No.
Give it a mix. Simmer it. And I bet you didn't know this. That hole is not just for hanging. It's for your spoon. Another tip for you. Yeah. Throw in your celery leaves. Yeah, and now throw in your grass.
So why is the grass going in, like, at this stage? Isn't it not being... I'm taking it seriously for a second. Is it not being treated like the other things that you wanted to cook in the, you know, sweat down and cook earlier? Why is it just going in as a massive bolus into the boiling stock base? It just feels like the most simple combination. We've got loads of grass. I've washed it. I've got a tin of tomato soup. I've put them both in the... You should have done it with a tin of tomato soup. Because then you just wasted one tin of tomato soup. They're like 59p. Probably more than that now, aren't they, on inflation? But do you know what I mean? Like, you've done this with all of the things. You've gone to the supermarket or the shop, the one stop, and you've bought all the things you bought, and they've all got to... The only things that you haven't ruined is the pack of bacon. Like, now you've done that with it. Who's going to... Look how much of it there is. Like, you're cooking for one. You could have done one little bowl of it as like a thing for YouTube. You didn't have to make this amount and ruin all of it. I can... Like, can you imagine how much of this he's either been forced to eat out of a sense of duty or because he spent his money on it, or like how much of it's gone in the bin?
If at this point you wanted to... you know, make a normal soup, you could throw in different vegetables there.
Yeah, you don't start you telling me how to cook things. I'm never going to listen to you telling me how to cook things ever again. I've seen this. I'm out in terms of you telling me how to cook things.
The base for this soup is brilliant. You could put spinach in, put cauliflower.
I know what different vegetables are. Please don't list them.
Yeah, we're making grass soup today. Lid on.
Yeah. Fuck off.
Put that down.
You're not cooking it down if you've got the lid on.
Mix up. Right, now that's cooked. You want to take out the thyme leaves.
you want to take out the thyme because it might be a bit like, you know, the stick of thyme. You're going to have to dig around and find them, yeah? You're not going to strain this. You've just put fucking grass in it, mate. You want to take out all the grass as well. So what are you going to do? Blend it and strain it, though. So does it matter now at this stage about the sticks of thyme?
Sorry, the thyme stems. Get rid of the stems.
Get rid of the grass as well.
Where's Nancy? Where I want it. Where is Nancy anyway? Torture the battery boy.
Come on, Button.
The blonde one, the dark one, and the butch one. I don't remember the names.
All that grass. It's wrong, innit?
Yes. He's laughing about it, but like yeah. I tell you what, I've got people in chat asking questions about whether this is an initiation into the Masons, where it's something about grassing people up being a grass. Does that mean next week he'll eat in snake pie, and then canary stool pigeon pie, and I'm trying to do a pun on getting shanked in prison. I can't think of a pun on getting shanked in prison and food cooking, other than the idea that being in Gordon Ramsay's kitchen, you might one day get shanked by just an angry Gordon Ramsay, from what I've seen from him on the telly. But no.
Each time I say grass and soup, it's just, yeah.
So now you've boiled in all the dog piss.
So there we go. That's how much grass is in there. Get
just a hand mixer.
Blender and give it a blitz.
Yeah, fair enough. Like any other soup that you might make at home, you go for it. Make sure you get a little bit of that Teflon coating in there too.
Found that the blender got stuck.
I know you didn't use much like olive oil or like anything like that, but
with some of the grass from time to time, when that does happen,
when your blender gets stuck with grass, you're not going to need tips, Luke. No one is going to take. This is so fucking stupid. Oh, Luke, in comments, Luke, I was doing this and my blender got clogged up with grass. How do I, like, no one needs tips on how to unclog their blender from grass, because no one's going to do this. No one's going to watch your video and do it. Here's a top tip. Before you stick your finger in the blender, press the button a few times to make sure it's going. And then do it, obviously. When you get your finger right in there, if it's not moving, press the button to get it going.
Turn your blender off.
Oh, duh! You've put your finger in it. It's the thing you shouldn't be doing. Wait, no. Making the grass soup.
The socket, and then just pull some of that grass out with your tongs. Turn it back on. Blitz again.
Look at the colour of it. Look at the colour of it. Like, first bites with the eye. You could maybe, sometimes you put a dash of turmeric in something to give it a vibrant yellow. But knowing what this is and the process, I just think that the colour of it. Put some cayenne pepper, put some paprika in it. Make it, tone it a different, like, bring it down from that bright fucking horrible yellow. Oh no. I'm wearing new trousers, new jogging bottoms. They're only cheap off Amazon, they're the cheapest ones. I've just put my finger through there like a little hole. They're gonna have to go back. I've just done that, just absent-mindedly pulling at the ankle of a trouser because of the grotesque nature of this cooking show. Like, what are you doing, Luke? I'll tell you what, I want more of it. I don't want hedgerow foraging. Don't give me no fat hen next week. Oh, I went down the field and picked a load of fat hen. Like, we've all seen Hugh Fernley Whittingstall. That's rubbish. I want things that you can get in the urban environment. I want things that you can get off the streets. From out of bins. I don't want bin diving where you've like found an old Marks and Spencer's 2-for-1 that's been reduced to clear and it's now in the bin. I don't want that. I want, like, have you ever thought about cooking up a load of copper wire? I found a load of old takeaways. I'm blending them all up to make a sort of takeaway soup. Do you know, there's a thing, actually, I'm laughing about this. There's a thing called pag in I'm laughing about it. There's a real on the other side of the world, there's a thing called pag, and it's not nice, and you wouldn't like it. So share a thought for some people who don't have as much as we do in our society. And I know even in our society there's people on food banks and like, you know, struggling in poverty, absolutely. But hopefully, you know, we're not at this level. But this is the next level down from whatever Luke's doing, which is they go in the dump and they get the food and then they wash it off and then they cook it up again, basically. You know, they live in the dump cycle place, don't they, in Indonesia or wherever this is. And they go and they cook it up, and this is where she washes it all off. If they're lucky, they get a bit of McBurger or like a bit of chicken in there, and then they cook it, and then they serve it again. So that food that he's eating, that came out of the dump, and then it got cooked up again. So, you know, we're not all lucky. So share a thought for people that don't live as well as we do. But at the same time, let's go back to having a massive laugh about this idiot who's gone down the local park and cut a load of grass off where the people let their dogs off.
It's a nice colour. It's like a pea and spinach kind of colour, but it's not.
He likes the colour.
Grass. Back on the heat again.
Yeah.
Once you've blitzed it.
No seasoning. I suppose it doesn't matter, it's grass.
Get some more heat into it. That'll cook out your little kind of particles.
It will cook out your particles. Does he know nothing? It won't cook out your particles. I'd suggest straining it, but I don't want him to. I want him to eat it like as I was going to say as raw as possible. But.
And then we are going to blitz it one more time.
Yeah.
And that is our finished grass soup.
I suppose it can't hurt, can it? Well, it could actually make you still quite poorly, I think. It's been through a cooking process. It's been washed. It's been blanched. It wasn't boiled. He poured boiling water on it, so that was blanched. Yeah, and then he put it in the soup itself, which is cooking at a boiling temperature. But then he blitzed it. You know, he put it in at the end. Like, I don't know how long and how consistent it was kept at a high enough temperature to kill every piece of bacteria that could be on it. Some bacteria you probably can't even kill by. Like, I know there's certain bacteria that you can't even kill by cooking. Yeah, like so. I don't know about this is the weird thing. I know roughly from years ago about the different kinds of bacteria you can get in kitchens and, you know, off different foods and stuff, but I don't think we included anything about what it would be like to go out and dig up grass and like it grows in the soil and where all the dogs go and that sort of thing. I don't know if like the wider idea, because anything like that would be a contamination. It'd be a contaminant, wouldn't it, in the kitchen? It'd be a contamination. Someone brought in a load of grass they cut from the local dog park and they dumped it on the side in the kitchen. All the chefs would go mad. What are you doing? Get that out of here. Luke's going to eat it now anyway. The proof of the pudding is whether you're a massive bellend.
It is the snot green shite. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not excited. Got the bowl. Spoon.
It's like prove it. Tell you what, it does feel like he's doing some sort of initiation. I'll tell you for why. It feels like he's being bullied. Not by me, who's ripping the piss out of him quite rightly on the internet. Fair comment, Gov. Like, if he doesn't want to watch it, he doesn't have to. I'm not being a bully. The man's eating grass. I stand up to bullies, and remember, this man called me out on the internet. You know, this man had a few choice words to say about me in the first place, and then he had Peter Folding on his show, and then there was all this and there was all that, and there was cash for questions, then it's not cash for questions, and like there was all sorts of different stuff we've been through. now we're at this level. I don't know what's going on with him, but the reason it looks like he's being forced to do this, doesn't he? There's my bowl, there's my spoon, I'm proving it. Like, you know, if someone paid me oh, it was me. I was going to say someone paid. I was thinking like I've seen. Everything I say, Eddie's going to clip out of context. I've seen some really fucking awful pornography, and I've thought these people probably aren't doing that because they enjoy it. I think they're doing it because they hate it and they just get paid and they just do it. You know, like you can imagine them shouting "cut" and then the woman starting to cry. I've seen it. I didn't mean I enjoyed it, Eddie. You can clip me out of context. You know, Eddie the idiot. Eddie who knows what he's doing and knows that it was wrong and just did it anyway because he's nasty and snide. Sneaky. Yeah, well done with this sneaky tactic. You sneaky, 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 snidey, sneaky. That went well for you, you sneaky, snide bastard. Yeah, that. But like here, it looks like Luke's been forced to do it. Like, there's my bowl, there's my spoon. Someone's paid me a load of money. I'm proving that I'm doing it. Pixar, it didn't happen. Yum, yum, yum. Like, is Peter Folding paying him just because Peter Folding likes to see people suffer? Is that what they do? Is that this Mason's initiation? Is he not allowed to have his Mason's colours on? Look, he's not wearing his Mason's colours in this one. Maybe he's overdone it with the Mason's symbology and the Mason's a cross and they're making him dress up differently now. He's wearing beige Calvin Klein. He's not wearing his orange jumper. He hasn't got his Mason's colours. Where's the... He's in a different location. He hasn't got his Mason's things behind him. I'm only joking about the Masons, obviously. I don't care about the Masons.
Harassment.
I don't believe that the Masons do it. I'm not down that road of like fall down that road. So I'll entertain it. We'll talk about it, but like only for a bit. But really, in the cold light of day, I'm not worried about the Masons.
Harassment, unwanted behaviour that makes someone feel degraded, humiliated, or offended. True threats of violence, serious expressions of intent to commit acts of unlawful violence. Misinformation, false and inaccurate information, false rumours, insults, pranks, deliberate misinformation, including malicious context, propaganda, false statements, obscenity, swearing, sexual obscenity, revenge porn. All these things are easy to ban.
I am in no way intending to cause alarm nor distress to this man. This is not a campaign of hate. It's fair comment on YouTube.
You know what shouldn't be on YouTube.
I can't believe I'm about to try grass soup.
I can't believe you're about to do it either. I don't understand what it achieves. I don't understand what it makes.
Putting 2 ladles in.
Well, you've got to eat it all, haven't you? Otherwise, you've wasted it all. Why, if you only want 1 ladle's worth, why didn't you make a nice soup and then take a small ladle's worth? I can't believe how fucking stupid you are. Like, why didn't you take a bowl's worth, put the grass in, blend it up, eat it, and then the other stuff is still the soup and you can still eat it? You didn't have to blend everything all together and then be like, I only want 1 ladle. Big ups Trisha on the big TV. I'm on the big TV.
AD.
On the big TV.
Definitely not going to be eating 2 ladles. Here
He's
goes.
definitely not going to be eating 2 ladles. Why are you doing it then? And like, why are you doing it anyway? People are asking if it's a Masonic induction simply because no one could understand what level a normal human being would do this for attention on the internet. You think it's funny? You think it's cool? It's for attention on the internet. Why are you doing it? 1 million views? No one else has done it? What is going on in your brain? Is someone, Luke, if someone's making you do things, yeah, in the next video, we should make it, you've got to think of a code. You're going to give us a signal. We're going to have to make him a code so he can give us a signal. What do we want him to do in the video? Give us a signal. How are we going to make him give us a signal? Eat a load of acorns. No, don't, because that will make you sick. What, we're going to give him a signal. That sounds horrible, Vicky J. I'm sorry about that. I haven't got a button for that. You going out there? Go on then, you. Boom. No? Where'd you at? Go on.
AD. AD's sexual deviant. AD's a con man. AD's a crook. AD owes tax.
Oosh. Grass soup. Get it down you. Get it down you then. Get it down you. I'm not the one. I'm not doing this to him. Like, I'm not a bully. I would prefer it if he did not eat this. Yeah? Like, Luke is the subject of ridicule because he's a figure of ridicule himself who's making himself a figure of ridicule. We've tracked a little bit of his story because he had a pop at me. And he's a figure of ridicule. And that's fine. Welcome to the internet.
Grass soup.
He's a grown man. I have not created a button for that yet, no, and I really should, you're right.
That is surprisingly not bad at all.
Yeah? It's nice, is it?
Jesus.
Even,
Let's move it out of the way.
even without the grass, your bases of a soup, you could have done it a lot better. Really, after 20 years of chefing experience, you could have done that a lot better. You didn't season it. I know I'm not going to use animal products, so no butter, but for some people who would, they might have included some. Like, there was no sort of care and love. It was just shammed in there, blitzed up, boiled. Like, it just felt a bit, and then you've added grass.
That ain't that bad. I'm having some more. That's pretty tasty. No wonder the cows and the sheep are always grazing on it.
What?
This is lovely stuff.
He's not enjoying it now, is he?
Now, I'll be honest with you. There's no real flavour there. I'm more getting like the celery.
How are you not? Like, how is the chef? Like, this is obviously probably not a particularly good chef then, yeah? If blitzed grass in the soup has not alerted your taste buds. You think it's always quite nice, actually. I can get the potato, I'm getting the celery. The grass, couldn't notice it. Couldn't really notice it. It's not looking good for your chef skills, is it? Here's a bit more row the dope.
You can watch this on my channel.
Wow! He's actually like, there's a meme, isn't there, of a guy that goes, wow! Wow! That is like, he is a living meme. There is actually a meme of a guy that goes, wow, wow! We all need a copy of the meme. We all need to get the meme. I need the meme on the little pictures. The meme. Let's go back to grass soup. He's going to feel that the next day, isn't he? He should have done an update the day after. Like, yeah, grass soup was a bad idea. I just went to the emergency room last night after my pee turned green.
Than anything. But it's not taking anything away. The grass doesn't taste disgusting. It kind of doesn't really taste of much. But I'm getting the base, you know, I'm getting the onion and the celery and the garlic.
That's because you put loads of that in it.
I can't taste grass, but then again, I've never ate grass before. Is this the taste of grass?
Yes! Not philosophical. If a man eats grass but he's never eaten grass before, does he know the taste of grass? Yeah, well, what? I mean, you've smelled it enough times when it's been cut. There's a start. That's the same sense. Olfactory senses, taste senses, they're all intermixed. Like, don't get me started on this. It's starting to make me cross even worse. It's even worse. Something's ringing in my mind is that I've not seen him put any salt or pepper in it. I'm not a big one for putting lots of salt in. There's lots of salt in your food. I get it. Like, but the pepper, like, no seasoning. He didn't go for a crack of cayenne or anything like I was calling out for paprika. Like, nothing. Like, no, not even a blended curry powder. Like, just nothing. Like, where's your spice rack? We got grass instead. We've just got grass. I washed it once in the kettle. I can't even taste it.
I'm enjoying it.
You're never going to get another job as a chef. You're never going to be able to walk into a proper restaurant with people in chef whites, an organised kitchen and hierarchy, commis chef, mise en place, like dessert section, main head chef, you know, the brigade. You're not going to be able to walk into that and do anything. They won't even trust you to collect the vegetables from the fucking cellar. You've got to be on pot wash from now on. You couldn't tell if there was grass blended into the soup.
Too much. So I do pose a question.
You're going to pose a question. I'll be sure to answer it for you.
Is cooked grass turned into a soup with other flavours? Cooked out, blended, blitzed. Is that okay for you?
No, not really, no. It's not going to hurt you in the big picture, one bowl or two, but if you ate it consistently in the way you do, by collecting it from the local park, eventually, yes, there will be problems. That's just an opinion.
Because if it is,
Or you could be you could be onto something here, Luke, couldn't you? Like, could you imagine? This would be incredible, wouldn't it? Like someone said about Dragon's Den in the chat. Could you imagine if in 10 years' time, Luke walked into Dragon's Den, mind you, like he's got tins of the fucking stuff, grass, soup, and it's just your basic line of soups, but it's bulked out with grass, and he grows the grass in a big warehouse somewhere under LED lights, and it's clean, and it's basically cutting the cost of soups by 40%, and the dragons are like, well, I can't see any negative thing here because the soup is the same, but it cuts the cost by 40%. I'm in. And then that leads to Heinz Soup losing control over their soup monopoly. Heinz Soups suddenly are not selling well. Nobody's interested in Heinz Soup anymore. They all want this grass soup alternative. It's the new world. Everyone's eating insects instead of animals because they can't afford the animals anymore, and it's insects or it's grass, so they're on the grass. And like Luke becomes a magnate, Heinz crumbles, and then in the future Heinz tomato ketchup is no longer Heinz tomato ketchup, it's Luke's grass ketchup, and everyone's eating grass, and I look like an idiot, and Luke's a billionaire and he's richer than Elon Musk, and we all eat grass. That could happen.
We're closed from IKEA.
But
and disclaimer, not advised to do at home. For entertainment purposes only.
Right, that's it. That's safe then. Don't worry, the YouTube millions are safe. When this gets 10 million views and the money, they wouldn't monetize it. I got kicked off YouTube for encouraging children to eat grass. Don't worry, you did a disclaimer. The YouTube millions are safe. This got 235 views. So,
if this is okay in this form, and it doesn't take away from a soup, it could be a good way to bulk soups out for free, for absolutely nothing.
At home, yeah, but in industrial purposes, you can't have free grass because you went and took it from the park, so that's not going to work. Wait, why am I always on top chat? I should be on live chat. I should see every single thing that comes through. This is not a good idea. At home, if you want to bulk out your soup, maybe buy an extra potato, even at today's prices with inflation and rising food costs and stuff. A handful of rice. I'd advise a handful of rice. If you're going to be blitzing it like that at the end, like, you know, some basic foodstuffs, a handful of rice, not park grass. Grass from the park.
Which in turn saves money on other ingredients.
Luke has just solved food poverty. Luke has solved the global food crisis. Why aren't they eating more grass?
Fell out of soup. That is quite tasty. And if you had a bowl of that,
Yeah?
in a restaurant,
In a restaurant? If you think someone served me a bowl of soup in a restaurant, number one, would it be advertised as grass soup? Would I have ordered it? At what point have I got into this where I've ordered a bowl of that, and I might see it on the menu and question it, but I don't think I'd order it. It's an insult. It's vegan though, mate. Yeah, thanks. It's an insult to vegans, thanks. Do you think it is? Do you think this is a sneak diss on the vegans? I don't know. But grass soup, yeah. Like, what? At what point am I in a restaurant? Would I trust the chef? Tonight's specials, soup of the day. Yeah, what's in the soup of the day? Grass. Yeah. Do you mean like weed? No, grass. From down there where they walk the dogs. They go and fetch it in a Tesco bag. There's chef now, out on another run. Yeah. Did we already pay for the drinks? Can we just get the bill for the drinks? And we'll think about the food. Anyone know any other restaurants we can go to? I don't really mind if it's Pizza Express in Woking at this stage. Let's just get out of here because they're serving grass soup.
AD, 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 AD!
I would remember if I'd been to Pizza Express in Woking, because I never go to Pizza Express in Woking.
There is no child porn on the internet. I hate to warn you that. There is no child porn on the internet. I checked.
Big Up's bird nest soup, so expensive, but it's made from spit. Yeah, but bird spit, and they bury it in the garden for a bit as well, so don't question it. Well, it's animal products I wouldn't want.
I don't think you'd know you're eating grass soup.
I don't think you'd know. Well, you'd have to know. Are you telling me they served it in a restaurant and they didn't tell me? And then I would know, and then I'd be very angry because I'd be like, there's a funny taste in the soup. And I'd call the waiter over and I'd remonstrate with the waiting staff about, you know, are you sure I can't come and have a look in the kitchen? I've ordered the food, I'm eating it. I could poke my head in the kitchen a little bit, just talk to the chef. I just want to talk to the chef. And then at some point, I'd cotton on to what, you know, you poke your head round the corner and there'd be someone on a chopping board with a load, and they'd be like, what's that? It smells like cut grass in here. There's a Tesco bag and, like, you know, someone's rinsing off the dog poops in it. Oh, no. No.
I don't think you'd complain.
I think I would.
Made the way I've just made it.
Oh, the way you've made it, Luke, yeah. The way you've made it, like Gordon Ramsay took some acid. Jamie Oliver went on a crack bender and then made grass soup. The way you've made it. Give me another chef. I need another chef. I need the name of another chef to do another joke. I need the name of another chef. I want the name of another chef. Eddie, come on in your chat. I need the name of another chef. Famous chef. I need more chefs. I've got more drug connection. Heston. Yeah, there you go. There's like, so I was like, oh, quite okay. So like Heston Blumenthal on monkey dust. There you go. Heston Blumenthal on monkey dust. Ainsley Harriet on tramadol. Ainsley on the tramadols, because he's usually quite hyperactive. Fanny Craddock. Fanny Craddock's good old classic opiate heroin. Golden Brown. Rick Stein, just being Rick Stein. Nigella's on cocaine, so that's an easy one. Nigella's on cocaine. Rick Stein on MDMA. I really love fish. Oh, fish is so good. There's too many. We've got too many chefs in now. Too many cooks spoil the broth. We've got too many chefs in chat now. I can't think of that many different kinds of drugs that fuck you up. But all these different chefs on a range of different narcotics. In the kitchen making grass soup.
I'm quite shocked by the results.
I'm quite shocked by the results. The results are in. You are definitely a fucking dickhead. The results are in. Grass soup. I had 2 spoons of it. I've waited. Everything else is going. What are you doing with the rest of it? Where's it going? Is it going in the bin? Are you that stupid that you did that? You didn't think to just take a sample of soup and mix it with the grass and then have 1 bowl of grass soup. You thought to contaminate the entire pot of soup.
First for YouTube. That is a first.
It's a first for YouTube, or people might have done it before and had the video taken down. And is it a first for YouTube? I almost feel like I should have done my research before we started, but I almost feel like it won't be. Well, look, there you go, grass soup. It's not a first for YouTube.
Hello, yes. Now put your fishing stick in water of some tasty grass. I found some stinging grass. It tastes good and
Luke said, oh, they did nettle soup. but not actual grass. No, these people went out and made grass soup, and they just ignored the blades of grass, because in amongst the blades of grass, where they are out in the woods, there's all sorts of other great things that go in the soup and make it lovely. And they've actually put a fish in it as well, I think, which is cheeky. But it's not the first. Look, there's snake grass soup there, which is probably a kind of grass. Grass soup here with the wheatgrass. Like, they fucking shut up. Is it the first one on YouTube? I just found 3. You'd shut up.
Making and eating grass soup. And I'll just state one more time, because I don't know what the effects are going to be from eating this.
Well, you might turn green overnight. I don't know what the effects are going to be. I might turn into the Incredible Hulk. I might get superpowers. The effects, I don't know what the effects are going to be. There's a possibility you might get some kind of bacterial poisoning. There's a possibility you might give yourself food poisoning or something slightly more serious. You may gain a parasite. You may gain ringworm or something like that. They're the effects. You're going to have a poorly tummies. It's what do you mean the effects? Start growing hair on my eyebrows more, get really big hairy eye, and then get really long fingernails, and then it was wolf grass, you see. So yummies, having some more yummies. He pounced on it.
Because I don't know what the effects are going to be.
You thought about that? The effect. I don't know what the effects are going to be. Hang on, the effects could be quite good. I could get Spider-Man powers.
Eating this.
I'll have some more. I really enjoy that. Yum. It's still annoying me that what he's done is he's contaminated the whole. Like, I need votes in chat. We're gonna have a vote in chat. I need votes in chat. Right. Get ready to vote in chat. Are you ready for this? We're gonna do a poll. Right. Did Luke eat the rest? Yes, no, and alternate option. I want to give you an alternate option if you have an alternate idea, which could be fed it to other people, or I don't know what. Like, I don't know what the alternate option could be. But did Luke eat the rest? Like, you know, he seems to be in a situation where money's a bit like, he doesn't have the heating on. Like, is he going to waste all that potato and an onion and stock and, you know, and just throw it in the bin after 3 spoons, or did he eat the rest of that saucepan of grass soup? Quite a lot of you think he didn't. Do you know, me personally, in my heart of hearts, I think he felt, don't want to waste, like, some people don't want to waste food and they get a bit funny about it to the point where they'll just eat, you know, out of principle almost. And I think he might have done, I think he might have seen it sat on the side and thought, oh, I can't throw that away, all those potatoes. But then, you know, I'm not you. You can have your own mind. What's the alternative option? I just thought it's a bit unfair to just give people 2 options, yes or no. It's a bit black and white, isn't it? Don't want to be too. Thought I'd give people an easy out if they didn't want to answer yes or no. They can, whatever their alternative option is, they can think it up and they can just answer it. You think he switched it out for some pea soup from a can? Oh, there's an idea. Love wins with a very interesting concept. Did he just fake it? Did he just lie to us? He still wasted the fucking soup, so I watched him put the grass in. So that whole thing of soup had to go in the bin then, entire. In that case, it's even worse because he didn't eat any of it. He thinks he's going to go viral. He's going to get viral. He's going to get botulism and then end up in the hospital. And they're going to say, how did you get poorly? And he's going to say, I eat a load of grass. And they're going to say, well, good luck with the antibiotics. This one's on you.
I don't know if I'll get an upset stomach. I don't know if I'll get an upset stomach. So, one more time. I do not advise this. It is just for entertainment purposes. But as an experiment, and as something a little bit different.
What's for tea tonight, love? Oh, I'm doing a paella. Well, that's a bit different. Yeah, I put grass in it. Oh, for God's sake. I've been watching my favourite YouTuber. He's great.
I'm quite shocked at how nice that soup actually is. Yeah, that was me making and eating grass soup.
Well, I know. I've just watched it.
Until next time. Peace out. Little follow up an hour later. Don't make grass soup.
Is this just a comedy bit?
Little follow up an hour later. Don't make grass soup.
The poll. I'm going to close the poll. You thought he didn't finish it. He didn't eat it. Overall, we had yes 23%, no 69%, but 7% went with the alternative option. Thank you very much. No, thank you. I'm vegan. Grass soup. A huge mistake for Luke. A massive, strange mistake. I don't know if he really is filming himself on the shitter here. I mean, he is sat on the toilet. I don't know if he's got his pants down having a shit. But...
I'm first. Don't eat grass soup. Don't follow the recipe. Don't do it. For entertainment purposes only. Peace out.
Disgusting!
Peace out.
Disgusting!
There's facts, there's reality, and then there's your
bullshit world. There's too many fucking idiots.
Break the ice. Social commentator. He's changed his thing here now. It used to say something about being an honest content creator. Now it says, my mind is a spaghetti junction of this, that and the other. Open brackets, probs the ADHD. So I didn't know he had ADHD. He's brought out a sort of mental disorder to lean on, I suppose. It sounds a bit harsh of me, but he's just brought this out of nowhere to the public attention. Now in the thing. So this is a varied and multi-layered channel. So maybe I'm not allowed to, say anything negative because he's got ADHD. But if I were him, I'd get a hold of what the fuck he's doing pretty quick because he's making himself look like a massive idiot on the internet. This is a varied and multi-layered channel with a plethora. Someone's had a go on the thesaurus of different categories. There is no niche here. Refuse to be niched. We've had the end of coaxing. Remember, we're not allowed to coax on this channel anymore. Eddie Vinyl Break didn't like any coaxing. He was very cross about the coaxing. So there'll be no coaxing. And over on Break the Ice, you will not find a niche. No niche. Niches, don't want them. Had enough of niches. Niches last season. We saw all niches. We had niches 1, niches 2, niches 3, niches back from the revenge, niches for the pre-niche, the prequel, niche harder. We've had all the niches. I don't want any more niches. We had niches for Christmas last year, but this year we're having turkey again. We don't want niches. My work involves interviews with actors, sports stars, musicians, and other members of society, original documentaries, insane food hacks, and crazy experiments. Vlogs on subjects I wish to discuss. True crime. Contact. For any interest in being a guest on this channel, please email me at breaktheice@ieatgrass.com. So, yeah. Definitely want to listen to him talk about anything after you've heard him and his opinions on eating grass. That's gone in the bin. We've only just got started though. Like, really, we should come to Alan last, shouldn't we? Because he's the big, like, way, the big finish. But I like to peter out with a bit of foodie beauty at the end, really. Muslim Canadian housewife in Kuwait home routine. And we haven't kept up with her, but then she's not kept up with herself. She changed her channel to call it Everyday Mariam. She had a brief spell where she was having a go at trolls and stuff, and now she's decided to settle right hard back into what she used to do, which is big fast food mukbangs, like eating loads of food, that like 3 fajitas all at once and a chapati and everything and all this stuff. And she's not going to talk about her personal life anymore, but she will talk about trolls and community posts. But really, she's just sort of floundering, falling back. And she seems to want to try and attract now a Kuwaiti housewife audience. So there's a couple of videos there: Canadian housewife in Kuwait, grocery haul in Kuwait, and maybe one of these mukbangs, you know, that I'll check, we'll have a look through. And then we've also got Alan, haven't we? I'll remind everyone right now as well, although, you know, don't do this now, do it later, but 7G Sarah Honeywood tells a big lie. We've got a new couple of videos. There's new videos on the channel that you haven't seen. If you haven't seen them, check them out. They're there on this channel. You probably haven't. If you have seen it, you'll know and you'll think, I've seen this. But if you haven't, your brain right now will be telling you, I haven't seen that. I'm telling you, it's all happening. It's there for later, so you can watch that later after this. Don't forget that, you remember that later. So, should we do it? Should we do Alan next day? What do you think? Should we do it's Foodie Beauty? I've been watching Foodie Beauty reactors as well, yeah. I don't know what order, like, and also if you've got any suggestions, if anyone wants any of their, because we've got loads of others that we look at. There's also that chuffers that talk about the nonsensical vibe, like the shift and the splitting the timelines, and what was that guy? Everyday Lives or whatever. There's all sorts of nutters. All we've done so far is the eating grass, right? And we've covered we covered Eddie called me a racist. We covered that. And we covered, I'm on for 1 hour 32 at the moment, and we covered Luke ate grass. So I suppose what we better do is we better do Alan next, and then we peter out with Foodie Beauty, because like if we do Foodie Beauty next and it takes another hour and a half, we've done 3 hours, and then we do Alan. Like, you know, it's like we better do Alan now. Huh? It's time for the main course, and we'll have Foodie Beauty as pudding. Yeah. Eddie might be a bit unhappy because he's not getting as much airtime as he probably wants. I don't think he ever has. Has he? I don't think he ever has. Concord gets more airtime than Eddie these days, doesn't it? Hey? Concord gets more airtime than Eddie these days. Someone's saying, Slick Willy D saying save Alan for last. Yeah, but I just think, like, you know, if what I want to do with Alan is I want to tell everyone about his TikTok revelations and his big change the case nonsense. And then I want to watch the Happy Valentine's one. That's the one I want to watch because I missed it, and he's talking about his favourite TV detectives. I don't know how good it's going to be. I imagine he's going to be bad and it's going to be funniest. But I haven't got anything like serious to run over really. In fact, I'm really grateful other channels picked up and watched a bit of Alan whilst I got to have a couple of days off, just not having to cover it. It was really nice to be able to be in other people's streams watching it. So, but he's not doing anything specific tonight that I want to cover. Just I wanted to have a look at that Valentine's one really. We might get treated to Neighbours. Not here, you won't, because it's YouTube live. If I watch live Neighbours live on YouTube, it might trigger. But we watch it on Twitch and then we upload it. But we might move from here to Twitch later and watch it later. Maybe we could do that.
But first, let's take time for ourselves. Let's pause and focus and relax our mind with a minute of mindfulness. And this morning, it's a bird in the garden.
Now hold on, Lorraine.
Mindfulness, listening to sounds in my garden. I'm lucky enough to have a nice tree in the garden, which means it attracts lots of birds, so I get to hear that sound quite a lot. Also heard a bit of traffic noise and an aeroplane going over as well. Hopefully that's focused your mind this morning, and we'll do another minute of mindfulness next Thursday on your Sunny Sessions.
Now hold on, Lorraine.
Don't know where that came from then. I don't know what happened to your 20 quid acoustic gymnastics. Big ups. So, should we tell this story? How should we tell it? Which order should we tell it in? I suppose we have to go this way around, don't we? Tell the story of a man possessed. A man possessed by something. You can hear him in the background shuffling about. Bit of heavy breathing.
My name's Alan. I am the armchair detective. There's too much true crime to this rhyme. Netflix, Dr. Phil.
Now, we won't be able to listen to all of this. It's him rambling about weird true crime shit. He talks about all sorts of different true crimes, and he plays it over a song, an old song. Eddie will know it. In the desert, with a horse with no name, living out, ostracized from the people I love. And no one came 'cause the desert, everyone thinks I'm a dick. Like that one. So that's copyright. And he just put together a load of old news footage and weird. Look at this.
The ocean is a desert with.
Who's that? Who's this? So he told us he spent 6 hours on it, which is the weirdest thing I've ever heard. I think he must have spent 6 hours up all night, fucked off his nut, messing around on his phone.
If you studied it, if you study what I was doing, I was connecting the words to the song.
Right.
There you go.
There you go.
There we go.
There you go.
You never believe it, but it took me 6 hours to make that today.
I would believe it, but then again, you're just talking lies all the time, so.
6 hours, because if you studied it, if you study what I was doing, I was connecting the words to the song. It's not easy. And it got me thinking about cases. Cases that I've done over the years, right?
Right. You haven't done any cases. You're not a real detective.
Pretty obvious that I fall into a pattern of cases that I can't tell you too much. Cases that I feel an affinity with, that I'm empathy with. That
Dead children, usually.
They don't seem solved.
They don't seem solved. What you like, Alan, is you like something where it's got some sense of mystery or something still going on. People are still maybe a bit of conspiracy, because then you can spin lies and nonsense for years and years and years. No one can ever just say, oh, that's the end of it then. There's a nail on it, that's it clean. No, so you can just spin lies and nonsense for years and years. Wring out the death of those children for years and years and years to get as much money on YouTube and as much grifting value as you can get out of it. Congratulations.
And you know I'm dyslexic and I have these pictures in my head.
Alan, being dyslexic doesn't give you a special mental power to see pictures in your head. What you actually mean is you're delusional and you have a very vivid imagination because you live in a dream world.
And all those victims you saw there, I have empathy. I see them in my head, and the pictures almost have a voice. And I get the feeling that, you know, that someone's got to speak for them. Someone's got to speak up.
Alan is the man that needs to talk for all the dead children who got murdered that were in his montage.
For these victims, that sometimes even the parents are happy with the outcome. It seems like Carly Rodney's mother, we'll take it from here. I mean, it's fine. When she was missing, she was crying. And then when they found her, it was like, oh, well, we'll take over from here, yeah. Not like, how did she drown? Why isn't she in the front seat? Why is she in the boot? And these are the voices. Maddie McCann. All these voices, like I think she's buried somewhere deep. Buried. Carly Gusay.
Madeleine McCann, her voice is telling Alan that she's buried somewhere deep. I think he's been on too much cocaine as well. What's going on with these lolcows this week? There's some bad juju in the air. The moon's gone cycle or something. I don't know about lunar cycles and stuff, but there's some bad juju in the air. Last year was a good year for lolcows. This year's like a strange year. Like, we've got Luke eating grass soup. We've got this guy listening to Madeleine McCann's dead voice telling her where she's buried. And I won't even go and list all the others and their nutty behaviour, but like ADO's tax.
Hello, Moto.
AD's sexual deviant. AD's a conman. AD's a crook. ADO's tax. AD. I think she's buried in the mountains.
2024.
I think her mum did something to her stepmother, and they got rid of the body early that morning. I can't prove it, it's just the voices. The voices, I can't get out of my head.
So that seems fine then. It's just the voices, I can't get them out of my head.
And then the weirdest thing happened today.
That's what it is, Alan, is you're delusional, you're suffering from cocaine psychosis. That's what it is.
The weirdest thing happened today. I was making that film.
Yeah. You weren't making you weren't making a film. You got a song and you put some pictures on it. You weren't making a film.
Song.
Is it a full moon tonight? Is it? There you go then. That's what it is. There's something in the lunar cycle. Usually I find that the full moon makes ladies, they want to go out on the town and woo, tear it down. Bit of a dance and a yelling. And then maybe a bit of a disco dance. Get out there and chat up the old ladies. Way. Obviously, Eddie can take a few tips, or maybe I should take a few tips from Eddie. Maybe I should take a few tips from Eddie's vinyl break about what I should do with my life. How's yours working out, Eddie? You having fun? What day is it today? It's Friday. Oh, he'll be in the lounge. He'll be in the day room. They let him put the radio on for a bit.
I love that song. It's like, God, it must be 50 years old. It doesn't even matter, does it? It's going to be on for 1,000 years. I like the sound of the hoofs.
Obviously, I wasn't having a pop at him being old. I was having a pop at him being a fucking Broadmoor loop. Jimmy Savile got into Broadmoor to go and mess. Do you think that's how he met Jimmy Savile once? Eddie said he met Jimmy Savile once, didn't he? Do you remember that? Hang on.
There is no child porn on the internet. I hate to warn you that. There is no child porn on the internet. I checked.
I get these fucking revelations. It's Saturday. Right. Well, then, proves my point even double, so... Big up, Spad Gambler. So, do you think Eddie... Because Eddie said he met Jimmy Savile once. And Jimmy Savile used to go into Broadmoor. And Broadmoor is the hospital, if anyone doesn't know. It's for people who are fucking, criminally insane. Not just loopy, so that they're bad mental health. Oh, it's sad and, we should feel sorry for them. But criminally insane, so they get locked up in the prison. They've done bad things. Do you think you met him there?
through the desert on a horse with no name. I love it.
You love it, Alan. He loves thinking of the horses clip clop because he likes the sound of the lady's heels.
High heels on my tippies.
That's what he likes.
But it made me think about, because it goes through the desert and it comes to the water. And it's this thing between desert water, sand and water, that flows through all my crime.
Sand and water flows through all of your crime. What crime? What crime are you doing?
All my crime, it's like...
All my crime.
Where's Nancy?
What crime are you doing?
People buried in the desert and people chucked in the river.
Are you chucking people in the river and burying them in the desert?
And like Nicola Bully's body was trying to speak to the police.
Nicola's Bully's body... What?
Nicola, like I said, voice. Nicola Bully's voice, obviously she's dead, right? But
Yeah?
her voice,
And you've never heard her voice. You don't really know what she sounds like, her voice, yeah? You're not going to... What are you going to... This is going to get a bit...
was her body. Her body was covered in bruises.
Well, it wasn't.
Body doesn't bruise after they're dead.
True.
And the coroner goes, it's like, I had nothing to see here, move along.
The coroner goes, it's like, all right, nothing to see here, move along. That was exactly what the coroner reported. I'm glad that you've got the facts right.
And yet her body was saying, I've taken a beating.
Well, Nicola Buddy, to be, you know, this is not the channel and the time and the place and all this, like, we're having a mess around, but just to get things factually clear, yeah? Nicola Buddy had bruises on her arm. She had some damage around her eye, like in terms of like what they would probably describe as scuffed skin rather than like anything serious. There was some blood that had come down and congealed under her chin, from the nose down here under the chin. There was some damage to the bridge of her nose, like a impact damage, but not covered in bruises. And of course she was recovered from the river. Oops, I've skipped it back by mistake. I'm an idiot.
Nicola, like I said, voice. Nicola Bully's voice, obviously she's dead, right? But her voice...
You want a poll on whether Eddie lives in New Zealand or not? I will start a poll for whether Eddie lives in New Zealand. Eddie, New Zealand or not? You can have a poll for whether Eddie lives in New Zealand or not. Poll on anything. Do a poll on anything. Poll yourselves silly. Poll yourselves out. You poll this and it's poll that. Oh, it's poll this and it's poll that with you. It's poll this and it's poll that. I thought you'd be polled out after last week. Another poll. Another poll. All right. They'll be out of polls next. By the time we get there, they'll be out of polls. Poll this and poll that. Election this and election that. Democracy in action, you.
Where's her body?
Where's her body?
Her body was covered in bruises. Body doesn't bruise after they're dead. And the coroner goes, it's like, I had nothing to see here, move along. And yet her body was saying, I've taken a beating.
Where are we going to get to the point, Alan?
Especially on her arm. And a broken eye.
She didn't have a broken eye. Alan likes to pretend she had a broken eye socket.
The police say no, nothing to see here. So anyway, I made the film and there's a bit of footage in there of the police divers. And I thought, and it was all wind. You know, like nearly everything from River Wye was
Big ups Red Fan with the gifted battery exhausted memberships.
wind. Louder than the voices, right? Well, this was 3
Thank you very much, Red Fan.
minutes long. Someone mentioned in the chat below, listen to the
Thank you very much. Your button.
High heels on my tippies. Don't say ain't Gabbana, that's on my tippies.
the words. So I thought I will, right? So I thought I'll listen to the words. And the most shocking thing happened.
So Alan's telling us that he's been spending hours editing, bearing in mind. And you haven't got a good track record with this, have you, Alan? About manipulating footage and making it seem like it was. two big notable standouts. Once he did the Chris Watts Shadows video and he rewound and fast forwarded the video, like rewound it and moved it forward and back like that. So it looked like something was happening when it wasn't. There was that. And then number two, he got audio of Chris Watts saying something along the lines of, I don't know the Armchair Detective, don't watch the Armchair Detective to get, or don't watch Armchair Detectives, or something like that. And he edited it so it sounded like Chris Watts was saying, I know the Armchair Detective, watch the Armchair Detective. Like, that was savage.
And only my dyslexic brain could work it out, because it's only me that goes...
Can I turn Alan up? It's because he's got the microphone literally directly behind his head, but yes, I can try a bit. I can put it through the filter. The background music will come up a bit with it, though. Just has to happen.
Into that minutiae, isn't it? That minutiae detail. I'm watching it, and I'm looking at the... I'll show you. Let me show you.
Is that too loud now?
Come on, AD.
Come on, AD.
I've got two screens working at the same time. Right. I don't know why that's there. That should be there.
It should be there.
But I'm not sure why that's on there. Damn it. It's not on my screen. Can't do anything about it. It's like... Anyway, so... What you see here is a camera crew.
So what you do see here, I'm not going to watch the rest of his bollocks. Yeah, I'm going to, for brevity, because he actually plays his video and there's no sound on it, and then he fixes it, and then he plays it again, and then he goes on for a bit, and then he goes on for a bit. We'll watch him get excited a little bit after, but for brevity, there's a whole load of camera people here. There's two divers down there. We're at this, you know where we are, the Nicola Buddy thing. The cameras are recording. They've got boom mics. He's written powerful mic, M-I-K-E, picks up police chat. M-I-K-E, powerful mic. Powerful mic picks up police chat. It's MIC for microphone. Sorry to anyone who gets that wrong, but it annoys me a little bit just because Alan's doing it. So powerful mic. There's no one there that's called Michael. There's no powerful mic, but picks up police chat. Insofar as they know they're being filmed and they know that the microphones are listening to them talk, yeah. So they're not going to say anything weird. And what Alan does is just what Eddie did to me earlier: is he clips something out of context and tries to spin out something out of nothing.
Various Crammer, he was in the water.
So here we go.
This mic up here, 100 yards away.
First of all,
these are police, top police divers they have. And they're there on the 2nd of Feb.
There we go.
Climb down here. Climb down here. Well, what they're saying is that Nicola Bully climbed out. That's right by the bench. She got out by the bench. I don't believe it. Is that where she got out? Yeah, she climbed out here. She climbed out here by the bench. So she went in and climbed out. That's what I said all along.
So obviously they didn't say that Nicola Buddy climbed out there. Someone shouted, is that where she got out? Maybe. Listening on that, can't be too sure. And Alan got so excited by this. Bear in mind, people that have been in the river at this point have included the fire and rescue search teams that were on the ground at the first day. We probably also had, there was the volunteer Lowland Rescue. We've had the police themselves. There's been various different search agencies, including the fire and police service, and they've been in and out of there. What they actually had to do, I remember, this is just from memory from me, so don't quote me on it, but just from memory, is it was slippy down at the bank, with all the different agencies that were there. They decided to sort of cut in some rudimentary steps into the mud. There was a wall at the bottom of it. There's a wall that goes all along the river, and it was sort of covered in mud anyway. And they just cleared some of the mud and made some sort of steps so that they could get in and out. That's their entry point. It was part of the COP report. Big ups, Trisha.
Typies, this is terrible what Alan is doing. Super Chuffer owes 10 hugs.
Thanks. I was watching this on Trisha's channel, so get over there and check out her content as well. I was enjoying it, like I said, through the other side of the I was enjoying sitting here and just watching a stream and being in chat. It was really good. I just got to cover it in Nutterwatch today, though. I've just got to cover it. It's clear that what he's doing is he's misinterpreting what's being said. He's misinterpreting the context. Do you think two policemen would stand there by the riverbank with all of the Associated Press, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in shot there, which is 2 groups with cameras, big, like proper big cameras, microphones, the lot, doing the recording, literally recording them. They can see they're being recorded and shout, "This is where Nicola Bulley got out the river, isn't it? Is this where Nicola Bulley got out the river?" Do you think anyone would do that? Talking of what you think Eddie's not in New Zealand. Most of you think he's not in New Zealand. So there's interesting. I will say, just off the cuff, he said that when he went to New Zealand, he was painting post boxes a certain colour. Go back and check the interview that we did. It's on Super Chuffer. Somebody also left a comment to say that he couldn't have done that because the post boxes were changed. They changed the colours a different year, and that he got his years wrong. So that's just something that someone said in comments. I can't correct it or verify it, but maybe you can have a look into it if you're interested about whether his story checks out from what he said in the interview. But 57% reckon Eddie's not in New Zealand. So 8 out of 10 cats prefer Eddie to be locked up in Broadmoor, hopefully, and not coming to kill me.
Please giving it a game.
As I was saying, these guys got powerful mics. There's hell of a wind swirling around.
So Alan's got excited about what he thinks, or maybe he's faked this because you don't know with Alan, but he thinks all of these press would be here and that these two would shout, "This is where Nicola Bulley got out the river." None of these people would react. None of these people care. They probably can't hear it. It's only because of the powerful mic that is picking it up. And no one probably watched the video back to hear it. So these police got away with shouting in public about, "This is where Nicola Bulley got out the river." And they didn't shout that. They said, "This is where she got out, isn't it?" And many people have been in and out that river. Many different people in the time that it gets to. This is, he says, February the 2nd. It's originally from The Sun, but he doesn't actually validate. He doesn't say, "This is where it's published. This is the piece of information. This is the media. This is where it's, if you can find and verify it and prove it's true." He doesn't do that because Alan's a bit weird, but you either have to believe him that he's not lying and making it up completely and that it exists. He might not have faked it. It might exist. And then you have to believe that they were shouting about Nicola Bulley having climbed out the river. And that it's just like the police knew it. Obviously all the organised press knew it. What were they doing even searching there? Like what were they doing? Like it doesn't, none of it ties up after that, of course, because like what? But
wrong, for instance. Why would the police want to tell us when she's died and she got mum and dad and children?
Alan suggests it's because she's had some sort of embarrassing accident, so they cover it up for her own, you know, because they don't want her to feel embarrassed after she died.
Giving the game away.
Have they given the game away?
And that's 27 minutes into his broadcast. He then spends the next 20 minutes repeating the same point over and over again, and then something funny happens. So I just want to go and grab something.
Did you hear what I heard? In chat, did you all hear what I've showed you? I hope so. And there it is, look. Look how shallow it is. She could easily fall in there and get out, right? It's more plausible than what we've known so far, isn't it? It's more plausible now, isn't it?
Sorry, I just wanted to go and get my incredibly powerful boom mic. Just thought Alan would like to see it. I think it'd be funny. I've got one of these, look. An incredibly powerful boom mic. Just like they have on the telly. I've got the big stick for it. I've got the big fuzzy thing that goes over it. I've got an incredibly powerful boom mic, look. It's kind of cool, isn't it? Sorry, I thought it'd be funny.
When you see the steps.
So what happened is, Alan talked about these steps even. And he's like, "This is where Nicola Bulley climbed out." It's not. It's where the rescue people, and it's where the police went in and out. And they were actually criticised for it in some ways in the COP report. Like they talked about how they had... instead of sealing off the crime scene, they used that point to access and egress the water. So like a decision was taken. They looked at it all. The person on scene at the time, the the SIO, assessed that area for forensics in terms of they didn't see any slips, they didn't see any scrapes, they didn't see any claw marks of people trying to get out or anything like that. So they said, right, there's no obvious evidence here all right then, get the boats in, do it here. And they made a choice. And that the reason it looks like there's some steps there is because since she went missing to February the 2nd, there's been several different people, several different agencies going in and out at that point. And they sort of cut some steps into it. That's all.
When you see the steps, is this
in relation to Nicola Bully inquest? Currently stood at the bench where we believe Nicola was last before.
This was taken after by the policeman that turned up to give his statement. And yeah, so...
Who was that, Alan? You don't remember? This was a certain policeman that went there to go and assess the whole thing, to do a video he got in and to assess how it went to float over the weir, wasn't it? Went there to give his statement.
At the inquest.
On behalf of the coroner, before the inquest.
So let's see if he makes any mistakes. If he gives away what he knows, it'd be interesting.
What would he know about it?
When he climb out with the steps.
The steps.
Not find it.
So Alan gets excited anyway because he's uploaded this to TikTok.
Stop, Davey. She climbed out here.
Brilliant, that proves it. So he uploads it to TikTok, right? And his TikTok, because his TikToks have been doing really badly again. 1,000, 1,000, 6,000, 1,000, 1,000, 600, 1,000. Like, when you consider TikTok as well, like, you've got to get 10 times the number of views, 100 times the number of views as a YouTube video, because they're only very short number of views. Like, they're a short click, they're a short skim. So, you know, you need to do 10 times the numbers on TikTok to make any sense. He's doing really badly, and he dropped this one. It's actually got up to 20,000. And TikTok apparently sent him an email.
And the importance of what I've discovered, it's like, what have I done? I don't even know what I've done here. Have I changed the case?
No.
What have I done?
What have you done? Did you make it up? Have you faked it? Or did you legit find something? And if you legit found something, why aren't you showing everyone the source? And then once we validate, because like with Alan, it's this fucking stupid thing where it could legit be legit. He could legit have found something, but you can't even trust that with Alan. So you have to then try and find the source. And then once you found the source, you decide, okay, it might be legit. And then it's legit that it exists, but it's not legit that it means what he thinks it means. So what have you done? You've misinterpreted something and put it there out of context to make it seem like something it's not.
Yeah, she climbed out here. Is this not important, guys? Seems to be going quite well on TikTok. Let's see what TikTok's having to say about it. It's been up the same time as we've been doing this show. It's probably had a lot of views. 10,000 views.
Where's Nancy?
I'll tell you what they're
Torture the
saying,
battery
okay?
boy.
So,
Torture the
what
battery
the
boy.
TikTokers are saying about it. If that's where she got out, what happened then? Well, I agree. What did happen?
Yeah, what the fuck? What do you mean?
This is shocking revelations.
I have skipped over some of this because he gets pretty graphic and pretty awful, where he suggests that the reason Nicola had, in his opinion, he basically suggests she's been buried nearby and she's therefore covered in mud, and that's part of the I just got scared then. I thought something was on my arm. It was just the tie from my trousers was on my arm, and I thought it was like an insect. I was like, what was that? Yeah, Alan suggests that she was covered in mud. She wasn't. The inquest doesn't say that. The autopsy doesn't say. He over-eggs the pudding. He embellishes things to make it seem worse than it was, and then it fits some sort of weird narrative where she's climbed out of the river into some sort of shallow grave, which hasn't been found, and then she's been dumped in the river again afterwards.
Guillotine. What happened after that then? What do I think happened? I don't know.
Because, like, some of us, like, you know, I might live in a world myself where I don't know if she went in and out of the river necessarily. Like, you know, it could entertain it, but I don't think she climbed out and the police knew about it. is that where she got out? Like, why wouldn't they have just reported it? Like, we think she went in the river, but we think she climbed out, and we don't know what happened after that. Like, why wouldn't they have just reported that?
Someone else thinks it's the dog, right? You're going to get people like that, right? The dog is dry. Oh, it's the dog. No, it's not the frigging dog. The dog was dry.
You're going to get some people who think it's Nicola Bulley herself that they're talking about.
Out and then was murdered.
Which seems more reasonable to you than some people assuming it was the dog. Because the nonchalant way the police were shouting about it, you would think it was something less important than Nicola Bulley herself, but no.
And then placed where she was found later, says someone. Sounds like climb down, so someone else. Get a grip. Oh, there's always one of these, isn't there, right? This is the ones I love. Why watch? Listen to this, look, Craig. Get a grip, for F's sake. Let the woman rest in peace. Enough with the rubbish. All these armchair detectives, you haven't got a clue. Well, I just discovered the police talking about Nicola climbing out. I would have...
I'm going to pause it there. Let's listen to the TikTok.
I believe what I found here. Police were searching the river for Nicola Bulley here on the 2nd of Feb. And it's Northern Office for the Marine Division. So these are police.
Very quiet,
police
isn't it?
divers they have. And they're there on the 2nd of Feb. And as you see here, the mainstream media have very strong mic. And they pick up what's being said between a policeman and a policewoman. I can't believe my ears. Listen to this.
That's what she got out. She climbed out here. That's what she got out. She climbed out here.
Is that where she got out? Answer, she climbed out here. Says, all right, love, don't worry. Wow. This is a massive slip-up, right?
That's what she got out. She climbed out here. That's what she got out. She climbed out here. That's what she got out. She climbed out here.
Well, what they're saying is that Nicola Bulley climbed out. That's right by the bench. She got out by the bench. I don't believe it. Is that where she got out? Yeah, she climbed out here. She climbed out here. By the bench. So she went in and climbed out. That's what I said all along. Have the police given it a game up? Have the police given the game up, Governor?
I'm not going to watch the rest of it, but, you know, make up your own mind, I suppose. I've given you my opinion. That's Alan's opinion.
Thought that that's quite important, whoever that was. What the hell? We've always known we've been kept in the dark by the police. Lisa says they're referring to the dog. Lisa hasn't got a Scooby-Doo. The dog was dry. That's going to go viral, I think. Someone says this is such a crock of mess.
He thinks it's going to go viral. It didn't go viral.
You're going to get like cross sections, but the main thing is, this is something new, isn't it? This is something new in Nicola Bulley. Police talking about Nicola climbing out. Two policemen are quite aware that Nicola got out of the water.
Something new, isn't it? Something new. So here's a man who has admitted himself to spend 6 hours trawling through footage today. He's found some clip. He's put it out there, something new. Whether it actually is a legitimate piece of evidence or it's just convenient to him to have something new that he can twist. Classic Alan, huh? And this is why people were so angry with him about the Chris Watts stuff, because he was doing this and it pertained to the death of those poor children and their mother. And this, again, it like when the reality of it, you know, we're having a fun time on Nutterwatch tonight, and we're going to watch his, after this, you know, debacle, we're going to watch his favourite TV people on the Valentine's one, which should be a bit more fun. But, you know, spare a thought for poor Nicola Bulley, whose name is now literally being dragged through the mud by Alan, who's suggesting that she's climbed in and out, the police knew, they're shouting about it. Like, this isn't helping to solve the case, it's not helping to get to the end of the truth, it's just a nutter on the internet talking self-serving rubbish, in my opinion.
I think that's...
Vicky wants to know how much Alan has given Nancy's given Alan in the past. Oh yeah, okay, so we do it sometimes. I'll quickly do it for you. Calculator. Like, we all know and agree that Nancy gives Alan between $300 and $500 a week, yeah? Or in the past, on a rough estimate. the average, you know, she drops 100 here, 100 there, 200, 300. Let's say it's 300 a week. Just that's a low estimate, 300. We know she gives more. We could add it up to 500. Let's start with 300 a week. And let's say she gives a couple of weeks off a year. Let's say she does it 50 weeks a year. £300 times 50 weeks. That's $1,500. That's a living wage on a minimum wage at a part-time job. If she gives more than that, if she gives 500 a week, 50 weeks a year, she gives him 2,500 a year, or did give him 2,500 a year. That's a lot more money than you'd think someone should normally be giving someone on average on YouTube tippies. It's a lot of money, isn't it? That's an awful lot of money.
Where's Nancy? Where I want it. Where is Nancy anyway?
So somewhere between 12 and £22,000 a year. Maybe more if she's feeling generous, because sometimes she dropped 1,000, you know, in one stream. You don't know, you know, but it's an incredible amount of money, isn't it? An incredible amount of money. He can't cry about money after he's had that for 4 years rolling off one person, can he? Like, why does he even need any tippies? Wow, it's an incredible amount of money.
Pretty much. Mind-blowing.
Mind-blowing. So he did his TikTok, and then, yeah, we're watching this.
And they're not like saying, oh, do you think she might have climbed out? No, they're going, oh, Mark, is that where she climbed out? Is that where she got out? And he goes, yeah, you're right, that's where she climbed out, yeah. Oh, all right then. Like they knew. Those steps were right there. She climbed up the steps. Good grief. I can't get over it. I've got to do it again. I can't help it. It's
Police were searching the river for Nicola Bully here on the 2nd. They pick up.
Climb down here.
This is a.
Climb down here.
They're pretty big ears.
Spot. But where did she go? How come no one saw her? She went in. Came out.
Were you picking your ears there on your stream?
But where did she go? How come no one saw her? She went in, came out. How come no one saw her? If any of you other channels are watching me tonight, give me some credit, will you please, when you use my stuff tomorrow?
All credit to Alan Vinicum for discovering that he thinks that Nicola Bully went in the river, come out some steps that didn't exist before the search people went, that were noted in some of the, like, I'm pretty sure, I mean, it's just my memory, just off the top of my memory, but I'm pretty sure it's in the COP report about this cutting into these steps, or someone mentioned it, about how, like, you know, because they talk about the scene, don't they? They talk about the point of where she might have fallen in the river and what it was like, and they describe it. And I'm, you know, this guy who went and did the thing where he's in and out of the water there, like, they talk about what it was like there and how, like, they didn't see there was any, like, if they thought there was an easy way for her to climb out the water on some steps, they would have talked about it. But instead, because there wasn't, they had to put them in for the safety of the people who were going in to search for her. But so I will give him credit for being a nauseating cretin.
I know that a certain female will go, look what I found. Hello, it's me. Da-da-da-dee. Look what I found. Buy a mug.
Vicky Marie gets it. Eddie, look, he's your friend.
For God's sake, give me credit. Just copy me every time.
In relation to the Nicola Bully inquest, currently stood at the bench where we believe Nicola was last before she may have entered the water. As you can see, as you go down to the river, it is quite a steep slope.
You can watch this on my channel.
Eddie's got like Eddie's got a bit of the bully nose, hasn't he? And when you put that nose and that bit of the face against Ernie, like, there's actually a bit of a similarity. Apparently he says he doesn't take any drugs or drink or anything, so
the river is probably down about, hopefully you can see on the screen.
Stand up and you walk up the steps. I'm starting to believe that what they're saying is true.
Straight down in the water to around 4 meters.
I'm starting to believe that what they're saying is true. Alan, it's you saying it on your video.
Once I get into obviously this was searched.
He just repeats it over and over for an episode. But wait, we're getting
Someone just
good.
TikTok just messaged me and said that I've got a video going.
So this is classic.
Right, done that all we can. So I'm someone just TikTok just messaged me and said that I've got a video going viral and I should go live on there to promote it. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to leave this early now, 55 minutes. And if you want to watch me on TikTok, I'm going to go there in about 10 minutes and just go over this with the TikToky people because they're going crazy for it over there. So I'm going to have to go do a TikTok live.
They're going crazy for it over there. Somehow in the chat, Welsh Pam and other people got confused and thought there were 3,000 people there. There weren't. There was less people on his TikTok than was on his Rumble. And the reason you seem to have a few people on the TikTok is because people literally go in, they skim, they're gone. They're in, they skim, they're gone. They're in, they skim, they're gone. They're looking for something to watch. Alan goes through on that, next. And he basically had all the same normal people and like 5 or 10 different TikTok people through the doors. And obviously us nutters who are interested. Like, it was a disaster. TikTok sent him a tweet to say go live. He sent him an email to say go live. He bit the bait, which was a marketing ploy from TikTok, and he did this.
It's impossible not to find her. If that's where she went in, which they're saying, oh yeah, that's where she went in,
And what this is he's using his phone to show you his screen on his laptop and talking to his phone. So it's like this shit Inception where you're getting like, look at how zoomed in the picture is, because you can literally see he's filming his screen on his phone.
Climbed out. How do they know she climbed out?
So if you want to watch the fullness of it, the comedic disaster that was his TikTok live, and it's time limited, it's not up there anymore, it's gone. And once he was like on a timer, he had to go on TikTok live 40 minutes, then it's gone. And at the end, I think he got less interest in it, and he didn't end up with the viral. He ended up with 28,000 views, so it didn't help in any way. And I think he's pretty cross by that, because he uploaded the same thing again today. Nicola Bully case changer, covert recording. He uploaded it again, and it picked up another 15,000 views, but no one cares. And if you want to watch the full TikTok live, you have to check out Trisha's recent upload, recent stream where she covered it, because I'm not covering it, and it was there and she covered it. So but I can't believe that he did that. It was awful, wasn't it? What he's just done is absolutely diabolical. Made up a load of nonsense out of nothing. Do you think the police were stood there on the riverbank in front of the Associated Press shouting, "Is this where she got out?" And then it didn't turn into a story. The only world that could exist in, all the police, I mean, this is Chris's Substack level stuff, isn't it? This is like proper conspiracy level world. All the police know about it, the low level police as well, not like the high end, people in upstairs rooms, but just 2 chuffers who were sent down there to do the searching in the river that day, the divers, some of the, not low level, they're not low level, but you know what I mean, like the diving police who were there to go and search. They know she wasn't in there and she climbed out. So what they're searching for there, I don't know. Maybe bits of her clothing or something, evidence. But for some reason, they're not prepared to tell the general public. They are, of course, allowed to just shout about it in public, because all the Associated Press know as well, and are just not going to tell us. They're there for their own reasons, to the point where they would record it and publish it, but not want anyone to know about it. They don't want to keep it secret necessarily. They don't care if you know about it. It just seems so contrived. It's much more likely, isn't it, just for my opinion, just one more time, it's much more likely that they were talking about somebody else that had got in and out of the river during part of the search. Or maybe they were making a bad joke. It seemed to me like somebody had gone in the river to do some searching, and they've said, "Where shall I get out the river? Where do we want me to pull me out?" And they've said, "Is this where she got out?" Meaning the previous person that had gone and done a search. "Is this where she told us to get out?" And they're just following, like, I don't know. Yeah, make of it what you want, eh? Make of it what you want. At least I've got a reasonable explanation for it. I'm hoping that it's not some sort of weird, unreasonable nonsense. What I'm saying. You know, I think it's more unreasonable to think that the police would shout about it in public like that under the watchful gaze of camera crews with boom mics. Whoops. Damn it, we've given the game away. And once given the game away, being as everyone's in on it, we'll publish it so that you can find it on the internet. Yeah. Maybe that would be too much of a conspiracy, eh? Maybe it's getting out of hand at that point. Suppose you could look at the wider footage and find out. You could even ask the people, but Alan's not doing anything like that. He's just shouting about it on the internet as if it's a revelation and he's someone special. And he's not, of course, as we all know, he's not. He's an idiot. And with that in mind, let's have a look at his True Crime Valentine. True Crime Valentine. And I did, the Rumble adverts are horrible, aren't they? I did promise some free gifted memberships as well. Let's gift out, because I get to gift out. YouTuber gives them to me to gift them out, look. So I get to gift them out free of charge. So there's a gift from me to you, chuffers. Enjoy it. Enjoy it. Get on the and thank you very much to Redfan for actually paying for the gifted memberships earlier. The gifted memberships enable you to watch some previously unreleased content, of which some of it gets a bit dark, to be honest. There's an episode about Alan going to Vinny's bar, so get on that, have a look at it, you'll enjoy it. And I try and do a new members video once a month. No big promise, but I hope members be members for the sake of supporting the show. No big promise on the membership content, but I do find that there's some stuff that we just end up with and it just feels like members content, so it ends up going there. So get and enjoy it. Right, next, this is Alan's Valentine's. It's another chuffing. Why? I was just literally moved away from the advert. Rumble's awful. Alan's Valentine special. And there's a lot of copyright material in it. But I'm sure we'll find some gems, some joy here, won't we? You right, Alan? Doing the old Valentine's intro?
Armchair Detective.
Not sure.
Armchair Detective is here on Valentine's Day.
You got a picture
Valentine's Day. God, it's exciting, isn't it, Valentine's Day? Only if you got a girlfriend. Or a damn boyfriend, or both.
Or both. Some people do, some people do have relationships with more than one person at the same time. But most of us would settle for just one.
Both? Yeah, well, we live in enlightened times, don't we? Good evening. Who's first to see me? Anna Palaxis. Quick on the draw. I thought I'd put a jacket on tonight, purely because...
It's like a date. You've got to go to the bank to talk about that loan.
Don't know who's watching. I might get a partner, right?
You think because it's Valentine's Day, people might be hornies, and wearing a jacket might switch them over from just watching this and thinking you're a goon to wanting to have sex with you. Okay.
Normally I'm, I think a little bit smarter tonight, yeah. A little bit smarter. How are you?
I'm alright. I'd be much better if you would move that microphone from the corner of the room to in front of your face and talk into it. That would really make my day, but it will never happen. It sits there in the back like a sex toy on a stick. The only man in the world that has his microphone ambient in the room.
All those people that haven't got an actual partner.
Well, some that have and choose to spend their time watching you for some reason. I managed to hold this off until a week, at least a week. What was it? No, 2 weeks later now.
You're like me.
You're like you.
Solo. Hands Solo.
Hands. So.
And that brings...
Turtleneck. Get it up under the... Pull your neck back. Get it. Tuck your neck into the...
Brings me to what am I talking about tonight? TV crime.
Yeah. I thought Valentine's you would... Why did you choose TV crime?
Because I haven't got a partner.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, like, you know, like the crime shows from the past.
I know.
Hi.
Where's Nancy?
Wait. I mean, these sort of crime shows from the past.
The blonde one, the dark one, and the butch one. The cop, I don't remember the names, would always have a partner, wouldn't he? And sometimes he'd have a female partner, and she know.
What? Oosh.
Normally got killed. Film.
She normally got what?
You know, like the crime shows from the past. The cop would always have a partner, wouldn't he?
The cop would have a partner that would also be a cop. Morse and Lewis, like Lewis is also a police.
And sometimes he'd have a female partner, and she normally got killed.
Did she? Did they?
Film. The female partners normally got killed, didn't they? Oh my god, I'll get revenge. Anyway, so get yourself connected. It's better. Get smart. Yeah, Armchair Detective. Armchair Detective. Happy Valentine's. Thank you for the ladies that sent me all the cards. What do you mean? Who'd send you a card? Yeah, I got some cards. Not going to name them because I get trolled. But thanks to my supporters that sent me a card. I appreciate it.
Do they have his address?
Can't really name.
Look at him. What's happened to his neck? He's cut himself, look. He's cut himself shaving. Look at his neck there. He's cut it. That's why he kept fiddling with the collar. That's why he kept messing around with the collar, look. He's cut himself. Or maybe some woman scratched him. Because it is Valentine's, isn't it? So, you know, maybe he's had his Valentine's date and someone scratched at his neck. That's a bit of a bad sign, a bit of a worrisome sign. Because it could be a shaving cut. But he doesn't look like clean shaven. It's actually more worrisome, isn't it? Like, it actually looks like, I'm joking about it, but this is Alan we're talking about, so, you know, anything's possible, isn't it? Like, the scary, dirty bastard. So, because, you know, he does horrible, potentially criminal things, doesn't he? So, what's that on his neck? Is it vampire?
Good luck with your channel, son. Good luck with your channel, son.
What do you think about that on his neck? What's your opinions on... Let's have your opinions in chat. What's that on his neck? Because it looks like it's more than one mark, and it looks like a bit of a scratch rather than just a spot. Like, is that a shaving? Because he doesn't look clean shaven over here. Like, what's going on with his neck? Didn't spot that.
I've got a big armchair.
We should check for crimes in the area.
It's a shame, isn't it? It's a shame when I'm so trolled, I can't even name people that are nice to
I've got a big armchair. Oh yeah. I've got a dog. I've got a pedigree dog. As much chicken as I can eat.
The Valentine's special's been ruined. Scary man Vinicum, look. Police photo fit, have you seen this man? Valentine's ruined official. Oh.
It's typical, isn't it?
What's going on with your neck? Someone tried to fight you off?
It's typical.
It looks... Like it's shaving cut. It's going to be smaller than that, isn't it?
Armchair Detective. Armchair Detective.
You seem normal repeating your name like that. That seems fine.
What am I going to do for you? I made you a film. No, I made you a video. Silly Nana, shut your ears. I know you hate me singing. I don't sing, I talk. And I made this especially for my ladies, for the ladies. Tongue in cheek. Hang on. Are we addicted or are we in love? Well, first of all,
Oosh.
you need to get it on the screen.
Idiot.
Idiot.
I said what? I said it and he said it. That was a good one. He's decided he's made you a film. When he says he's made you a film, what he's done is top 10 female detectives in TV shows from Watch Mojo. So he hasn't done anything. He's got YouTube. It's called Miss Mojo. It's a YouTube channel, and he's decided to watch that. So he's not done anything.
Nobody send me messages on Facebook.
Big ups. Thank you very much for Cherish Your Grandchildren.
Torture the battery boy.
High heels on my tippies. Dough, say and Gabbana, that's on my tippies.
Thank you very much, Cherish Your Grandchildren. Interesting name.
You understand?
Should we call you Cherish?
High heels on my tippies.
The blonde one, the dark one, and the butch one. I don't remember the names. It's all about Valentine's, right? And the main thing is, I'm telling you now, to all my spanners, do not write anything while I'm on Facebook. I'll be on Facebook for about 5 minutes, that's all. So let's keep it that way for a minute or two.
Oh, this is poetry. He's been using Facebook recently because he obviously can't use... He used to use YouTube as a video platform, so he could use it, watch the videos, upload the videos, use the videos. And what he tends to do is he likes to download something, steal it, and upload it to somewhere else, and then use it for his show, yeah? So with this, it looks like what's happening is he's using Facebook as a video platform, and it's not a very good one. And if someone talks to him, it will pop up in the thing while he's on live. So it invites so many different problems. So I'm really happy that he's finally given up on actually using YouTube, even illicitly, secretly behind the scenes. I think I'm happy with that.
Okay, so let's add this to the screen. Da 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 da. Full episode Armchair Detective Facebook. Here we go. These are my own words to the Frank Sinatra song, My Funny Valentine, and they are represented here by female detectives that I admired down the years, and also female presenters. She's my favourite.
Alan's Wank Bank.
You might. I'm not going to name them. It's up to you to name them yourself.
You couldn't remember who it was. She's my favourite. I'm not going to name her.
Have a little bit of fun in chat. Who are these female detectives?
Have a little bit of
Are we
fun.
addicted, or are we in love with true crime?
Oh, it's brilliant, Alan. You can't even hear the video properly because it's herky-jerky through your internet.
Bit of both. My Funny Valentine.
My Funny Valentine.
My Funny Valentine. He sang it in the background. You heard him sing it as well. Has this been on Smule? Obviously, I've got my background music on. We might have to turn off my background music for a second. Let's just bin that off for a second. It is getting a bit powerful, my background music, because we've got the compressor on so that we can hear Alan because his microphone's so awful. I need to just quickly check his Smule to see if he's been using it to... No, he hasn't used Smule to create this. So this has come from somewhere else. Eddie, do you like it? What do you think about it? Eddie really likes it. Eddie and the Chimp Squad. I want to be like you. Doodly-doo.
Sweet comic. My Funny Valentine.
My Funny Valentine.
Sweet comic. Valentine.
How did that go?
You make me smile with my heart.
One of those was Wonder Woman.
I
wasn't even paying attention. Hang on. We've got Cagney from Cagney and Lacey, or Lacey, one of them.
Sweet comic.
This is actually Charlie's Angels. Look.
The blonde one, the dark one, and the butch one. I don't remember the names.
Valentine.
How did that go?
Oh, is that him singing in the room? She's Silent Witness, isn't she? Is Eddie on Smule too? There's a question. Eddie's got a network of people who used to enjoy, or like still enjoy, old radio that he's connected with across the world, apparently. And they must have all been pretty sad when some of their heroes got done for being massive nonces in Operation Yewtree. There's a big question for Eddie. Maybe Eddie should do a big video about this, about what it was like to have your heroes turn out to be nonces. I wonder what that was felt like. Because none of my heroes turned out to be nonces.
You make me smile.
So that was Wonder Woman. Who's this?
My heart. You're my ideal true crime
I don't know who this is either. She's his ideal true crime partner. Oh, sad Alan. This is so sad. This lady looks. Well, I don't know what she looks. I just don't even start me on it. She's got quite a strong look. No, this lady looks like Alan. Let's just be real. He's picked someone who's got also a pointy jaw and like the big glasses like Alan. He's picked someone who looks like a female version of him. She looks like Alan in a wig. Like, this is fucking weird. I mean, she doesn't always look like Alan, but for this particular shot, he's gone for the most Alan-looking woman he could find. He's found the most Alan-looking woman he could find, right? So the point I'm trying to make is that Alan's sad and he wants a crime partner woman, like, so it's him and Isla, and they do it as a duo, like Philip and Holly, Alan and Isla, and they go around, and Alan's the main one, and Isla has to, carry his bag and put up with his shit. That's what he wants, but he can't have it because he's a cock end.
in crime. Your looks are laughable.
That's from Misery, and she cripples the writer in Misery. And the reason he's got it in there is because it was in his images file from that time they did that thumbnail where they put Val in it.
Unphotographable without filters.
Without filters. You use filters, don't you, Alan? A lot of them. Luke should have used filters on his grass suit, but he was too stupid to strain it.
My favourite work of art.
That's... I don't know who that is, and the big red ball. I think it might be from an old bit of like neo-noir. It might be like even Raymond Chandler or something like that. It might be the cover of a book. It's got nothing to do with his favourite Valentine.
With those filters.
There's that woman again. He really likes her. Each to their own, I suppose.
Your figure is less than Greek.
This is someone who's a nurse.
And to be honest, you're just a little geek.
That's Harley Quinn. No, I bet he likes her. I bet he finds a few TikToks of people dressed up like her. I bet he likes a thing or two about her. He likes blondes, people are saying in chat. He's got a thing for blondes. He seems to, well, like, what we know about Alan is that...
There is no child porn on the internet. I hate to warn you that. There is no child porn on the internet. I checked.
And
AD's sexual deviant. AD's a con man. AD's a crook. AD owes tax.
But I love it.
I love it.
You open your mouth to...
She's actually a criminal. She's not a crime fighter or a, like... I don't know what... Does he know? Does he understand?
Speak. You're so very smart.
She's been on it for a long time. Now this one, whoever this is, she's got a radio in her hand. Quite pretty. Another blonde, you're
just
right.
after my own heart.
When's Vera going to be on it?
But don't change your hair for me.
Don't change your hair for me. The hair does come into it. It gets an explicit mention. Who's this wrapped up with the, like she's been in the bath? I don't know.
Not if you care for me. Stay on my channel a while longer.
Who's this? I recognise her. She's quite pretty, isn't she, and young? Isn't she, Alan? Who's she from? Is she from one of the, like, Buffy the Vampire Slayer or something? I kind of recognise her.
A little Valentine's Day. For each day.
There's an echo in chat. What do you mean? Chat's text. Who's she? She's my favourite of all of them so far. Not because she was young. I meant she was quite young for Alan. I'm still in with a shout.
It's Valentine's Day. Since Bonnie and Clyde, I've always...
Who's this one?
Just wanted...
Oh.
My little crime lady by my...
Since Bonnie and Clyde, I've always wanted my little crime lady by my side. Again, Alan's misconstruing the idea of having a detective and, like, you know, someone helping the detective or, like, assisting the detective or also doing detective work alongside the detective and being a criminal and having a partner in crime. Like, Alan actually wants to be a criminal and have a partner in crime. That's what he really wants because he keeps accidentally saying it. But he pretends that he's trying to solve crimes on the internet when his real interest in crimes is he's a criminal.
Aside. You'll figure... Well, that can be...
Going well, isn't it? All that herky-jerky internet rubbish is Alan's end. That's what he's actually broadcasting. I've not paused that. That's what it's like. So... It's just...
A little Valentine's Day. Each day, be my Valentine.
What the fuck? Who is this and what relevance is it? Where's he got it from? Yeah, this is his hard drive. This is his save file from his hard drive, yeah. You keep expecting something really bad to pop up by mistake, don't you?
Genre.
What? Who's this? Somebody will know in chat, you know. Who is it? What relevance has it got to do with true crime? Why is she the big one at the end? She's not a blonde, unlike all the others. She looks very stern and severe.
True crime. True crime.
Oh, that was Black Swan, was it? The one with the makeup. I know this one. This is the Bunny Boiler. This is from what's it called? See, I just know she's the Bunny Boiler, Fatal Attraction or whatever, or one of them. And it's not true crime. And Black Swan isn't anything to do with crime, is it? Is it? This isn't. This is Meg. What's her name? This one. This is the Bunny Boiler. This is Fatal Attraction.
It's hard to explain.
Famous.
The pain.
That's Silent Witness. I know that one. That's Silent Witness. And I don't know if he wants to shag her or he wants her to be his partner or if he wants to be the one doing the crimes that she has to fucking work out what's happened. And like, I think he's just thrown her in because it's just another like example of a woman that's roughly related to crime in some way. And it's not true crime, it's Tellis. Glenn Clogs.
Well, there we are.
Well, there we are.
Some of the ladies from True Crime.
Some of the ladies. Oh, the single ladies. Oh, the single ladies. Oh, the single ladies. Oh, the single ladies.
I'm first.
Oh, the single ladies.
I've got a big armchair.
Oh, the single ladies.
I've got a big armchair. Oh yeah, I've got a dog. I've got a pedigree dog. I got all the bling, as much chicken as I can eat, and I've got a big armchair.
The blonde one, the dark one, and the butch one. I don't remember the names.
How is this going to play well? Could you imagine? I should do it. I should do a video of all the ladies that I really think are attractive on the telly. The ones associated with crime, anyway. I mean, there's Myra Hindley. There's Lucy Letby. Sorry. Obviously, Eddie can clip that. Eddie can clip that. Oh no. Oh no.
Where's Nancy?
Eddie can clip that and make me look bad. I meant it. Obviously, I really meant it.
I've got a big armchair.
You know, don't be stupid. Lucy Letby does. No one fancies Lucy Letby. No matter how many babies she killed. No one fancies Lucy Letby. Rose West, on the other hand. There must be a sexy woman murderer. There must be at least... Oh, what's it? Nicole Kessinger. Nicole Kessinger. Why wasn't she on the thing? Why wasn't she on it? Hang on. Someone's been left out here. A certain someone in a brown bikini's been unfairly left out. She's the main one, isn't she? How come she's been left out? Child locks on and we're flying down the motorway. Do-do-do-do, do-do-do-do. I got the child locks on and I'm flying down the motorway. Do-do-do-do, do-do-do-do. Nicole's in the back with a brown bikini. Now I've got to think of something that rhymes with bikini. Got the child locks on and I'm flying down the motorway. Do-do-do-do, do-do-do-do. Nicole's in the back. We're driving downtown. We're off to pick up Eddie Brown. Just like her bikini. Eddie Brown in the back with kissing up Nicole Kessinger. She fumbles in his pants. She's not impressed. She doesn't like the way he is dressed. Flying down the motorway. Do-do-do-do. I'm musical. Eddie doesn't like... Eddie's biggest gripe with me is that I've got musical talent. And he has to play records of people that have got musical talent, and he wishes he could have some musical talent. But unfortunately, he's never going to write a classic hit like Child Locks On, Flying Down the Motorway. And instead, he's going to accuse me of stupid things that don't exist, like phantoms. Makes him look stupid. Do you look stupid, Edis? Edis, do you look stupid?
Movies and...
Where's Nicole Kessinger? Nicole Kessinger's the best one, Alan. Woman to do with crime. And you've wanted to shag her forever since you've heard of her, since you saw her in the pictures and heard that she was doing a sex cult and she gave up the bum sex. And she was involved in the crimes. That's what you want. Alan's just said it. He wants a partner in crime. He literally said it. He thinks that Chris Watts has got his Bonnie and Clyde, ride or die, Nicole Kessinger. Well, she sent him to the gas chamber, really, didn't she? But, you know, Nicole Kessinger, and you like a woman who killed children. That's what you like. And in some way, it's this is going to be the worst thing I've probably ever said about Alan. In some way, it's because you were, as a narcissist, you were aggrieved that the children took attention and financial benefit away from you. So you would have rather not had the children. So you wish they were dead, and you'd like a woman who would be prepared to kill them for you, because you're a coward and you wouldn't do it yourself. So there you go. Is my musical... What's happened about my musical talent here, regardation, please? My musical talent in widescreen for the first time. He put his willy in my mouth in widescreen for the first time. Digitally remastered. Digitally remastered. He put his willy in my mouth. When Steve Wright died, I had a big cry. I mean, I felt sad when Steve Wright died. But, you know, radio DJs didn't touch me in the ways that they did when Eddie was a kid. When Eddie was a kid, radio DJs really touched people. Didn't they? I grew up in a different world. Where people like Alan touch people on the internet.
Where's Nancy?
There is no child porn on the internet. I hate to warn you that. There is no child porn on the internet. I checked.
I'm not trying to cause them alarm and distress. It's all jokes. This is just fair comment on YouTube.
Harassment or unwanted behaviour that makes someone feel degraded.
Well, they don't have to watch.
You know what shouldn't be on YouTube.
Calling people racists when they're not really racists. That shouldn't be on YouTube. That's real bad. Because you know it, Eddie. You know the truth. You know you twisted that. You know it. You know what I meant. You know I didn't, and I've never. Like, it's just ridiculous. It's a horrible thing to do. Horrible.
True crime.
Big up Stone, Chorley FM coming in your ears. Classic bit of the old... do you remember the old Phoenix Nights? They were good, weren't they? The old Phoenix Nights. Good old Great Britain, eh? With its great British comedy, and it's, you know, good old Great Britain. I'm glad that I don't live a million miles away in New Zealand, ostracised from my family and everything that I love and grew up with. I'm glad that my only sort of contact with nostalgia isn't just the radio shows that I used to hear and that I can actually go and enjoy all the lovely local familiar things, eh?
That's where we are.
AD would shag a blonde wig. AD would jerk off. Oh, he puts the blonde wig on, he looks at himself in the mirror and jerks off, doesn't he? He puts on the clothes, he goes in the black room, and he makes a video of himself.
All the Valentine's cards and the Valentine's roses and the Valentine's. Enough of that. Right, so now we got Valentine's out of the way. I thought, thank you, Liz, thank you. Yeah, I thought I'd talk about females in crime. I'll start off with some detective TV shows from the recent past that you might know and you might not know. You may do and you may not know. Still many of these you recognise.
So aren't most of his spanners American?
From the old days and the new days. It's always so slow here on this.
You all right, Alan?
I'll get it on in a minute. Share.
It's a bit of a disappointment this Valentine's Day, isn't it? I'll get it up in a minute, I promise.
Okay.
Oh.
Who are these then?
I don't know who they are, but both of them I find quite attractive instinctively. And I recognise the one on the left a little bit more, I think, from something. But both of them are quite attractive, aren't they, Alan? So we're doing well so far. Which one do you want, Alan? Old Al. This is me and Al could go out on the town, right? And we could try, like, obviously, whoever I talk to, I'll talk to this one. She'll have a nice time talking to me, and Alan will make this one feel really annoyed for the whole time, and she'll want to hate it and want to go. And I'll be like, no, I don't, like, you know, can't you carry on talking to Alan? I'm having a really good time talking to your friend. And she'll be like, no, I want to go. I want to go. And I, oh, sorry, don't worry, I'll take him. I'll go and sort him out. You know, it'll be like that, won't it? Alan will cause problems, but I'll give her a kissy. Alan won't get a kissy. Alan's not going to get a kissy. They're CSI, are they? Crime, sexy intelligence. Crime, what is it?
See, this is after my time. I don't know who these are.
You're not dead.
Tell you something, lady. If you don't care about catching this up...
Yes, I...
I'm sorry, what? You scared me a little.
In a minute. Share. Okay. Who are these then? See, this is after my time. I don't know who these are.
Tell you something, lady. If you don't care about catching this up...
Yes, I...
need the way we're out of here.
Obviously, herky-jerky as fuck, but it's good because we don't want to get the copyright strikes from Miss Mojo. And usually, if you were playing a Miss Mojo video on your YouTube stream, you would probably get copyright strikes because their stuff is just completely full of just content from other places that are like high proper, you know, like the telly. They just clips from the telly. So Alan's replaying clips from the telly, but his internet's so herky-jerky that you can't even really tell. But it's from Miss Mojo. I can't believe he would make his like audience endure this. He put his own thing together. It's less than 8 minutes of his show, and the rest of his show, he's going to play a YouTube video that's just a really banal, not very good YouTube video. So we'll watch a little bit of it, and then we'll obviously skip past that, and we'll just get on with his talking bits in the middle. But I want to show a bit of it because, like, it's awful.
Welcome to Ms. Mojo, and today we're counting down our picks for the top 10 respective police departments. We're focusing on those ladies whose examination and evaluation skills help solve crimes and catch criminals.
I'm an asshole, but help me or get out of my way.
We'll only be handling the live action ladies here, so animated snoops like the gals from the Scooby-Doo gang.
Like all that internet cutting in and out, that's what happens on his stream. It's just herky-jerky. He doesn't have the facility to watch a YouTube video and broadcast the same video at the same time on his stream and his computers. He can't do it. He's not a good streamer like that. He doesn't have the technical capability, so he should just stop doing it. But since all of his content, I mean, a lot of my content hinges on doing that, so I've got the technical capability because it's necessary. But with Alan, like, his content hinges on it because he's got nothing else to say. Whereas with me, this is like part of what we do. Whereas Like, you know, I've done other content where I've got stuff to say, but Eddie's got a lot to say, hasn't he? I'll tell you someone who's got a lot to say is that Eddie's vinyl break. Except once he said it, he deletes it and takes it down because he's a bit of a coward like that, isn't he? Bit of a weird one, that is, isn't Eddie? To delete things and then take them down afterwards in sort of a weird, cowardly, sort of sneaky, snidey, cowardly way, isn't it? Bit of a sneaky snide, aren't we, Eddie? If we're going to say that I'm a racist now because I said that once in the privacy of my own home, I vocalised the N-word to hear how it sounded coming out of my mouth as something that's the worst thing that I could think of, bad word that I could say, and be like, wow, that's shocking. I don't ever say that. I never would have a chance to say that, a cause to say it, reason to say it. It would feel awful coming out of my mouth. I would never use it as a pejorative against another person. So to say it at home is like an illicit thing that, wow, and it's the only way I could try and get into your head, your nut bar, while you're enjoying throwing your horror around at all the people that you want to poke at. And it was at Vicky this, it was at Trisha that, and having a poke at her. Like, we all know now, I'll tell you what we all know for sure now. I'll tell you what we know for sure now is Eddie wasn't fucking about when he was talking about Trisha's situation in the past, and the serious situation. I don't even want to say the words because it might get me demonetized, but we're probably going to get demonetized anyway, aren't we? But like a serious situation, domestic situation. Eddie shouldn't have been bringing that up in that way, and he was doing it to have a real poke and a poke at the most hurty thing. That's what he was trying to do. We can all see it now because we all know what he tries to do, and he's trying to paint me as a racist to try and tarnish me with something that's just absolute rot, just total rot. Let's clip me out of context. Let's try and make me look bad. That's just low, isn't it? That's worm behaviour. That's maggoty worm, isn't it? Not very good. Not very high end. Not Dolby surround sound. Rubbish. You're disappointed, Eddie. You did bitter. Bit bitter. So bitter you come lemon juice. You come lemon pips. Oh, I'm coming lemon pips. Not happy, is he? Alan's having a better time.
We'll be on
Scooby-Doo.
a different list.
Somebody did it to deliberately scare us.
Oh, she was hot. Oh, sexy cartoon lady. What happened to cartoon lady? She just makes videos saying like, chill out everyone, be nice to each other. Fair enough. So this, Alan watches the whole of the Watch Mojo, and it's like a 10-minute video.
You can do your job and not wait for me to come to the rescue. All right, that's enough.
And it's all jerky herky.
So there you go, some modern day stuff, right? Let me take you back to 1965.
Ah!
1965. Yo. And my first experience.
What was that?
Females in crime.
My first experience of females in crime. Oh. Okay, before you get there, Alan, let's all have a little chat between us in the chat. You chuffers in chat. What's your first experience of it? You've just seen a load of them. Do you remember your first experience of a female in crime? It's a bit of a weird specific, isn't it? A bit of a weird specific. I remember it being, I'd say my nan, like, not my nan, she wasn't a female in crime, but we used to stay up and watch the telly, me and my nan, like, when I was supposed to be going to nights, I'd stay up and watch a bit of extra telly, and she would like the crime stuff a bit, and Cagney and Lacey, I'd probably say that was one of my earliest shows that I ever recognised in my brain as being a thing I remember, and they were specifically females in crime, weren't they? So I'd probably go with Cagney and Lacey, or Miss Marple, or I'll tell you what about, you've probably said it in chat already, some of you, what about, okay, Scooby-Doo, yeah, maybe the Scooby-Doo ladies, but what about Murder, She Wrote? She was on the screen a bit earlier as well. Murder, She Wrote. Bit of Murder, She Wrote. You enjoy a bit of Murder, She Wrote, don't you? Yeah, Murder, She Wrote would have probably... Female in crime. I'll tell you what was weird about Murder, She Wrote is that she was like... Cagney and Lacey, you could tell they were out to kick ass. You could tell just from the start sequence. I reviewed that recently in Modern Times. It's probably on Super Clipper or something. There's probably a clip of me doing it. In fact, if there is, I'll probably have a little quick watch of it, but it will get me copyright strikes. I'm pretty sure it does. I'm pretty sure it gets me copyright strikes. Hey, where's my Super Clipper channel? I gotta find my own channel. Oh, you suck. You suck so bad, YouTube. There's a way. Where there's a willy, there's a way. Not there, there isn't. This is probably a waste of everyone's time. Super Clipper. Some videos that were. Here's a little clips. Might resurrect it. 7 months ago I was doing some clips. Is there one here that's something to do with... I got 1,000 views on one of my clips. Is there Cagney and Lacey? No? I'm pretty sure I uploaded a clip about Cagney and Lacey once. No, I watched the theme tune and reviewed it. Anyway, she looks in a window of a shop. One of them. It's not worth it. It's not worth it.
Policewoman. Policewoman. Otherwise known as Angie Dickinson.
No, that's the real deal. What are you on about? That's Bargain Hunt.
Look at this. This is vintage.
This is one of the old 70s pornos. What's this? There's the heels. He likes them, doesn't he? Alan loves a bit of them.
Heels on my tippies. Dough, say and Gabbana, that's on my tippies. Top.
Are you chuffing? Right, I've had one full chocolate milk. Second chocolate milk. The second chocolate milk. The Golden Girls, they're not crime. Thank you for being a friend. Travel down the road and back again. And a company. And if it does, I put it in a red. I even know. Oh, hang on, I know that bit. Thank you for being a friend. This will get me copyright. Travel around the road and back again.
Thank you for being a friend. Travel down the road and back again. Your heart is true. You're a pal and a confidant.
Woo! And if you do a story, buy you everything you need. Cheers, yeah. I used to put Cheers in my set. I used to play it on the guitar. Me and this girl used to sing it. We used to sing that. Me and this girl.
Making your way in the world today takes everything you've got. Taking a break from all your worries, sure would help a lot. Wouldn't you like to get away?
Sometimes you wanna go where you're drunk every day. Where you're drunk every day. You wanna go where people know you're drunk every single day. Everybody's drunk all day, every day. Da, 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 da. You want Hill Street Blues as well? We'll do Hill Street Blues. This is better than Alan's stuff, to be honest, isn't it? This is already, our stream is just taking on a new level, just being 10 times a million better than Alan. We'll do Cagney and Lacey as well after this. Woo! Du, 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 du. Hang on. I'm thinking of Cagney and Lacey. What's this? Oh yeah, and it pauses and they're all the faces. I loved that about the American telly when they did that. I used to love that. When it pauses and they do the faces. That's really good. Starring, featuring. Like that. They used to do that for the telly. Do you know they don't do that for YouTube videos these days, do they? You don't see that at the start of a YouTube video usually. An extended musical piece with everyone's face and a montage.
I don't know what you heard about me.
M-I-M-P.
Let's have Cagney and Lacey. Let's do that. I see already. I remember my first reacting to this. What I think's so brilliant about this is already it starts with this. Sorry, the Forest Stroll relaxing music's gonna have to stop. It starts with this like saxophone thing, this saxophone riff that says what the like you don't, because most of the telly that I was watching with my nan late at night or towards the end of the evening was like the normal telly on the UK. It doesn't have saxophone riffs like this. Like this is something else. What city is this even? Is this New York? I think it's New York, isn't it? Yes! Oh, we're watching telly now. We're watching the American telly now. Extended saxophone riff that you thought was going to drop and then it didn't, and then it dropped. And then the high-powered, high-pumping, saxophonic, melodic New York City streets. She's on the phone. This one's shocked. It's all happening now. This isn't the slow-paced policing of bloody chuffing Heartbeat. This isn't the slow-paced policing of Doc Holland. What's the one in the UK where he's living by the boats? Port Isaac. It's not that. This is hot stuff. They've got guns. Look at that. New York. It's New York. The proper badges. Proper cops. 730 and 763. Cagney and Lacey. There they are, look. They're both women. All the people in the frame are women. They don't stand for any shit, do they? Look. This one certainly doesn't. She was eggy most of the time. Da-da-da. This will get me copyright. The Equalizer, yeah, definitely the top. We'll switch to Equalizer. I've already done a react to this once in my streaming career anyway. There's one of these bits. We'll find the bit where she walks past the window, because this bit annoys me a little bit, but... Look, she stopped. Well, it's not. She's a showcase. She stops, and I was like, "Look, it's a fur coat, so bad for it being a fur coat." But look, she's in New York. She stops, and she has a good look in the window of the shop, and a partner has to come and grab her and say, "Hey, we've got police work to be doing, madam. We can do our women's shopping later. Don't let your womanly desire to shop override your slightly more masculine desire to solve crimes and fire a gun. This is cop show time, Cagney and Lacey." We've made the point that we're women. We know that we like shopping, but get back on the job. And then this is the high-powered group of misogynists that try and put them down. They don't actually, in the main. In Cagney and Lacey, the male characters seek to support Cagney and Lacey because Cagney and Lacey give them shit all the time. It's just, wow, Waxman's got to give them jobs, and where's Cagney and Lacey when I need them? But he gets, like, they don't put up with any shit. He, like, there's Carl Lumbey, big, like, I'm not racist, but the media is, so he's got a big block of drugs there, because he's black, look, big black block of drugs. Eddie will love that. Why don't we clip that? Let's make Scott look racist there now. Carl Lumbey, big black block of drugs in his hand. Racism. Scott's a racist. Scott doesn't like Carl Lumbey because he's black. He prefers Cagney and Lacey because they're white. So he was very happy about his drugs there, though. Who's this? The love interest. The sexy love interest. Couldn't afford Hasselhoff, but we got Martin Cove instead. And Signe Clute here as another character in Cagney and Lacey. And this is one of them's married to this guy. He's one of their husbands. And look, he's giving her a kiss and doing their sandwiches, look. Or she gives him his sandwiches. She gives him his sandwiches because even though she's a high-powered, busy... Look, she's still done lunch for her husband because... Forget it. What was the last one? The Equalizer. Dun 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 dun. Or didn't remember that right, did I? It's a bit loud, isn't it? It's a bit aggressive. Wasn't there a bit of talking at the start that had something about like if you are on your own? That was that the A-team. If you need someone help and you don't know anyone to help, talk to the A-team. I thought this went or was that Knight Rider? Moonlighting was one of the first programs I actually remember watching as a kid ever. That I just sort of like watched it. It was adult telly. I had it on my little telly, and I like Kirstie Alley and Bruce Willis, and I just sometimes watched it, and I was like, "This is grown-up telly." I know it is because I don't understand at all what's happening, and I'm very, very young. But it's an early embedded memory, right back in there. Airwolf is better than any. We're going to have to calm down. This is going to be the last one, Equalizer. I'm not just spending all evening on this. We've got to go back to at least somewhere near what we were talking about before. Because I think people have started to drop off. I think the viewers have started to drop off now. I've started to do this because I'm just basically sat here going. So that let's just. Poor old Eddie. Poor old Eddie. What the fuck, Alan?
For those sleuthing ladies, while Shaggy was serving up Scooby snacks, they were serving justice. Velma's tenacity and nose for...
There's no way he's going to review Scooby-Doo.
Police detectives, Cagney couldn't be more different. Christine Cagney is a driven single woman focused on her career, while Mary Lacey was a married working mother. After learning through feminist theorists recommended by his girlfriend that there will never be a...
Oh, wait, did someone in chat say Sybil Shepherd? Not Kirstie Alley. I was only a kid, I'm remembering it wrong. But I'll tell you what I remember Sybil from. Sybil, the TV show Sybil. And she had a daughter in Sybil, and she was this, like, she had long ginger hair, and she was very pretty. And she ended up being a lesbian in the show. But I thought she was very attractive when I was young. That show, what's that show? Sybil. It was just called Sybil, wasn't it? Sybil... I can't even spell it. Sybil, like that, just like that. Yeah, Chris, this is it. This is the cast. Was it Alicia Witt? It must be, mustn't it? That must be who it is. That's who it is. She was very attractive. There she is. Look, ever so attractive. She was, or probably still is. Whatever you pass, but she's not dead. But well, what I meant was when I was a kid, when was Sybil on? Like, anyway, like, I used to watch it and I just think, I'm doing an Alan now. There she is, Alicia Witt. I'm doing an Alan. Let's see her in Sybil. I can't even spell it right. In the 1990s. There she is in the 1990s with her ginger hair and her pretty, sort of slightly angry face. She was very dry. She was very like dour and very dry. She was like the sort of like deadpan one. It's all coming back to me now. Very bright ginger hair as well. Anyway, yeah.
Female buddy film. Producer Barley Wrestling set out to make two women, buddy, female, right?
Girl on girl action.
Glamorous single woman, the other one a mummy. Wow. No studio would take it on. So he transported it to television, and the rest is history. The duo become role models for a generation of women, strong and tough, but kind and funny. Remember that? What about Velma Drinkley and Daphne Black then in Scooby-Doo? Didn't take a genius to realise who was the brains behind.
Alan's doing what he thinks he does when Alan thinks he's good for doing this, which is that he can read something well and make it into like, what about so-and-so from Scooby-Doo? Look at the way I animated the words. But actually, he's a fucking idiot now reviewing Scooby-Doo because he's reading it for the first time off a thing on the internet. The worrying sign is that he's got scratches on his neck like he's done a sex crime.
And the mystery gang operation. Making no sandwiches for those sleuthing ladies while Shaggy was serving up Scooby snacks. They were serving justice. Velma's tenacity and nose for no gooders even went as far off the scent when she lost her all-important glasses. Daphne, too, was more than a pretty face. She appeared in more adaptations than any other characters. So there we go.
That's Scooby-Doo.
There's lots of women in crime, isn't there?
Well, Scooby-Doo. That's Scooby-Doo. Your favourite woman in crime, Alan, is Nicole Kessinger, and don't you ever forget it. Nicole's going to be really unimpressed with this. Like, this is fucking weird. Like, Nicole Kessinger deserves a proper Valentine's episode. I know it's happened now. It's past. It's 2 weeks ago, but I'm doing it now. Alan, Nicole Kessinger deserves a proper Valentine's episode. She's not going to be happy with this shit. Like, she's not... You know you love her, don't you? And that you think she's the best one ever. Like, she deserves a much, much more impressive Valentine's episode than this. You've really let Nicole Kessinger down, Alan.
What about women cops? Do you remember the women cops from movies? Let's have a look. What? Female cops. Anna Palaxis. I'm not sure if Anna Palaxis is on this bit. Maybe someone. She scares me.
Government and law enforcement organization, including the FBI and CIA. Number 10, Agent Jennifer Marsh, untraceable. Kicking off our list is the member of the Cybercrimes Division, whose job involves tracking sexual predators and identity.
Sexual predator cybercrime division. This is horrible.
But Marsh is on unfamiliar ground when she's charged
Alan's perked up. Alan's ears are perked up.
with finding an untraceable serial killer that enjoys his brutal crimes live on the web.
Watching a bit of Watch Mojo. So I guess we'll have to skip the next, 10 minutes of his stream there. Like, how does he get away with it? Not even just like the copyright, it's blatant copyright infringement. Not just, the way we do it, we watch, we react, we comment, we talk, we discuss. More of it is us the talking than it is his video, whatever. You can't mess me about, Minky. You can't. I'm not having it. We're not playing mess me about, chase me. Well, otherwise we'll play put you out. That's the only other game we'll do. How about that? Don't go behind the computer. Do mess me about, put you out. Oosh.
More entertaining top 10s.
No, that wouldn't have been my list. I'm going to give you my list, guys. But I'm a little bit older than what you've seen. So I actually was like young.
What do you mean? You're a little bit older than what we've seen. What does that even mean?
In the 70s and 80s. And I think the 70s and 80s was the prime time for TV cop shows.
They just showed you a load of TV shows from the 70s and 80s.
Wasn't it? Before videos, we had to wait for for a Saturday night fix of true crime, right? And I'm going to go through them in order, no particular order. Charlie's Angels they were my first love as a kid.
Charlie's Angels were his first love as a kid.
The blonde one, the dark one, and the butch one. I don't remember the names.
He can't even remember their names.
I used to like Farrah Fawcett Mangers.
He's found it out for today's episode, though. There he is with his little cheeky laugh. Found it out for today's episode. Who did you love? Farrah Fawcett Majors. She was the one. You wanted to have sex with her, and she was the one. She was little Alan's pin-up girl. I don't believe it for a second. I think that's what the people at the time thought was attractive, that other people in school suggested, but Alan is pretending that because he had a completely different kind of pin-up, and he's not going to reveal to us who it was, but he's going to pretend that he liked the mainstream correct tick box choice, but really I think he liked something slightly different. We'll never know.
I know that...
Because the way he said it and did a big laugh, like as if he was lying.
That Jacqueline Smith was the prettiest one, and I remember that Farrah Fawcett married a $6 million man, and the clever one was the other one. I never remember her name of the clever one. The blonde one, the dark one, and the butch one. I don't remember the names. But anyway. So, and then leaving the females out of it, or not in it, it's just like my favourite shows, right? Cop shows. For you, the 70s and 80s, would be Kojak.
Kojak now. So now all of a sudden, right, because it's Valentine's, we were doing the look at female detectives, but half an hour into the show, we started to move on to the male detectives. We sort of, just leaving the women out of it for a second, let's talk about this rather rotund and quite aggressive looking bald man sucking a lollipop.
I love Kojak sucking his lollipop, and his cousin Stavros.
So that connects why and how through the crime angle, or has it got something to do with your true urges? Because a minute ago you were like, yeah, she's the pretty one, or this one's the pretty one. I can't remember their names. But Kojak, oh, Kojak.
When his plants.
Did you say something about his pants?
These 80s would be Kojak. I love Kojak sucking his lollipop, and his cousin Stavros watering his plants.
Watering his plants. Got it.
And he's always getting his boss, give me one more day, boss. I just need another 2 days and I'll get him. And he would go and do unorthodox means to get his man. And he always got his man. Who loves your baby?
He always got his man. There's definite homophobic, sorry, not homophobic. That was a slur, a mistake, Freudian slip. There's definitely homoerotic undertones to what Alan's doing here, which is to slide swiftly from Valentine's chat about ladies to a hands-on detective who always gets his man.
Kojak. Who can forget Starsky and Hutch? So you got Starsky and Hutch.
But I also think he's just got another website open. Just literally got another website open on his phone. He's filling in time.
They were crazy cops, weren't they? Driving in their mad cars and women and stuff. I think did David Soul die recently? He's also a singer. Silver Lady, wasn't it, as well? Yeah, I think he died recently.
Good chat.
And when I say no particular order, my favourite, to be honest, don't tell anybody, Columbo. Red Hot, was it Florida or California? And he's wearing this Mac and tie. Never takes the bloody thing off. He's got a convertible car, so he's getting hot in the car. I've never seen him sweat. Smokes his cigar and talks about his wife back home, and he never appears. Always takes on the highfalutin professors. They always think he's stupid, and he always outwits them. Just one more thing. Oh, get out. Or just one more thing. You murdered your wife. How do you know? Well, this, and this. And he sold them all, didn't he? Now, for those of you that like pathology, Quincy, QC, right? Remember that? Quincy? I can't remember the name of the guy, but yeah, he had a big nose. Quincy MB, wasn't it? Mystery. Carl Marden, wasn't it? He's a medical examiner.
You can watch this on my channel.
Yeah, I remember that. Hill Street Blues. Remember that? Be careful out there. was the punchline. Every morning they'd all go into the cop shop and they all get given their orders. Hill Street Blues, serial police procedure. This was 1981 to 1987. The lives and the staff of one police station, starring anaphylaxis. Oh no, in Hill Street Blues, an unnamed large city, probably Chicago. The blues are the police officers' uniforms. The show got a lot of critical acclaim and awards because it was gritty, something never been around before, different. Many said since then we've seen a lot of series based on that, really, and it won 8 Emmys. That only surpassed by The West Wing. 26 Emmy Awards. Fantastic, yeah? Remember? Hill Street Blues. Be careful out there. There is one I don't want to mention, but it was very popular. Heart to Heart. Now, I don't like him. I know what he did to his beautiful wife on that boat, you know? Robert Wagner, Natalie Wood. He's Jonathan and Jennifer Hart, you know? So Stephanie Powers, who's a very good actress.
I wonder if Alan's watching and he can hear me saying this, because obviously, not to cause him alarm and distress, I don't think he should watch it. He's banned from YouTube. But he Night Scouse Mouse, it's 10:30 now. I'm gonna switch off from Alan. I'm gonna put on our pudding in a second. Just finish up with a bit of foodie beauty. We've had a good night tonight. It's been fun. It's been a good laugh. We've answered Eddie's concerns about whether I've been a racist. We've had a look at Alan's bizarre case-changing Nicola Bulley delusions. Like a level of true crime YouTuber that is a level lower than your average YouTuber, isn't it? Well, he's not a YouTuber anymore, is he? But, you know, a level lower. A real level lower. Something I was surprised to see. We've listened to a lot of his. He's literally just reading. At this point, he's literally just reading a website listing old TV crime shows. It's like listening to it's the equivalent of listening to someone read the TV guide from 20 years ago. It's like there's probably a more value in listening to someone read the TV guide. Listening to anyone else read the TV guide from 20 years ago. Alan what is he doing at this point? Valentine's special, I decided I'd come on with all my cuts on my neck. After, I don't know what he did for his Valentine's, but it ended up with all cuts around his neck, like someone had been trying to fight him off. He thought he'd put on his jacket and his all black roll neck, and he'd sit there with his microphone behind him on a mic. It's not on a microphone stand; it's on a speaker stand or a light stand. It'd be better off just placed on the desk in front of him, just on its side, like just placed on the desk in front of him. Then at least it'd be in front of him. I think maybe he has it plugged in or something. I don't know what he's doing. The microphone's behind him. He's got a picture of Hitler on the wall, which is currently rocking a green screen, even though he doesn't realise the green screen is switched on. It is. And you can see through Hitler's jumper to whatever the green screen is behind him, once it was an alien. And he's reading out off his phone. He knows he's doing it. He knows he's doing it. And this was really bad. And then a week later, he thinks he's changed the case. He thinks he actually got giddy with excitement, going to go viral on TikTok. He actually thinks, this idiot actually thinks that there's a potential for him to find something interesting that other people on the internet would think, wow, you've done a good job there. Well done. And that he could share that with the world, and then he would go viral and it would change his life. He'd get all those supporters back. The patron money would flood in again. He actually thinks that could happen again. He doesn't realise that it was all predicated on the fact that everybody in the country got locked in their homes. And that without that, he ain't going to ever... Without another... Like Netflix, there was this perfect storm of a Netflix documentary that caught people's attention, everybody in the country getting locked in their homes, and Alan's ability to spin and grift all fell into place, and he was able to make hay while the sun shine. Squeeze money out of people. It ain't working anymore, Alan. It's never going to work again. You're rubbish. You're well rubbish, and you've got nothing. So you're going to have to get used to that. You're better off working at Burger King than doing this rubbish on the internet. because at least this, like working at Burger King, you'll get a regular wage and you won't look stupid. Well, you will look stupid when you can't get the orders right, I suppose. We've done a good job here now, like 3.5 hours. I don't have to do Foodie Beauty if none of you want it. Like, I feel like it's just like a little bit of a palate cleanser afterwards, you know, a bit of a chill out afterwards. We can switch over to Twitch later on as well if anyone wants a bit extras. I can finish playing a bit of Genshin Impact dailies and what was that? Someone wanted something else and I was like, we'll do it on Twitch later. Can't remember what it was now. Big ups, Andy. Well done on covering. Like I said, Andy covered some Armchair Detective, the real one, covered some Alan, reacting to Alan, like what we're doing now, you know what I mean? Like, and it's good to have more people streaming it, more people. Shouts out Curious Cat as well. It's good to have more mimps on the case, especially with what's going on with Eddie recently. You know, it's really, I'd like to say, you know, a massive thank you to anyone who sort of said nice things. And, you know, I don't want to be like people calling people to my defense, like, and obviously I haven't made a big thing to try and call anyone to my defense, but it's just nice if people feel to say nice things when they can see someone publicly attacking me and lying about me. And like shouts out the people who have been attacked as well, you know, shouts out Trisha Andrasta Wolf and others that seem to have copped some of that flack. Shouts out Vicky Marie Chats as well, you know, anyone who copped any of that vitriol from Angry Eddie. Seems like he's on his own and there's loads of mimps, so there are a few. The channel's now called Taking the Pish Armchair, right? There are a few more mimps. There are a few bad actors on the Alan and others, you know, collected nutters side of things, of course, but feels like there are a few more good people than there are bad people, which is nice to feel like that, isn't it? It's nice to feel like you're not alone and there's more good people than there are bad people. So big ups to all of you. Any of you in chat who are out there making content on any of this sort of tip, all the new ones, all the old school, all of it, you know, big ups to the Martin Deans and the Vowels and everyone. Obviously, everyone except Genetic Code, she's shit. Do you remember I used to shout out Genetic Code all the time? Do you remember I was like, every week I was doing an Alan, I'd be like, shout out these channels, and I'd shout out Genetic Code. And then she just like turned on me. Now she started exchanging information with Alan. I wonder if Eddie's talking to Alan behind the scenes as well. Make a fucking cool crew, that would, wouldn't it? What it is it turns out that's what, like, you know, you see it on the telly. Like, that's what starts off. I end up being Chuffer Man. Super Chuffer becomes like the Chuffer Man. And like, Val's like Catwoman. And like, we end up like, you know, Alan's like a super villain and Eddie's like a super villain. And like, one of them's the Penguin.
Hill Street Blues, but it was an English one. It's still running. It's been going for like a million years.
He talks for ages about this shit.
In Spain, and she was seeing like doctors over there to make it better, going to counselling, you know. Well, anyway, 2 weeks ago, she disappeared off the face of the earth, and it's really bugging me. This, because I'm worried that the
I don't even know what he's talking about towards the end there. I'm going to have to catch up with that another time, I think. The second half of his Valentine's one. I don't have much appetite for it all of a sudden. I seem to have eaten my full of Alan's nonsense. Happy Valentine's to you there, Alan. Talking of eating you full of nonsense, I do want to finish off with a bit of Foodie Beauty. She's not just, we're not having a go at someone for being overweight, but as predicted, and I haven't kept up with it enough to, like, you know, bring it to your attention on the channel enough, but as predicted, we were looking at her she did losing 200 pounds, weight loss, promise, weigh-ins, to losing 200 pounds. I was giving her the benefit of the doubt. I was like, she could really do this, all behind her. That's gone in the bin completely. She's not doing that anymore. She's literally just not doing that anymore. Now it's all the mukbangs you can get your chops around. cooking, eating videos, not without much seeming care and consideration to the issues she's facing. And I personally, the ones I actually like the most, when she goes wandering around places and talking about stuff, lifestyle stuff. Because I can see someone eat food and I can listen to her talk shit, but it's the wandering about stuff that I like. So we're going to do Muslim Canadian housewife in Kuwait at home routine, and grocery haul. Grocery haul might be a nothing burger, and then we'll probably finish off with one of these food ones. So, but this is actually interesting to me. I mean, she is a narcissistic, lying, selfish, self-serving, manipulative lolcow, and all of that. But also getting a different view of a different part of the world and a different thing. I mean, she's not exactly the typical Kuwaiti housewife, and she's only been there for like 10 minutes basically, hasn't she? But now she's Everyday Mariam now. This is the rebrand. So here we go.
Hi, welcome back.
Whoa, it's loud. You're trying to find a video with Eddie Vinyl breaking makeup. I can't find it. Does anyone have a link, please? I don't know which one you're talking about specifically, and I don't have a link for any specific videos. But yeah, if anyone knows to help JJ Kane out, help her out. There might be someone in chat who saved certain videos. Why is she so loud? Have I got my filters on? Desktop audio filters, compressor. Let's just turn that off, because she is loud.
To another video.
Deep in the shadows.
What the hell's going on? It's got Arabic subtitling. This is something that I've been told about when I was watching one. I think I watch. What do I watch? I watch Alex is Shook. I watch Alex is Shook.
Torture the Battery Boy.
He's quite good, and he told me he said in his video that this Arabic subtitling has been introduced into the videos, maybe as a move to attract an Arabic audience. I'm a bit worried that I think Salah has been playing, like, people have not been seeing Salah on the streams anymore. They've not been seeing him in the videos. Is he even still there? I think what's happened is he's had a big talk about how, look, I don't like the fact that everyone said I was going to do a shit on this woman. From now on, I'm behind the scenes. I'm silent partner. You won't see me, but I have a bigger hand in the. I'm more directing what's going to happen, and I think he might be doing more of the work behind the scenes, maybe even some editing. And like, he's going to know Arabic, isn't he? Like, to put that on. So I'm wondering about whether he's going to try and start sort of essentially exploiting his wife for finance by, using her, like, helping her make content, but. Like, I wonder.
I know it's hard to put one foot in front of the other.
Hey there, abusers. Want a personalized video from me to you that you can keep forever?
No, I don't. Don't feed the money. Don't give them the money. Don't touch the poop. Don't give them the money.
Can you explain to everybody why you're napping on the laundry bag?
It's cleaner than the bloody laundry. It's cleaner than everything else. It's the laundry bag. It's the only thing that's not tainted. Nah, cats just like doing that shit, don't they?
Cute princess. What are you doing, Howie?
I've never thought of this before. I just realised she's got the cat and she's got the mice, hamsters or whatever. Like, isn't the cat going to be clawing at the cages? Do you have to keep them in separate rooms?
You big man. You big man. Hi. Hi, big man.
Big man in a little cage.
Look at his hands.
What even is happening now? She's doing a diabetes test. Obviously, we've got nothing against people who've got diabetes. Diabetes is something that people can just have. Like, nothing against diabetes. But if you were told you're going to become diabetic if you keep eating like this, and then you kept eating like that until you became diabetic, that's a bit of an issue that I don't think, it's hard to be sympathetic to someone who ate themselves into self-inflicted diabetes. Oh, she might have eating disorders, so then you can't be mean to someone who's got eating disorders. It's not just that though. Like, she's had a whole lifetime to deal with some of these issues, and she's actually quite, like, as we just saw, she made a promise on the internet a few weeks ago. I was all behind her, thinking all she has to do is a bit of exercise, moderate the diet, you'll see those numbers change and things will start looking better. She decided to fuck it off because she got a bad leg. She doesn't want to do it. She'd rather sit in bed and eat. So, and I'm aware of all the, sugar's addictive. Yeah, I agree with all this sort of stuff. I just think, like, there's levels and degrees of sympathy I have for certain people. And, like, I mean, this is the same person who pretended that she'd taken half a bottle of tablets and went to the emergency room and convinced her friends and family that she had done an overdose. And she pretended and lied to them all. There's a number of other things that she's done that's bad in the past that other YouTubers have covered. And, we watched one of the videos on this stream a bit before. It's not for me to justify why it's a bigger thing, but it is a bigger thing than just she be fat, and I'm not here to diss someone for being fat or diabetic, so just so we've got that clear. Like, more than ever, I'm aware that her living arrangement might seem like it's quite nice, but it's not like palatial and spacious. She seems to be in a couple of small rooms quite a lot. The kitchen seems to be a small, enclosed, windowless room. This room seems to be a small, enclosed, windowless room. The room that she does her food vlogging from is a small lounge with a window. It feels like the living arrangements are quite contained, actually, and she's quite a reasonably large person, and her daily routine doesn't involve going out a lot, and Sala's around as well. I just wonder if she feels like a bit hemmed in this whole arrangement. Like, it might start to, she's not been there that long, but after a while it might start to feel like she's in her own personal lockdown all the time here in some ways, although she does get to go out whenever she wants. But you know what I mean, like, seems like a bit of a, as you can see there, this laundry room that we're in, this might even be the other side of the kitchen, because going through there is the lounge. We're straight into the lounge. I think it's quite a small flat. I don't think it's quite a spacious living arrangement. There's obviously a bedroom. They probably share it. He's got his computer set up in one of the rooms somewhere. I'm guessing that's it. The bathroom, I'm guessing that's it. Is not extent, like, she spends her life in rattling around a small space, and then she gets to go out and walk on the beach or go to the mall, but she doesn't do much of that. Do you think she'll eat grass too?
Guys, assalamu alaikum, welcome back to another video. So some of you have really liked the day in the life of a Kuwait housewife video.
So these Arabic subtitles, there's no way she's doing that. Not even if you just put it in, like, you can't just put it into spell check, Google Translate and just whack it in there and hope. Like, she's not learning Arabic to that extent. There's no way. So Salah's doing that. So if he's sat on the computer and he's doing this, is he not editing it? Do you think he's? I think he's taking more creative control. I think he's got, like, I think everyone seems to think that she's very controlling over him, and like his whole like sub-dom approach of wanting to have a shit taken on him. But he was quite aggressive to that girl before he asked her to do a shit on him. I think he might be quite controlling in some ways, and the fact that you don't see him a lot doesn't mean he's just checked out mentally and he doesn't give a shit. It might be that he's more controlling, so now you don't see him. I think that's a bit of a scary aspect of it. That's my vibe on it.
No, I don't have any kids to take care of, but that's okay. I still have a household to maintain, and I have a husband, and I have pets, and I have myself to look after as well. So, yeah, I'm just going to show you a few things I do around here, and I guess This video will be in particular kind of a breakfast routine. Now breakfast, it is noon. It's like 12 p.m.
She's already done a breakfast video before, but it's interesting that like when you're coming to make YouTube content, day in the life content, and you don't really do anything, putting things in the washing machine or whatever, that's something that most people just do in a day anyway, isn't it? Like it's not like I'll do a video showing you how I brush my teeth in the morning, because we all just brush our teeth. It's taken for granted. Like, what are you actually doing though? And I know that housework and chores, you know, and stuff like that, maintaining a household, agree. But as she said, it's just her and Salah. They just live in the flat. She's got a cat. It's not like there's some like heavy routine here. You wash the clothes, you dry the clothes, you make the food, you wash the dishes. Like, that's all just normal stuff. What else are you doing in your life? Getting up at 12:30 p.m. to do breakfast, it seems.
Don't eat very early in the day. I don't like to. I'm just not hungry, so I'm not going to.
Because you're asleep.
Force it. But my first meal of the day will be, you know, breakfast, lunch. And as you saw from my blood sugar reading, I basically find that when I fast in the morning, by the time I take my fasted blood sugar reading.
I think what she means by fast in the morning is get up out of bed in the morning and have, before I've eaten anything.
It's always lower because of that. So, but it's actually pretty low today. Usually it's like 10.5. All right, so let's make brunch. But first I'm going to start with this Unicity Slim Balance. It is a soluble fiber drink. All natural, organic, and it has the vitamins.
What this is this is some stupid product that Salah is selling through a sort of LinkedIn website thing. So he'll be getting a commission off the sales of these stupid powders. So again, it makes me feel like Salah's got a big hand in this, and he's trying to promote. Like, I think he wanted her to go on a weight loss journey so that she would. Like, if she, like with the £200 weight loss thing, if that had gone ahead, and he was out there videoing her walking around with her, remember? Like, if that had gone ahead and she'd lost £200 and these powders were involved, he might sell some powders. I think he thinks she might be a cash cow as well as a lol cow. So at the moment, she might have given up on the whole weight loss journey, and that might, you know, she promised it to the audience, then just gave up. And obviously there's a cycle. She's done that many times before, but it still felt to me like there was almost like a sense of legitimacy in what she was doing. I think now she was trying to play up to Salah's, like, not demand of her, but he was like, we'll do this and it'll be a good idea, and she was like, yeah, I'll do this, I'll do it, and then, like, the reality is she doesn't want to do it, so she's turned around and said, I don't want to do it. Like, she's done it through faking out with her bad leg, but if it was her and herself that she wanted to do it for, she would do it. But because it's him and his idea that they wanted to do it for, she's opted out in the end. But it feels like he's still trying to push this slimming drinks package through her content. So that's something that I might not, you know, other Foodie Beauty long-time stalwarts might say, no, she's always been doing this. But when you click on the link, it takes you through to his website with his name on it. So
I've been getting at the clinic the B vitamins, B12, and a lot of other minerals and vitamins as well. So I usually take this before eating.
Big ups Nick Moody. The mic setup makes him sound like he's locked in a cupboard. Where should my mic setup or his mic setup? Oh, Alan's mic setup probably. Maybe you're a bit behind on the old stream.
All right.
At least that was some exercise.
I'm going to down this. You should drink it within 10-15 minutes. And then wait 15 minutes before you eat. So I'll be back. All right, guys? See you.
I bet she doesn't even want to drink it. They had a cut there. I bet they've had an argument over whether she's actually going to drink it. Or is he even there? Is the question. I mean, it seems like she's doing this and he's not there. But she doesn't look well here. Like, when you see her in her face, like, in some way she's, like, pale, and around her eyes, like, her blood... Like, she said her blood sugar was lower and she's not eaten this morning. But, like, fasting, like, there's different ways to do it. And she looks like her blood pressure's taken a dive or something. She hates that stuff. She absolutely hates drinking it. And she put her hand over the camera. She might have spat that out, you don't know.
So I have some food. I'm gonna heat that up. It's like fava beans, tomato,
Basically, it's a tin of beans.
olive oil, spices like cumin. I'm gonna put just a few potato French fries in the air fryer.
We've seen this before.
It's a little bit of Himalayan
We're not seeing the dirty air fryer,
salt.
but the air fryer's dirty.
All right. This is ready. Okay, so I have some Istanbuli cheese. You know how I love this. Some black olives.
She's literally done this video before when she did a like mukbang of what I do for breakfast, and she does these beans, baked beans, and then she puts olives and cheese and tomatoes in on the plate as well, and she has it all like, and goes and sits down with some bread out of the freezer and eats it all. She's done this one before.
Dish is easier when you soak them first. I'm sure you guys know that. Bit of za'atar. So za'atar has like different, it's not just thyme. There's like different like herbs.
It's interesting that when she did this video before, she said this is the video that me and this is the breakfast that me and Salah share, and basically it's the same breakfast, but you're eating it on your own this time. So
in there, there's sesame seeds, oregano, thyme. I think margarine.
I mean, let's be fair, this seems a little bit sad, doesn't it? Sitting in a kitchen with no windows, knocking yourself up, basically beans on toast for breakfast, and it's midday, and you're going to sit and just eat it in the kitchen with no windows. Like, you could. This was Muslim Canadian housewife in Kuwait at home routine. I thought it was going to be a bit more of like, I didn't realise it was just going to be like halfway into the video, and all we've done is made breakfast.
Well, I have to charge my microphones. I don't know why it's not working. It says it's still got some charge, but so the sound quality might not be the best, but
Well, you're only eating breakfast.
there we go. These are awesome microphones. We got these in Thailand.
They're not that good, are they, if they don't hold
recommend
charge?
Hoya. Not sponsored. So here you go. This is my breakfast.
You've got
bread,
I forgot about the chips.
Air fried potatoes, French fries, some food, some cheese.
You're not allowed to call them air fried potatoes. That's chips. For breakfast.
In Arabic, it's called jubin.
And again, every time she eats cheese, it makes me cross.
Some zaytun, olives. Bismillah.
Bismillah. Now, there is something a bit wrong here, isn't there? Get out of bed, afternoon, start eating chips straight off. Chips and beans. Cheesy chips and beans for breakfast. I like a bit of Kay's Kitchen as well. We should have a look at that sometime. Oh, Eddie's watching me. Yeah, well, we know Eddie's watching me, Judy, because he was in chat at the very start saying something like with a fake account about being a racist nightmare or something. They're not going to get me that way. He's not going to pin me on that. He's not going to like. There's no way in the world, and he knows it. Eddie knows it as well. He's watching now and he knows it. There's no way he's going to clip me out of context to make me seem like I'm something I'm not, because it's not what I am. So it won't stick. The end. Oh, I can make you seem what you are, though. which is what, like, over the course of my life, I've had a bit of a fun and wild time. Like, no one's going to come out of the woodwork to say anything bad about me. All of the old friends are good. We're all good. Nice. Like, we're not horrible people. It's just we've done a bit of partying. So, you know, oh, Scott said he took some acid once, or, you know, Scott said he did some mushrooms or whatever. It doesn't matter. I'm not going to be scared of it. I'm not going to be upset by it. I don't worry. I don't care. I'll talk about it. I've lived a bit of a life, had a bit of fun. There's nothing bad happened. I've not done any crimes. I've not done any sex crimes. I'm not a racist. No, it's just ridiculous. So, like, I'm confident in that. It was the same with Alan. Right? They can't get me on some convoluted, invented nonsense. So I can walk through, like, though I walk through the shadow of death, I fear no evil, right? Because I've got, like, you know, a shield of protection of being a good person and not a horrible person. So I think I'm all right with that. He's not going to get me on that. It's not like a gotcha moment. There is not going to be any of that. I'm not going to accidentally slip and do a racist slur because it's not in my body and bones to do it. You know? It's just not going to happen. I'm going to be fine. And he's not going to think, he thinks he can come after me with something like, oh, it's Scott's left wing, so we're going to cancel him. And then his left wing friends will all cancel him. That's not going to happen. So it's just ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. King Cobra JFS cooking. I do like a bit of King Cobra as well, yeah. There's just not enough time, is there? There's so many idiots. Not enough time.
Good luck with your channel, son.
Yeah. Hang on, I've got a button for this.
I dream about food every night.
There's too many fucking idiots. I can say whatever the fuck I want, and you like it. Or you shut the fuck up.
So now I'm just gonna do some post-brunch dishes. I have been trying to keep up with them as I go.
Let's be real about Eddie, yeah? Well, we could be, if Eddie would be real about anything. Don't hear much about him, do you? About his reality, about his history, about his truth. He makes up funny stories about Grandad and stuff, but, like, you know, let's hear about his reality and his truth. He's got a YouTube channel. He could talk extensively. He could reveal some, you know, some whatever, but he doesn't, does he? He hides behind just a weird fake and don't know anything about him. You know about me. You see me. I talk. I'm here. I've got a real history. I used to be a hairdresser. You can see my old blog when I was a hairdresser. And you know, I'm a real person. Eddie, not so much, huh? Not so much. Do you know how nice he is and how good he is and what, you know, his problem was before with these bad jokes that he talked about that he had to, well, you know, whatever it was that he did. No, I think a lot of people can see Eddie for who he is, and I think a lot of people can see who I am for who I am. So, like, let it be real. Let's be real, and let's just let people see who people are. That's fine. But Eddie can't do that. Eddie's got to mess around doing little snides, hasn't he? Little snides. Little sneaky snides. I'll twist this. I'll clip that. I'll make it look bad. Little snide. That's worked, hasn't it? That's worked to make everyone realise that you're even more snide and nasty than they thought. Because it's obvious what the truth is. And you've got 500 people that watched it, and then 10 people said blew smoke up your arse. And like you said, Eddie, you don't want people who blow smoke up your arse like that, do you? Because they might not be right uns, mightn't they? They might be wrong uns anyway. So I wouldn't worry too much. Some people just want to have there are a few people out there who just want to have a pop at me now because I've blocked them from my chat. Said, no thanks, we're not having your breed of fucking horrible bullying or racism in our chat. Get out. Like, you know, we're not having misogyny and rubbish and, you know, off you go. There's a joke and then there's a line that you can cross. And those people that cross the line congregate on the fringes and go into places like Break the Ice and, you know, your channel, Eddie. And, like, you've got the good people, haven't you? You've got all the good people, all the really good people. You've gathered all the really nice people, haven't you, Eddie? All the truly nice people. Yeah. Why don't you invite them all round to your lounge for a party? Or when's visiting hours? How many are allowed in at a time? Don't excite him. He's got to be put to bed at some point. Last time he did live in the lounge, it took 3 people and 2 injections to sedate him. We had to put him in the straps. We told you, Eddie, you're only supposed to talk about song. I'm only using my channel to talk about Eurovision. I've got to be allowed a hobby. I'm only talking about Eurovision. All right, let him do it. Eddie, you've not been talking about murders again, have you? You've not been talking about murders again, have you? No, I haven't. I've only been talking about just doing my hobby, just Eurovision. All right, let him do his channel. Get called into the office. Get called into the office. Have you been seeing what he's been doing on his channel? It's just Eurovision. It's not just Eurovision. Oh, he's not done this again, has he? He promised me he wouldn't. You're his caseworker. I know. Get him off the fucking internet now. Oh, I'll make him delete the videos. You're his caseworker. Oh, this is going to cost you. What's it going to cost me? Jimmy Savile's coming round next week. Not again. Yeah. I'll give him double time with Eddie then. He likes that. So does Eddie.
Now, this little side area of the sink.
Mel, how did Eddie go from a sincere person with the Nicola Bulley case to being very spiteful? Mel, he was never a sincere person with the Nicola Bulley case. He appeared to be one. He portrayed himself as one. There's quite a lot of people on the internet at the moment. There's a couple that really stand out, especially the Peter Folding fan club, where they appear to be really sincere. Oh, let's put pictures of Nicola Bulley's family. Oh, let's cry about how she was such a wonderful person. I loved her, and it's such a tragedy. And R.I.P. Nikki. I'll always remember you, Nikki. You were the greatest. And they play all the sincerity up because they know that plays well with the audience, but they've got their own motives behind it. They're the people you want to watch. They're the biggest snakes. So they play up the sincerity, and Eddie's one of them. He made you feel that he was close to the family. He made you feel that he had, a care and a heart. He made you feel that. He can make you feel things with his twisting of this particular music really helps to invoke an emotion. But actually, he's a nasty, sinister, snide, manipulative person who always sought to colour the narrative and to push the agenda a certain way. Push it away from Ernest Bulley in the main. He's always had his own ideas. He's always had his own thoughts that he's been trying to prompt. And we don't know where they come from, and we don't know what his true agenda is. Some people think that he's in league with some deeper machinations. Others, and I fall on this one myself a bit more, think he's just a fucking nutter desperate for attention. But at no point has he ever really been the lovely, nice guy, Eddie, that he's tried to portray. That's actually been a problem that he's had in his life. Mel, that's a problem he's had in his life. He's let onto that a couple of times. He's alluded to that a couple of times. The fact that his relationships with people have broken down, and that he said that he had, in the interview we did that's on Super Chuffer, he said that he'd done some sort of from what I can remember just off the top of my head, he said something about doing bad jokes in the past, or people always take his jokes wrong, and he's not maybe he said something about being out of time. Back in the day you'd get away with these sort of jokes. Nowadays you don't get away with these sort of jokes, which is why I think he tried to point at me and say you were a racist and tried to cancel me, because he thinks that's what happens, and that's because maybe that's what happened to him. Maybe he said something pretty horrible, misogynistic or racist or something in the past, and it was not just taken in the wrong way, because he does that quite a lot. He passes off his horrible, nasty misogyny and poking and prodding and nastiness. He passes that off as just a bad joke that got taken the wrong way, and therefore it's your fault for taking the joke in the wrong way. When he said that thing about Trisha, and basically what he said was that she should have been able to predict that her partner would be abusive to her because she did the tarot, and if she was good at tarot she should be able to predict that situation. So there you go, ha ha ha. That was basically victim shaming someone and having a go at their business that she operates on the internet doing the tarot, unaware that at the time she wasn't into tarot. And it's a fucking horrific thing to say anyway, because it's victim shaming someone for being in a situation that's not their fault in any way. So you're not supposed to predict those things, because they're people that you love and think you would protect you. So it's not that you're naive, it's that those people are bad. And Eddie shamed and named and did that on the internet to have a go at her in a way that he thought was going to really hurt her. And then later on he said it was just a joke, that sort of you took it the wrong way, so it's your fault for taking it the wrong way, if anything. So he did say that he's sorry, but sorry, not sorry, and he refused to apologise even. So he can go and get fucked, can't he? And since I said that, Since I said he can get fucked, and since he said that, because he started doing that, he started atting people. He atted Super Chuffer, he atted Vicky Marie Chats, he atted these people. Sometimes he was nice to the people he was atting. I mean, once he called me a dopehead, I let it slide. Like, some people, sometimes he was mean to them, but no one else was on YouTube atting people, atting them for attention, atting them in this, atting him in that. Initially, when he first got going, he had ideas about the Nicola Bulley stuff. I was quite willing to listen to them and listen to his stuff. I thought he was a reasonable, conversational voice on the Nicola Bulley stuff. And then he started to get weird with it, like he had some connection to the family, or he wanted to push the narrative in some way. And then when things went against him, or when people didn't agree with him, or like, because his telling of it, that Penny pushed her in, is a shit telling. It doesn't. There's loads of things that it misses out and doesn't fit. And what about this? And what about, none of it fits really, but I'm going to say that my thing's great and it's foolproof. It's not foolproof. It just doesn't make sense. No one agrees with him. And then he's got his right egg on, hasn't he? Like, he's got absolutely a full egg on. His comments say he knew for a long time he a racist and proved it. Yeah, of course, I'm not a racist. It's ridiculous. Like, I don't want to get weird about it, but like, you know, a great number of my family were born in Delhi. Of an older generation. There's not so many of them left now, but like, like my uncle was born in Delhi, so like, no, it just seems like really fucking weird. Like, you know, it's just coming at me in a stupid way, because obviously I said something slightly controversial, slightly, in a way that could be misconstrued or misinterpreted. So he's sought to misinterpret it. We know that. That's he's got nothing, and he's coming at me in that cheap and nasty way again. So that's cheap and nasty. Eddie Tacky, cheap and nasty. Why should I worry about that? You know, the internet's going to respond and, they've seen what Eddie said, and Eddie said that this, and then Eddie must be right. They can just go and watch the full video on my channel and just make up their own mind. Like, the only people so now Eddie's got the people who are willing to listen to what he said and believe the way he's twisted it, yeah? So they're the best people. They're the smart people. They're the switched on people. You've got the good people, Eddie. You're the right one. You're the winner. Like, come on. I think we're all right. I think everything's fine with that. Yeah, so when things started to implode, when Eddie started to like get backlash, because ultimately, at the very start of the Nicola Bulley thing, I've said it before, I'll say it again, there were fishwiving channels, there were some I wasn't that impressed with. I did my own once upon a time, did one episode where I sort of went through the different true crime channels that I was made aware of and said, this one I think is good, this one I think isn't so good. And I'd learned my lesson real quick. People don't want to hear me moaning about other channels like that. You make up your own mind. It's fair enough. I don't care really, so I'm not watching a load of the other channels, the end. But Eddie wanted to drag people in, wanted to at them in all the things, wanted to sort of like, so initially, if he was saying like there was a couple of channels, I didn't, like, who's the one he does the voice of? Like, I don't even watch her channel, so I don't know if she's good or not, yeah? But he used to go moaning about her, and I'd sort of ignore it in a way when he was being mean about some of those other channels, because some of them, like, I'm not going to name any channels, and I'm not talking about Vicky Marie, but like some of the other channels out there were a bit sort of fishwifey, just sort of saying things they'd heard on Facebook. So I was equally happy to write them off. But then when Eddie started to get mean about like he wouldn't stop on about Vicky Marie Chats, and then he started to bring other people in like Trisha, and like, you know, why is he starting to be mean to all these people so badly? When he got called out on it, he switched on me. But I started to call him out a little bit earlier than that, like say what was fishy about him. He did a Christmas one, a Christmas rant. I did it on Battery Exhausted, Merry Christmas, Angry Eddie. Because like, what the fuck? Why has Eddie come out and been all nuts? Because people don't all agree with him. Because he's not going to get all the attention he thinks he deserves. Because his shit channel about Eurovision songs is really quite shit. And because he's basically a nutter. And I don't think he's close to the people. Like, he could be. There could be. He's going to play it. He's never going to... He likes the idea that he alludes to be, but I think that's because he's just a sad, lonely nutter, really. So he's going to keep doing it now. He's going to pop harder. He's going to pop in his little... he's cross. Because he can't do fucking nothing. Because, like, you know, this is YouTube. We're having a chat. and he's losing his shit over it. Like, yeah, get back in your box, mate.
Gets dirty with like sand dust because I keep the window cracked a bit, so I always have to wash the little bits of sand off. Fun fact about living in the Middle East, in Kuwait, in a desert country.
It annoys me she's not put that the other way up because it wants to drain, but I think the fork's clean. Must be pretty fucking annoying washing everything by hand. I kind of guarantee she's not doing that. Like, if there wasn't a video, you're not thinking she's just leaving that till later. Well, his recent one, you don't have to watch Eddie's recent video about me. You might as well just watch what I said on my channel. I showed it you earlier. I'm not hiding what I said. He's twisted it and made it seem worse than it is. It's like Willie in my mouth stuff. You know, it's that level of like twisting what I said to make it seem worse than it is. In fact, Willie in my mouth was more legitimately what it was. Alan was more legitimately on the money with his claims about what I did than Eddie is. And he's only used my words, but he's only used a very short clip of my words to try and make me seem bad. Like, just this bit to that bit without the bit in front and behind it that gave the full context to make everyone understand that it wasn't what it sounded like. But, you know. If he wants to do, listen as well, if he wants to do more of that, he can clip as much of my stuff as he wants and do as much of that as he wants, because it doesn't actually make me look bad because it's fake, isn't it? It's obvious that it's like, just like when Regardation Police does Alan, it's really funny, but like, I suppose we do agree, like, it does, some of the things he says actually are what Alan thinks and does. But you know what I mean? People know that it's being edited. So it's the same with what Eddie did. People know that that's not the full story. So if they want the full story, they have to go and watch it all. And when they watch it all, they get to realise, no, Eddie's telling them lies.
All done, and now I'm just going to scrub my hands with some foaming cranberry hand soap.
Yeah, Alan was having a dig at Vicky earlier. Yes, I do think they talk, and I think Luke talks to Alan as well, because Luke said that he phoned Alan, and then later on he said that he emailed him, and later on he deleted that live. But Alan and Luke were apparently in contact, or at least then Luke later on said it was contact with one of his mods. But yes. And Alan would love to get his dirty feelers. Eddie previously said that he sent Alan the picture of the dog tags. So, you know, Eddie and Alan in communication there, because Eddie was feeding him information to put on his channel and then disappearing, claiming it was a big thing. None of us knew why he'd switched off his channel, did we, that time? We were all like, Eddie, why did you delete your channel? Why don't you come back and fight against Alan? No, I can't handle it. Alan stole my content, I'm gone. But actually, he fed Alan the content, so Alan would use it. Ah, sneaky.
Which is also for my husband's business. And last but not least, I just have to...
Someone already clipped when you went to call Alan something and stopped yourself. They arranged to send it. I don't care. Clip whatever they fucking want. Like, I am not a bad person who's doing bad things. In fact, sometimes you might occasionally... people of my generation, 40 years old, might occasionally use the word retard in conversation when it's absolutely not the right thing to say. Like, it might accidentally come to the lips. Or another one is the F slur. Well, I'm going to call it the F slur. In England, we smoke fags. So it doesn't sound like such a slur. But in America, it's a real slur to use that word. But when I was growing up and I was 14, people just said it in school. Like, things change. And it's not because I used to be a racist or I used to be homophobic. It's because language changes. So if I had said r or something like that, it doesn't matter. It doesn't mean I'm, what's the word? It doesn't mean I'm disability shaming or anything. It's that when I was younger, 20 years ago, 25 years ago, the word retard was used more commonly, and people then, like, you know, common usage changes. Plus, it is bad. You're 15 or 16 and you don't care as much, but then you're like 20 and 30 and you think, you know, I'm a grown up now and I understand and care more. And it's not because when I was a kid I was a bully. That's not what it is. We all called each other names at school. Everyone did it. The word gay is another great example. When I was at school, everyone called each other gay. You're gay, that's gay. Oh, you're gay. Stupid. Like, it's just a word that was used as a pejorative, not because we were saying you literally are gay, but it was used in a negative context. I mean, we all know this, don't we? We all know the truth of how words have been used when we were younger and how things have changed as we've grown. So like I do not go around using slurs, and I don't use them as slurs. Like, I'm not trying to be mean to someone who's gay or be mean to someone who's black or anything like that. So I don't have to worry and watch what I say, because I just don't do it. But every now and then, like once in a blue moon, I might be in full flow of saying some rude words to someone like Alan on the internet, and I might accidentally go to call them one of those small select few words that back in the day didn't hold as much gravitas or weight when you slung it around on the schoolyard, but nowadays as an adult, and if I stop myself from even saying it, then that's fine, because it shows that I've got that self-control and I don't want to use those offensive words. Even though they were sort of not bred into me, but, you know, they were the sort of common parlance of the culture of the time when I grew up. And I don't want to be down on schoolyard level, so I, you know, am now a bit more sophisticated. So that's fine. Everything like that is fine. Like, that's human, and that's fine. And everyone will identify with it and understand what's going on. Everyone will see it. No one's going to think that I'm some horrible special Hitler that said the word, a horrible homophobic slur, and get the gay police on him, get the fucking woke police on him, cancel him. Like, that's not going to happen. The woke police and all those will go and cancel people who are legitimately horrible people, who feel that in their soul and it comes out. That's not what happens here. I'm not doing that. It's never going to be a problem. Yeah? The end.
Put my ring back on.
If you like it, then you should have put a ring on it. If you like it, then you should have put a ring on it. But apparently you're not legally able to get married in Kuwait if you don't have the right sort of visa. So it's just a token gesture. If you like it, then you should have put a ring on it. If you like it, then you should have put a ring on it.
I take this like floor squeegee thing and I get any little bits and I just kind of...
Retard's an interesting word, okay? Because... when I was younger, it was more common, but also, do you remember, I say, do you remember? Like, the reason it's changed is because initially it was brought in as an actual medical word, like it was like the right word, like, and then it got turned into a pejorative, so now people don't say it and they use other words instead. And like, you might say some, like you could legitimately have called someone retarded 20 years ago, like in a sort of, like, or 30 years ago, I don't know, you know, maybe I'm getting my dates wrong, but you know what I mean? Like, it was literally a medical word that, like, words change over time, and the power and the meaning and stuff like that. So, like, and the depth and the reality of it, you know, and how much you're trying to be mean and how much you're ignorant or whatever. Like, yeah, and at no point in my life have I ever tried to bully someone for being disabled or bully someone for being black or anything like that. That's never happened, so I don't have to worry that I might accidentally slip of the tongue do it. It's not that. It's that the words used to carry less weight when I was younger. The end. Right? And the N-word, like I said, the whole point of it is that I would use it as an example of something that is so naughty and bad that if you were to do it privately, secretly on your own at home, like, I could say shoot a gun. But I'm not going to shoot a gun on my own at home to find out how naughty it is to shoot a gun, because what would I be doing running around with a gun at home shooting it? But you could say the N-word silently, you know, in a room, silently, aloud in a room, and the naughtiness of it, you think, God, that's something I would never do or shouldn't do. I hope no one heard me say that. Not at home when I'm with my mates, I call everyone the N-word because I'm a racist. Not that. Eddie twisted it. Eddie twisted it to make it seem like it was something it wasn't. And that's just horrible. So Eddie knows that he's horrible and he knows what he's done and he thinks it's clever. It's not, it's snide. You know, I can fight snide bollocks with the truth. So well done for being on the side of snide and nasty and sneaky. It makes you look snide and nasty and sneaky. And now you're fighting against someone who's got the sword of valor and the shield of truth. So you know it, Eddie, and I know it, and everybody knows it.
Wreck them into the drain on the floor. And
Catherine Gwinnett, are you okay there? Repeatedly typing Tubby Toast. Spamming chat will not be accepted. So I'll tell you now, and then you'll stop it, or you will be banned for just repeatedly spamming the same thing. Doesn't matter whether it's something good or bad, spamming will not be accepted.
I don't like using the broom because I don't want it to get, like, in case there's like a little bit of grease on the floor or something like that. So I just use the squeegee and put all the little bits of food into the drain. Now, I did just wash my floor yesterday. I've been trying to keep up with that every day as well after a day of cooking in the kitchen.
What?
Now, this is some floor deodorizer from my husband's business.
Well, it's not that big a space, and it must be so fucking frustrating to be mopping the floor every day. Every day? Am I tripping here? You're going to tell me in chat. Do we mop the floor every day?
It just makes you...
I think she's playing it up. I think she's making it seem like she does loads of housework, when in actual fact, she doesn't really have much to do.
Floors smell really nice when you wash them. So yeah, now time to mop.
Dave Wellings, that's actually quite a good pun. Shamim and vegan. What is... Right, you're getting timed out for 5 minutes. I'm doing the timing out. What is Tubby? Do you want me to search for what is Tubby? Maybe they're trying to promote something. If it brings up some horrible sex thing, well, it's Teletubbies it's brought up, so they might just be having a problem. See, the thing is, you're not going to get me on this at all as well about being a bully on the internet or anything like that. Oh, he's having a go at a fat lady. Oh, well, sorry, I'm an equal opportunities lolcow reactor. But you're not going to get me on it, Eddie. You're not going to get me on it. There's layers to this. You're not going to get me on a facile, stupid surface layer. That's not what I'm doing here. Everybody knows it. What was that? Look at this face. Look at that face. She's like, I'm aware that I'm filming myself, so I'm going to give a big smile to the camera to prove that I'm really enjoying myself, locked in this tiny kitchen for like 4 hours now. All I did is make myself breakfast, beans on toast out of a tin, and I've been in the kitchen for 4 hours preparing it and sweeping and mopping. Does Salah not let you out, or is he out there and you don't want to be out there with him? What's happening? You're going to have to get more out of life than this.
After I'm done mopping, I just use the squeegee on the clean floor to direct any excess water into the...
She's got, I'll tell you what's happening, is she's got a chip on her shoulder that's going on as well, right? Salah's got some mates and they've got some wives, and she's interacted with some other Arabic ladies, and of course they're not massively overweight, obese. Like, they must think she's come from America. She's from Canada. She's from Canada. She's from Canada. What's happened to my... Am I having a stroke? She's from Canada. It sounds wrong. I know it's wrong. Canada. It's not Canada. I can't even say the name of it. Bad Gambler, I'm going to do a thing. Can you endorse me? No Meat March. That sounds a really good idea. That sounds a really good idea. I can endorse that, yeah. No Meat March. Try it out for a month. I've done... they do veganery. No Meat March. I've done today Beyond Burgers. I tell you what, you get yourself some Beyond Burgers. You cannot tell the difference. Cook them up nice. Do it proper. Pan, side. I like to cover. Let them have some time under the cover to get nice heat fully cooked through the burger. Cook it like you would a normal burger. Get that pan cooked burger. Get it done nice, right? They let out a bit of moisture during the cooking process. That's fine. That's fine. Get it cooked up nice. Even if you still like a bit of cheese and you're on a journey, that's fine. Have your bit of cheese. I'm not going to, like, unless you're her or fully vegan, I'm not going to, you know, if you're on the journey, that's fine. Get Beyond Burgers. You will not tell that, like, there's no one can argue I mean, I don't know I'm a bit worried about the old. I'd say I'm a bit worried about the old politics of it all. Who bought which company and this and that, and oh, could there be bad things in it? And yeah, okay, yeah, but it's better than meat, isn't it? Where they stick steroids in them, and the poor animals have to get murdered. These are the burgers, Beyond Burgers. It's a simple taste test these days when it comes to it. When it comes to it, a burger's a good example of a substitute thing. This is better than 80% of burgers that come from animal products. No one will argue it any other way. You take me to any football ground in the country and you give me whatever burgers they get out of their football burger van. I've eaten some things that taste like donkeys and hairnets. Like, you know, I've eaten some burgers that taste like slabs of carpet underlay. Like, this is a real good. Beyond Burgers are top line. They are good. And if you just do a simple taste test, you know, if you just exchange that, and everyone that's watching can, you know, can agree with this and can have a go at this. Just one night a week, just get those Beyond Burgers and try them out and say to yourself, is this acceptable? Do the burger thing, you know, make it a proper treat, whatever you like on your burger, the way you like it. Do the bun, do it all. And just ask yourself, when I've got all, because it's not just mixing it with the relish and the sauce masks it, but with all this together, isn't that one of the best burgers you've had? And I think it will go up there in your top, if you're real about it, it will go up there in your top 5 burgers ever. And if it's up there in the top 5 burgers ever that you've ever had, like in terms of the quality of the burger and et cetera, what are you doing eating dead animals when this is a viable alternative for just, even if it's just for your burgers? That's a big portion of like meat eaters' diets, is burgers and hot dogs and stuff like that. There you go. I've done my little call to arms for the vegan community there, and it's a product placement as well. But you know, for some reason, I used to be well against product placement and veganism. I was like, well, you know, that company might be run by people who are not vegans, and we shouldn't support Tesco because they're doing vegan burgers. Tesco's still got a butcher, but ultimately, if it helps people along the journey, that particular brand of particular, like, there are lots of different chocolate soy milks. Until someone sponsors me, I'm only getting these because they happen to be the one that's in the shop. But that particular burger, I know other brands are available, but it really is good. No meat march. Other people are joining you. Look, you've started a revolution. Bad Gambler. Was it Bad Gambler? Yeah, Bad Gambler. You've started a revolution. Look, someone's going to join you. Amber's going to join you. No meat march. Can you make Beyond Tartar? I don't know. Yes, you can get Beyond Mayonnaise and you can get, you know, vegan alternatives to pretty much everything. But long term, I think short term you're going to want to replace certain things with your favourite things with other things. Yeah, but long term, I think it's about just a sort of changing the way you think about food to the point where certain things, like a lot of the dairy stuff, I don't want it anymore. I don't like, you know, I don't think about putting extra cheese on, or I just don't include. I don't need an alternative for it because I just don't want it in my diet as much anymore. Like it's like a change in getting used to certain things different. You want a burger now? I've had one just before I streamed, so I'm good for that. But there's another one in the fridge if you want it. You can have the one that's in the fridge. I didn't cook it. Wow. And at least animals don't have to be, you know, abused and hurt and killed and eaten for that to happen.
The drain as well.
She's been sweeping the floor. Salah's gonna shout at her if she doesn't have that thing spotless when he comes home. Spotless enough to do a shit on it and eat the shit off the... What? Spotless enough to do a shit on it. Yeah, what? I'm sorry, what? Spotless enough to do a shit on it, isn't it? No. Do a shit. No. You know when they bought the new car? You know when they recently bought a new car, and I just wonder, did she find out if it can take her weight on the bonnet, so she could squat on the bonnet and do a shit on the windscreen, and Salah could lie under the windscreen like that going, I love it. because he does.
Then I deodorize.
Eduardo's starting to get eggy behind me. Behind me. Like over there. You trying to scare me? Let's not have any of that nonsense. I'm not really paranoid. Like, he said I was paranoid dopehead. Tell you a funny story, and he'll love this shit, because like anytime I reveal anything, he'll put it down in the diary. He'll note it down. The No Meat March, look, we're starting a phenomena. Oh, well, I had him paused, right. Sorry, I thought you meant like literally, I thought you were trying to like, you know, poltergeist me, scare me or whatever. What was I saying now? It's Eduardo starting to get scary behind me. He's a funny one though, isn't he? You wouldn't put anything past him, would you? I want to know, you know, he's listening. So, Eddie, where's the old stories? We all want to know. If I got to ask you more questions, he's never going to go on his show again and do any more questions. We all want to know, what is this old joke that got you in trouble? You used to do old jokes. Your sense of humour was not tolerated. Where was it not tolerated? Did they fire you? Did you have to leave the job, even the country? Did you disgrace yourself and your family by saying something sexist or racist? Do you still not accept that it was wrong? You know, what happened there? I don't want to pry personally, you know, I'm not going to ask where's Mrs. Eddie. I'm not going to ask personal questions. Eddie got quite personal in his attack against me, didn't he? But all that stuff. Water off a duck's back. I really just don't matter. But like, so I'm not going to reflect that back and say, where's Mrs. Eddie? Like, you know, a dopehead, yeah. Saying about being paranoid, right? When I was younger, I did suffer with anxiety. I'm talking like when I was younger, like 20s, early 20s. Like, I did suffer with anxiety, and it came back a bit as well when I gave up drinking. Like the reaction to giving up alcohol, I think, made me feel more anxious. Or I was suffering. No, actually, the lead up to that as well. The increase in heavier drinking when I was leaving the hairdressing behind. When I was the last year of doing the hairdressing salon. Like anxiety's been something that I've suffered with a couple of times in my life. Anxiety, like, I'm not going to be like, oh, I've got mental health problems. Like, you know, Alan tried to, when I talked about these things in the past, Alan tried to paint me out like I'd got mental problems, like I was off my rocker. Mental health problems don't mean you're off your rocker, right? But because of that, what I did was I went to see someone in cognitive behavioural therapy supplied by the NHS. Like, really, really good that was. Really good. And the NHS also gave me options of different medication, but I've tried maybe one or two different things, and I thought, nah, at the time, nah, not really for me. Later on, I did try metrazapine again on recommendation, and it was quite good. And then I've used it, and now I don't use it, and now that's good. So I've sort of conquered feelings of anxiety. So I know all about it, you know. And I wanted to talk about like smoking weed and being anxious, or like a funny one. Okay, a funny one. I think this is past the statute of limitations. I think we're going to be okay with this. We'd gone out, we'd taken loads of acid. We'd taken a bit of acid, me and my mates. And we'd gone out and we'd taken this. We're out in town, and one of my mates was like, let's go into the fields and do some bongs. And I was like, number one, I don't really, but by that point, they'd all started to walk, so. And not everyone in my friendship group likes to listen to me talk a lot. So they'd all started to walk, so we go, oh, go out there, go. And like, we're on the walk, we're out off, so we go out into these fields, we go out through the nice sort of chill field, we go out into the line, it's all like mud, and it's like ploughed, and it's like fields, and it's like 8 or 9 o'clock at night, and there's a bunch of us, we're having fun, we're taking acid, it's fun, but it's now night time and it's dark, and we're out in the fields and it's sort of dark. So we're doing bongs, and I don't like it much, to be honest. I just didn't like that whole, I was happier in the house playing Tony Hawk. But we went out and we did this, right? And then we went out and we carried on walking up to this point where you come to, there's the river by your left, and then there's this recreation ground, and usually in the daytime there's people there playing frisbee or walking their dog, and it's this big open expanse, and we're there, and on the walk down, because I was tripping, I saw like people in the bushes, like lying down in the bushes. It was giving me real edgy feelings, this whole thing, this walking around in the dark. But because I was with all my mates and we were all walking in like, you know, a group in a line, I was just holding on and just walking with them. And we got to this point where it was like through a little gate into the big field, and I was like, in the big field I could see all people, and I could see them all like folded arms, all of them like suddenly aware that we were there at the gates, like as if we disturbed them, like a load of people, like hundreds of people. And they were shadow people as well. They weren't like, they clearly weren't humans. Like, you know, I would see a load of people. They were clearly humanoid shapes and shadow people. And like, I'd taken a bit, I think it might have been mushrooms. I think it might not have been acid. I think it might have been mushrooms or acid. So like, but we're all really high, right? And we were all having a good time, except I wasn't. And I was keeping it to myself. I was keeping it secret because I didn't want everyone to think I was freaking out. And they were like, well, what we're going to do, let's do this, let's do that. And they were all hanging out, chilling out and doing this and that. And I was like, I don't want to. And so I had to basically, I gathered my sister. My sister agreed that she was quite happy to also leave and that she wasn't having such a good time out in the fields. Like, there was a group of me and my friends. My sister was there. And my other friend, my friend Greg, he knows this story. I was like, I don't know if I'm enjoying this as much. So I was like, can we all go? And like, not everyone wanted to go. So me, Greg and my sister all did want to go. And all we needed to do was to go get my car and get home. And then we could sit at home, smoke weed, and just basically, you know, be in a sort of really comfortable. Like when I was high, like on acid and stuff or mushrooms, it's always good to be in like a comfortable. This is when I was younger, and this is like, you know, having a bit of mushrooms or something. It's cool. I'm not some nuthead who's broken my brain or anything. I'm not 7G Honeywell out here. But so like it's always good to be in a really relaxed, comfortable, calm environment with like nice colours and your favourite music and an ice cream, and you know, you don't want to be out in the fucking fields trudging through mud. So we agreed, but what had to happen was we had to walk through the field of all the people, of all the scary ghost people. Like that was in order to achieve like getting home. There was no way around it. It was like, it was that or nothing. It's like the car's the other side of the field. We've walked all around in a big circle. So I have to walk into the field with all the, and I'm like, well, I think this is probably one of the times I felt the most, like, talk about anxiety, like tripping and thinking you're walking into a field full of ghosts. That was quite a high anxiety moment. Just got my head down and we did it. No, I was just like, fuck it then. Like, we're doing it. Just let's do it. Let's just walk. And like, you just have to like face your fears and just walk through it, don't you? And obviously, because there weren't really any people there, I think it turned out fine. We got to the car and it was like Mario Kart driving home. I was like, oh my God, I really probably shouldn't have driven home. Very short journey, don't worry. And I did go very slowly at like 20 miles an hour. It's like, fucking hell. At least I hadn't been drinking. But yeah, then it was all back into happy days again. But I felt very, very worried walking across that field. Like, it was like all my fears and anxieties, pitch dark, big open field. I was certain there were spirit body ghosts that I hadn't talked to all my friends about. I hadn't explained it to everyone. It's just a bad trip. Later on, though, strangely enough, when I told the story, my sister said she could see the same people. She saw the same things. So who knows? Maybe we saw into another spectrum of the world, or maybe we just had similar reactions to an environment that we're used to seeing people in, and we're both very similar humans with very similar DNA. So our mental reaction to the same stimulus was similar. But there's a story for you, isn't it, about anxiety? There's the other funny story. I told you this one. This one's a funny story. I was given sleeping tablets by the doctor once. anxiety related, you know, trying to get to sleep and stuff like that. After I'd given up the hairdressing, like giving up the drinking and stuff like that. So the sleeping tablets, they have a hypnotic effect. They're in that bracket of, that's actually the sort of world they live in, and terminology for whatever breed of drugs they are, hypnotics. So I took sleeping tablets and I went to bed, and downstairs people were listening to Coronation Street on the telly, and upstairs in my world in bed it sounded like people were having a big row, because they were on Coronation Street having a big old row. And so what I did was, I was like really confused and drowsy, so I ran downstairs and got my knife, and well, not my knife, a knife, and the dog, my dog, and the knife, and I went out on the drive in my underwear, and like my relatives came out and said like, what the fuck are you doing? And I was like, if anyone's coming, I'm ready. And they were like, no one's coming. And I was like, I can hear them. And they were like, it's Coronation Street. They're rowing about that on Coronation Street. And I was like, oh. And I put the knife down, go back to bed. And like, it was a real funny one. It was a real funny one. So, big ups. Catherine Gwinnett was repeatedly typing CBBC. They got done for spamming. Like, thanks, yeah, moderated them for spamming. I think CBBC is that the lady who we talked about earlier, Sarah 7 Gram, what's her name? Like, she's from CBBC, so maybe someone got a bit excited about that. But yeah, random new people who just want to spam. My knife, yeah, not my knife, it was a kitchen knife. But when I say my knife, it was like in the house we shared. Like, so it was my kitchen knife. It wasn't like my friend's kitchen knife, but it wasn't like I had a special knife. I was just in my pants on the drive, just thinking, you know, if there's going to be several people turn up at my house to have a big row with me and it's going to kick off, I'm ready. But I wasn't ready. I was really fucked because I was taking a sleeping pill. So I was like, I couldn't hardly stay awake. So I was like in this netherworld of like anxiety and sedation. So like, I thought there was someone coming to get me and have a row. So it only happened once. It's not like a routine, you know, behaviour. And it was all brought on because they literally had the telly on downstairs, and on Coronation Street they were having a fight in the street. So it was a hypnotic illusion. But I was ready I was fucking ready for them. I was down there. I was ready for them. No one was coming. The dog didn't know what was happening. Like, just me and the dog and a knife. Fucking come at it. Let's have it. It's stupid. I must have looked so fucking stupid. I was in my underwear. I was just in my boxers. So yeah, that was Zopiclone, that was. And then after that I went back and I went to bed and I was asleep. So I don't know why I'm telling these stories. I'm telling these stories because I felt quite anxious in my life. Like I've been at like that moment when I did that. I felt incredibly anxious. You know, to jump out of bed in my underwear and like, you know, if you hear a noise downstairs and it makes you feel anxious, it was that feeling, but turned up to 10. So like, I felt incredibly anxious, but I've had panic attacks before, I guess. Like, absolutely would say I've had, like, not screaming, yelling and running around, but like anxiety where I think, oh my, like, get control of myself, like feel like I might be spinning, like, you know, and I've definitely been through all that when I was younger. And that's why I sought help for it, and that's how I've managed to conquer it. So now I feel like I'm totally in control of anything like that. I don't feel like I can be, like, you feel anxiety and you feel panic and they're direct responses to stimulus in life, but my ability to control that rather than let it spiral out of control or even spiral it myself, I'm totally in control of that now. So I'm not an anxious or paranoid person. Like, it just doesn't touch me. Like, yeah, that's what we were talking about, wasn't it? Eddie was calling me a dopehead, and I've got funny stories. You know, I've been a dopehead. I've been out on the fields on mushrooms, taking hits from a bong, scared of ghosts in the woods. There was another time we went up the woods. We've got these local woods actually, and me and our mates went up the woods. Like, people make fires up there and stuff, but there's these ghost stories, and like, I think we told the ghost stories when we were up the woods on mushrooms, and oh, that was a bad mistake. We had to leave. We ended up, me and my mate Tim though, we ended up walking across these fields, and we were like, basically, this must be a shortcut because there's a light, and if there's a light, that's houses, that's where we live, isn't it? That's like the town. But we went off on fields, and you know, we're high and we're following a light, and we ended up on the complete other side of town at this other estate. Like, it was just like, what are we doing? We went for like a 4-hour walk that should have been a 40-minute walk. At one point on that, we both saw ghost feet walking with us as well. That quickened our pace. But you know, funny stories. Yeah, big up Sonia. These are funny stories. You like hearing them, as you don't feel alone. Like, this is growing up in the UK in the 90s. This is like, you know, enjoying rave culture, and this is just life, isn't it? It's, you know, it's normal. Good old days, yeah. Eddie's not going to make me feel bad about that. He's not going to paint me out to be some drug-addled nutter. He's not going to do it. He can't, because I'm not. Sorry. You know, go and watch Human Traffic, mate. Living a life, having fun, doing some cool stuff, never being offensive and horrible and nasty and stealing or anything like that. Trying to just, you know, do the best I can. I'm an honourable person, so you're not going to catch me out by pretending I'm dishonourable. It's fine. It's fine. That's the deal with it. Like, if you tell lies, then you have to live with this like worry because you've told a load of lies. Who's going to find out what lie I've told? But if you don't, then you don't have to worry because you didn't tell any lies. So no one's going to, you don't have to, that part of it, that anxiety doesn't exist. There's none of that because you're not worried about stuff because you haven't done anything. Like, the only weird one is when someone says, hey, like, something's gone missing, did you do it? And you think, oh, this is weird, I'm being accused of something, and I definitely know I didn't. I hope they realise that, you know, until they know, I don't know that they don't. But like, but otherwise, it's like, you don't have to worry, do you? You can walk around just thinking everything's fine. I'm not going to be accused of doing any bad racism because I'm not a bad racist. So it's weird that Eddie would want to twist things, but I perceive that he's going to try and do that in the future. So if he did that one, he'll probably go over everything I've said and try and pick out any nasty little thing he thinks he can pick and just twist things. So I don't care. Just don't care. Like, we're in 2024 now. So, you know, the days of Brian Harvey saying that he did ecstasy and everyone throwing a fit and like the work that have to discuss it in the House of Commons. Like, I'm not Brian Harvey, and we don't have to discuss it in the House of Commons. It's just fine. No, it's just fine. We're having a chat. It's cool. We're on the internet. Enjoy it. What's she doing now? She's got a bottle of this.
The kitchen from any cooking smells, and this is also from my husband's business.
Oh, so that's nice to ingest through your lungs, that chemical thing that you sprayed in the air.
T-Baldar.
And you're selling your husband's business products. So big smile for that. Does make me worry again.
All right, I'm fed. Everyone else.
That's your whole thing there. This is you. You've been in here for fucking hours now. You ate your breakfast in there. Like, I get a bad vibe about it.
Else is fed, husband, pets, and laundry's going. The only thing I have left to do is just get rid of those little bits from the floor drain.
The floor drain? It's got bits of food in it. She's got her eye on that bit of toast.
Which I will do. My back's a bit sore, so, but everything else is good. So
Put
now,
the hamster down, you'll get it.
now it's time for a little bit of me time and go and read some of the Quran.
As, like, I can hear the police sirens. They're not coming for me, are they? As much as they could. Do you know what? I told the police I'm a streamer, so if you get funny calls, you know about it, yeah? But if Eddie did go as far... Like, Alan's next step was to call the police on me, wasn't it? So let's hope that Eddie doesn't try and like go a little bit extra nuttis, because they won't like that. Like... It feels okay. I'm not going to diss reading the Quran. I actually read the Quran, not the Quran, obviously an English translation, but I found it to be really interesting, and there's a lot of reflection with the other Abrahamic texts. I found it to be really, like, you know, I'm kind of pro some of the peace and the insight and connection, spirituality aspect of all that sort of stuff. Yeah. So if she wants to go and quietly do that, yeah, good for her. But I get the feeling that she never gave a fuck about it until she went and married that guy and lived in Kuwait. And it seems to have been like stamped on her personality. And I don't know if she's had, like, when you become Islamic, you say the Shahada, yeah, but you're supposed to have a personal revelation and a sort of connection with God that stays with you for the rest of your life. And that's why you submit to God. And that's your choice. I don't know if this is her choice as much. And like, I feel really harsh saying this, because I should in reality be saying, read the Quran, that's a great evening, enjoy yourself. But I know in my heart of hearts that, you know, in the modern world, are we saying that she's living her best and most enjoyable life by quietly reading the Quran? I suppose once she's read it through once fully, then she's read it, and then you can go back to it and reread and, you know, try and even learn the full thing. But I just worry that she appears to be living quite a regimented, almost like life of a prisoner to her husband's. Like, this is much more like, she's moved to Kuwait. Her husband is Kuwaiti, so she's become Islamic. She's now going to read the Quran. I'm pro this. I'm like actually pro spirituality equals more moderation in her life and a positive path. Like, but I worry that it's sort of like stamped on her as a. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, it feels like she's in some sort of sad prison that is how Salah lives and how Kuwaiti women live, but that's not how she was living. So now she lives there and she's just changed everything. She's going to be like this. And like, culturally, it's a big shift. And like, you might say some of the aspects of it are very much me, so I'll go with it, and some maybe not, and so I won't. But instead she's like, all of it me now, I'm Kuwaiti. That's me, I'm Kuwaiti now. And before she was just Waiti. Sorry, but she was living a very different life. I've seen this once before, not in this way necessarily. Sorry, I'm getting a bit serious about this now. I would say, talking about Islam before we move off it just quickly, I would say at one point I would have said I was maybe Muslim, like insofar as I accepted what, you know, the principles and loving aspects of the Quran. I think I'm more of a Sufi, like a sort of individual spiritualism in a way that's built on the Abrahamic basis. That's just my personal thing. But I had a friend who became a Buddhist, right? And they became quite a strict Buddhist insofar as they went into the monastery. And there are monasteries in the UK. I didn't know there were. But my mate sort of just disappeared. And like, he was a party animal like me, probably worse in some ways or better. I don't know what you want to say about it. Like, but like, he was a party animal like me. In fact, I think he was doing a bit more of the powder that I gave him. Not credit for, that's the right word, but I wasn't doing as much. I never really thought cocaine was very much fun. I never thought that cocaine was for me, so I never sort of, like I said, I've never bought a bunch of cocaine and done it for myself. I've done some before, but not never paid for it. But yeah, my mate was doing, like, you know, he wanted a bit of a break and he wanted to change his lifestyle, and he found Buddhism, I think because his older brother had done it. He went in the fucking monastery. Like, we didn't see him for 6 months, and it came to our attention as like a friends that he was, at first it was like a good thing in a way, because he was cleaning up his life. It was like a self-imposed rehab, spiritual retreat. But then when it was like, I'm going to live here forever, I had a problem with it, to be honest. It's his life. We were young though, we were in our 20s. So we went and visited him, and I was in my early 20s, like 23 probably. And we went and visited him, and I basically made the case for, do it later, come and do this when you're 50. But there's so much stuff you're going to miss out on in life if you don't like go and experience life first. And that doesn't mean, you know, get back on the drugs, but it does mean like, because like he was literally wearing an orange robe and living in a hut and like just doing the Buddhist chanting all day, and he had shaved his head completely bald. Like, you know, he was full on doing the Buddhism. And I was like, you know, basically it was a good thing he came back to real life. I think it was a good, you know, I'm saying this, I think it was good. He didn't carry on being a, like, we did get him out of it sort of thing. I didn't drag him out of it, but, you know, we went there and like made the case to try and help balance out what he was getting told from the other side, maybe. Yeah, what am I saying? Like, overall, I felt that he just needed like a rehab, like a break from it, like a change, and this big change, this like big institution, the monastery, you know, fitting in with everyone else, just it's all there laid on for you. You don't have to think. In fact, you do less thinking, don't you? Especially in the monastery, the whole point is you're not thinking, you're just doing the meditating. It's like a big break from it all. And I think it was really helpful for him to have that break. So I think that was still good, but not forever. And I think for Chantal here, this is why I'm saying this, is what the kind of mess she'd got herself into before. I think she kind of feels in some way that just like, because Islam is about submission to God, but she's also being quite submissive. Like, in some way, it is the norm, isn't it? In more Arabic, it's more of a norm in Arabic countries for wives to be more subservient. She's been saying recently about how Salah goes out to these male, like the men go out and have parties, the women don't go and interact and mix, do they? So, like, you know, it's becoming quite sexist, subordinate stuff, and this whole adherence to a more strict Muslim lifestyle. Like, you'd think the only thing that it would be, she's not doing some of the other things she used to do. Like, she used to take more narcotics in Canada, but like, she's still not disciplined enough to deal with her weight problems and her food issues. So it feels like she's in some sort of prison punishment mode inflicted on her by Salah to be more strict, more fall in line as a housewife, fall in line as a Muslim, and use those Muslim constructs to to keep you in this position, because he's a Muslim man and she's married to him now. So like, I worry again. Like, it feels to me that a bit of a like, they've been asking in the foodie beauty community, they've been saying, where's Salah? Is he gone? Is he, is he left, and are you pretending he's still there? I get the other end of the stick here from it. I get that he's there, very much controlling, but doesn't want to be in it. So she's in a more enforced, subservient position, which I don't think she enjoys. I think there's a bit of sadness to it, to be honest.
So right now I'm on page 55, and... But
actually, I would agree, you're not going to be a Muslim without reading the Quran, so you are going to want to read that Quran, and maybe that should be your priority. So it just feels like, after I've eaten my breakfast of beans and bread, I will sit in this room and just read this religious text. It's very pious, it's very dry, and even the committed and those that love Islam are going to understand that this is there are analogies. If you're a Christian and you're going to sit in a room and read the Bible, well, you love God and the Bible's great, yeah, but don't you want to play video games and go for a walk? It's a very strict, pious way to approach this. So, but at some point she's going to want to read this. I used to read it at night. I could read a book before bed, but yeah.
Part 3, the Surah Al-Baqarah, and I'll just read you a little passage.
Yeah, go for it, actually.
Oh, you who believe, spend of the good things which you have legally earned, and of that which we have produced from the earth for you, and do not aim at that which is bad to spend from it, though you would not accept it, except if you close your eyes and tolerate therein, and know that Allah is rich, free of all needs, and worthy of all praise. So be grateful for whatever you have today. Don't think about the past, don't think about the future. Whatever you have today that Allah has blessed you with, think about it.
Interesting. One of the things I found about the Quran, when people say they needed guidance from God, so they just opened the Bible and read a passage and it helped them. I find the Quran was able to do that. Sometimes I I'd do that. I'd reflect on an idea or a theme or a question, an emotion. I just open it at random, and it would seem to be quite interestingly apt.
And really appreciate it. That's what I get from that passage. With Ramadan coming, I'm trying to...
Right, so she's not really sitting and reading the Quran, is she? Like, you know, she read one tiny line and then using it as a prop. I'd like it if she would read it and really, you know, ruminate on it. But then I'd like a lot of things, wouldn't I? We're not getting the walks that we wanted, but...
Get through the Quran, and going to be doing a lot more studying of it during Ramadan, of course, as well, along with prayer and fasting. And I'll be doing some Ramadan vlogs for you as well. So guys, I guess that's it. I like to sit here in this window, look out at the sea. So guys,
like, she's not mobile very much at the moment, and she, Alex Ishuk was saying, is heading for immobility. Like, at the weight she is, and with the increased eating of the food and then not doing the exercise, like, things are going to get worse. If she's got sciatica problems and that's causing her problems not able to move, she's got to keep doing other forms of exercise, because otherwise she will only be able to sit there and look out the window, and that seems, again, very sad, doesn't it? So her daily routine is over now, because what else has she got to do? Basically nothing. So she's going to sit and look out the window. I bet even the telly's boring. So she must be on the internet, mustn't she? Reading, watching the detractors. She looks like she's about to cry here, in my opinion.
guys, I just thought I would share a bit of my, every time I go to talk.
Like, she literally looks like she's about to cry.
So guys, I just thought I would share this morning with you. Not every morning is the same for me. Sometimes it's a bit different. But if you guys like these vlogs, please give it a thumbs up and leave a comment. I always love to hear from you guys. And inshallah, you will all have a blessed day. See you guys.
Like, she looked like she was about to cry, and then when she was saying the car beeps its horn every time she tries to talk, it means that they're living by a busy road. She sat there looking out the window at a busy road. Just to reinforce the point, Fajita Feast is the most recent episode, and then it's late at night and we'll come to an end. So baked beans, cheese, fajita stuff, cheese. Well, that's rice, sorry. Baked beans, rice, fajita stuff, cheese. Like fajitas.
And the idea is to deglaze the bottom of the...
So I think there's another problem she's got, which is that if you're stuck at home and you're bored, then eating is basically the entertainment, isn't it? Like, this is a bit of an issue, and it's an irony because that's the channel. Like, eating is the entertainment.
Down because, well, that's just how we like them, I guess, you know.
Yeah, see, man, I wonder about, I mean, there's a longer, deeper story here that I'm not that informed on, but she's been her own master of her own destiny very much to get into this position. On the other hand, I do feel that Salah, like, you know, people have to question, it sounds bad, but like, you have to question what he sees in her and why he wanted to be connected to her and married to her, and in this way, like, you know, he's attracted to her, maybe, I guess, but she was someone who was earning a living off the internet, and he approached her on the internet, and he was also doing a little gaming channel. So, like, I think he thought he might end up earning a living off the internet and living off his wife's earnings in some way. I don't know what he does. I don't know what his financial situation is. But like I said, that flat, that little room that she's in, there's the kitchen there. That's the room. And then there's the bathroom and a bedroom. Like, Q8 prices. I don't know what the whole situation is, but I don't know exactly how much she earns on YouTube or with her cameos, but like, yeah, I'm pretty sure he's going to want her to keep, like, the channel recently, she changed it to Everyday Mariam, but she went a little bit, she had a little bit of a schism where she tried gaming video, she tried a bit of this, a bit of that. There was a little bit of a schism, and obviously the name change. I think the name change was to try to avoid the algorithm with the trolls and to try and differentiate herself from all the algorithm bad videos about foodie beauty, to try and shake that off. But ultimately, I do wonder how much creative control and overall control she has over the direction of her life right now, or how much Salah is passive or active. Like, you know, if he's ultimately, if he feels he's in the marriage and he's married to her and Kuwaiti tradition, etc., like, he's going to have a say at some point, isn't he? Like, is he completely going to be passive? I don't know.
And we have some cheese, rice, beans, and
Again, every time she eats cheese, it makes me cross.
Arabic fasoli, and some tortilla wraps here, chili flavor, and some lettuce and some sour cream. So,
is she not aware that if it fills this massive plate, then the portion is oversized? Like, that's a simple rule, isn't it? It's like, if the plate, like my massive serving plate is not going to be my dinner plate. Like, once I've filled my dinner plate with food, that's my food portion. It's an easier way to do it. I think you need to just, maybe we need to...
All right, bismillah. And I have some cranberry juice.
Yogurt.
And what I'm going to do is, my cat is already harassing me.
She seems eggy about the cat harassing you, see. Like, I think she's getting cabin fever. I think she's staying into, like, Eddie accused me of staying in all the time. And then a couple of days I just went out and did stuff. It's like, yeah, fuck them. Go out and do stuff, see a couple of friends. Went for a walk in the woods. I think she's getting cabin fever. I think she's getting fed up with it all. And I think she slipped back into a routine with her channel. And even that then is boring. And so I think she's starting to get... I think I'm not an expert on her cycles, but I think there's going to be a blowout. I think there's going to be a... she's been letting off steam by having a pop at the trolls in her community posts, but I think she's brewing for a bit of a blow up, a bit of a, you know, some kind of... I think she's, you know, she's brewing up pressure, ready to blow.
All right, I'm going to start in. Make a fajita. Now, fajitas are messy, so I'm not really excited to eat them, but I'm hungry and they look good. So first things first, we're going to put down some of the chicken stuff. Okay. Yeah. Some of the cheese. Okay, I love a lot of cheese on my fajitas. Some sour cream, or sorry, this is not sour cream. This is yogurt, sour yogurt, plain yogurt. I love it. And some lettuce. Now, I don't have tomatoes. There you go. I don't have tomatoes. I forgot them. That sucks. So I'm gonna fold it like that. Okay. It's gonna be so messy. All right, let's go. How does it taste like the mix, like the, you know, the old El Paso fajita mix you get in the box? It tastes like that, even though I didn't have all the seasonings.
So I now have to eat tortilla chips because you can't just watch her eat and it just makes you hungry, doesn't it? Everyone hates it when I eat crisps and croft the crisps.
So, I don't know the full history of fajita. I looked some of it up, but I was too lazy to put a lot of effort into it. But basically, fajitas originated around, there's like record of them around in the 1930s. They think it comes from the word faja, which means strips. So it's like strips, originally strips of skirt steak. I'm sorry, but when I hear skirt steak, I think of Lady Gaga's meat dress. Anyway. There were Mexican cowboys. And it's like, it's a Tex-Mex food, right? Well, these cowboys used to make strips of skirt steak with onions and peppers. It tastes the same as sour cream. Like, what's the difference? Oh. But anyway.
I've told you before, she likes having a full mouth. And the bite size, the spoon size, all of this. It's about having a full mouth. Like, once that started to be chewed and go, it's downhill from there. It's just about all that big full mouth, and she likes that. Making it worse for herself by spooning it all on with the yogurt and the cheese and stuff. Anyway. It's interesting we got a history of the fajita.
I should have opened this first.
We've got a history of the fajita. And people want to watch her eat. Bear in mind, this is her most profitable content.
So, yeah, traditionally, I mean, people usually eat this with, so it's like strips of meat. Because you can have steak fajitas with peppers and onions.
I suppose drama content as well, where she gives a big kick off about something. Certainly for Eddie. Eddie's most popular content is when he does a big kick off about something, isn't it?
Now, every time I eat fajitas, I think of a memory I had growing up as a kid. And I was probably around like 9 or 10. And I had a lot of friends I didn't even like.
Sorry, I had a lot of friends I didn't even like. This is classic Chantal. You didn't have friends you didn't even like. They're not your friends. Friends are people you do like, who you like forged relationships with. Friends are not people you don't like.
When you're a kid, you just have classmates, and it's just like, one day they're just like, do you want to sleep over?
I suppose, yeah, when you're 10 years old, you've got friends and they're people you know, and you probably don't. Actually, I do appreciate, she's right there. Like, you could have a group of friends and they could be around your house, and like, some of them aren't the closest and you might not even get on with them that well, but, you know, the parents organise the social groupings, and, you know, you end up at a party or a sleepover, and like, you know, there's a couple of, I can think of a couple of moments in my childhood where I've thought, well, I don't really get on with this person, but they're technically my friend, I suppose, aren't they? Because we're all in the same group here. Like, yeah, kind of like when you're 8 or 10 years old, yeah.
And you're like, sure, why not?
I suppose.
This time.
Cold, you're messing in the garden.
I got invited to a sleepover. And it was just me and this one girlfriend that I had.
Well, this is a bit different though, just going for a sleepover one-on-one. I don't know. Actually, I think there's a situation in my upbringing where I had a sort of... I think it was convenient for our parents, our moms were friends, and like we were then put together, like, you know, you and him will be friends because me and my mom, you know, the moms are having a chat, you two can go and play sort of thing. So I think there were times where I sort of felt one-on-one situations with someone who wasn't necessarily my friend. This is a very strange story that's going on here. We'll finish on this one tonight after this. We'll finish with a song, of course. I promised it. We've got a bit of one of Alan's wonderful songs to finish with. But this story of unrequited friendship, this story of animosity cloaked as friendship, and her early interaction with fajitas is intriguing me.
Now,
you've got it down your
I never
chin.
really told the truth about the people whose homes I slept over at, because at least this girl, because my mom would have never let me go back.
What? At 8 or 10 years old, your mom wasn't aware about the homes and the people. I think this is all sounding a bit fishy, to be honest. There's a good screenshot. I think it's all sounding a bit fishy though. At 8 or 10 years old, I think you might have been a bit older, because how are you telling your mom about what surely your mom was just, or maybe she wasn't. Like, but my mom at 8 or 10 years old would have been aware of the kind of houses, like she would have been, do you know what I mean? Anyway.
Well, they were always going out and coming home late anytime I would sleep over. And they would let us, like, kind of party with them. Like, just, like, they would be in the living room having some beers, and they'd always have friends over and loud music. I remember them playing, "You ain't seen nothing yet. Baby, you just ain't seen nothing yet." That kind of music.
He seems a bit.
And
it could be, it could be innocent, innocuous, rebel biker parents don't have any rules about bedtime, but the kids are basically just playing Nintendo till the small hours. And I've been at family parties where the adults have family party downstairs and the kids have just got to go up to bed. But we're not in bed, are we? We're messing about. Someone snuck a can of beer. We're playing Mario. It could be alright.
I call it brown 70s music. I don't know why. It's just how my mind always associates that music. I liked that song back in the day. Anyway. So
look at that. Look, get it all in. Get that in your fajita.
Woo.
Woo. Move it about with the spoon.
I'll just make one more.
Just one more.
I'll use all the chicken.
All the chicken. All the chicken I can eat. You don't have to. The amount of food you had on that plate, you could have spared another portion, wrapped it up, put it in the fridge, in the little tuppy, had it tomorrow. You don't have to eat all this in one go like this. It does worry me so much, and I wonder if there's ever going to be a point where the real core, it's okay. Listen, I think it's fair enough to say to me, you should be much, much more sympathetic towards her because she's got problems with eating. So it's like a psychological, much, much more sympathy. But the thing is, yeah, but are we never going to deal with it then? Are we just going to keep doing this? Every time it happens, it's still to me a sort of waving flag alarm bell choice moment. And you don't have to pile all the chicken in here. You could make this one and put it aside and maybe have a little something. You've still got all that lettuce sat there at the side. If you're still feeling empty, which you can't really be because you've just had a massive fajita with loads of stuff in it. And but if you still need a bit more later, it will be there. But maybe even just a pause, just to see. Because sometimes, this is true about eating. And it is actually scientifically true, is you can eat a big meal and you think, am I full or am I not? And then if you leave it to go down for 20 minutes, you might actually then feel full and your stomach starts. But initially, the first moments, as it's going in, your stomach hasn't had time to sort of register and send all those messages. So, you can not realise how full you are. So she might, just by pausing and having some discipline or moderation, she might actually feel more full than she thinks and be able to get through a longer time without eating as much, because this is you don't have to force it all down like this. And if she's never going to deal with it, if she's never going to if this doesn't cause an alarm bell for her like it does for me, and I'm only watching her, she's the one living in the body and eating the food, how is there never-ending sympathy for someone who knows they've got a problem, has the problem, doesn't seek any help for it, revels in it, gets money from making videos about it on the internet? I don't know. I think I don't want to seem heartless, of course, and I won't accept. Eddie said I was a bully. I won't accept that I'm a bully. Won't accept it. The whole point of Battery Exhausted, it got resurrected as a scrapbook channel to stand up against a bully. Angry Alan Vinicum's the bully, stood up against him. Darkside Philly's a nasty, horrible narcissist, grifter. People who grift on the internet and are lolcows, they come under the watchful gaze of Battery Exhausted. And this one, in the whole social circle of YouTube and talk about lolcows, talk about grifters, her name comes up. So, I won't accept that we're bullying people. And in my heart, I'm not. I've got a lot of sympathy and time for people in general, but it feels like that sympathy, it gets abused by certain personality types, and this is one of them. So load it all up, get everything on there. Let me hear your story about what happened when you were a kid.
A huge one. So on this occasion,
all the cheese.
I was sleeping over and we were sleeping. We would sleep on the floor in front of the TV. They would let the movie network play remember when the satellite had the movie network? They would let it play all night and I would just fall asleep to that. I'd try to. I wouldn't sleep well, but We slept on the floor with like a blanket and pillow. And
that's all right, you know, parents around, kids having a sleepover, parents might be drinking and listening to music, but they've got movies on, the kids are in the duvets. It's not awful, like, unless you were about to say something sinister happened.
they never vacuumed their floor, so I remember like always waking up with like crumb indentation marks on my forearm because my forearm would overpass the blanket. Anyway, to make matters worse, they had a gerbil named, I think it was Patches, and I hope this person doesn't watch my videos. The little kibble bits would be like all on the ground. So anyway, we're sleeping, and then like, I don't know, it must have been like middle of the night, don't know what time.
Is anyone else getting really unnerved by this unwrapped fajita? Is anyone else like, it's setting off my OCD in a way? I'm not really suffering with OCD, but like, don't you want to see that fajita wrapped up just in case it spills?
Late, and we hear the door fly open and like a loud noise, and it was the dad, I think it was her stepdad and her mom. They were back from like a party or the bar or somewhere where adults went. I didn't know.
Oh right, so the parents aren't even in the house. This is bad.
Understand where they went and how it worked.
There's the cream.
All I know is I always thought they were a hoot because
The yogurt.
You know, at my house I had to go to bed early usually, and yeah. At the time I thought, I don't have cool parents like this. But anyway, look at this huge fajita taco.
Yeah.
Mm. Oh wow.
Look at this huge fajita taco. Yeah, look at this huge,
look at
yes.
home.
I dream about food
And
every
the living room
night.
was like, the kitchen was like, they were kind of attached. Turning on all the lights in the kitchen, like,
Mukbang, 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 mukbang. There's too many fucking idiots.
hey! Who's ready for some fajitas? And me, of course, being, you know, the food monster I was.
At 10 years old.
My ears perked up, and I was like, you know, oh yeah, I could go for some fajitas. So it was probably like 2 in the morning. They're making 2 or 3 in the morning. They're making fajitas. And we had fajitas. Even Patches.
I'm not sure, I just don't know if this is like supposed to, like, in a way it sounds like kind of wholesome. Like you went for a sleepover at a mate's house, you watched movies all night, then the parents who should really have been there watching out for you arrived home late, drunk, 2 in the morning, but with fajitas. So, you know, sleepover, 2 in the morning, you ate fajitas, and even the gerbil had one. Everyone was happy. Or is it like she's leaving out parts of the story that she just doesn't want to say on the internet, and it was a little bit more seedy and like grimy and sinister than that? I don't know, because in other ways, if I had, like, obviously if I had kids and they came home and said, oh yeah, the sleepover was great, the parents weren't there, they came home at 2 in the morning, they brought fajitas, I'd be like, right. You never go in there again. Big ups Grumpy Grannies. Diabetes. Oh, she's got self-inflicted diabetes. She's eaten herself into a diabetic situation, and because in Kuwait they don't have the same healthcare as they do in Canada, where she's originally from, she has to go back to Canada occasionally to monitor her diabetic issues. But at the moment, she's kind of given the fuck up, and she just sort of eats loads of food and does them on the internet videos about it. So she's not doing brilliantly.
What's it called?
Is the table really high or is the chair really low? I think it's part, what it is I think she's sitting on, like, it might be one of those, actually, there's a chair. I think, because you get gamer chairs that sit on the floor as well. I think also it's part of the mukbang phenomenon, is the plate isn't just deliberately a big plate so she can get loads of food on. When they shoot mukbangs, they like to get the stuff close to the camera and lay it out sideways so it looks big and impressive on the screen. It's like a style of shooting that she obviously copies the pattern of. So yeah, I don't know. It gives you a funny perspective, but yeah, I think it's up quite high, and she might be I think the chair might be quite low down, if not even on the floor itself. These sofas are quite low down. They're deceptively low, like Arabic style.
I know this movie, but death becomes her. Some friends, I didn't like sleeping at their house, and I would ask my mom to come get me because I got homesick.
Bless. I remember that feeling, the homesick feeling of being somewhere where you were sleeping over and you felt homesick, and like, it's only a one night sleepover. Maybe it was longer sometimes, but you're feeling homesick. I don't know if I ever needed my mom to come and get me. I don't know if I ever, pulled that get out of jail free card or whatever. But I kind of remember it, just the concept of it from being a child. It's weird the way she now she's bringing it up, I can bring it to mind, but it's weird the way she she's remembering something attached to food, isn't she? So it's a deeper, you get those memory connections, but it's weird to me the way she's so quick with those feelings from childhood. Like, she's still very connected to those feelings, and to me they're distant, distant memories, not repressed, but just distant, not worries.
But her, never. Yeah, it was
like she said it herself with this. I still can't get it into my head. I still can't, like, it's baffling me in a way. Baffled. Peter Folding, baffled. The way that she knows that what she's done is make a really giant taco, whatever the thing is, fajita, a really giant big one, but like, if anything, she should be making slightly smaller ones. And it seems well wrong to watch somebody who's going through these problems literally, like, eat oversized portions. Yeah.
interesting to say the least.
Yeah, miss.
They were.
Yeah, we're on the non-nights. We're on the non-nights now. We're coming up to actual midnight. We're on the non-nights leg of the stream. I do want to play the song at the end, but it's going to be really abrasive and loud, so I don't know if we do that necessarily in the right order. But we're going to watch this through to the end because I promised it, and I want to see her consume all the food and tell the story, and then we'll chill for a little bit. We'll see if we can find a chill song to finish off with. Big ups, Colette.
So if I told my mom that.
Used to get loads of anxiety on a sleepover, bless. I mean, it depends who and where. Like, there were certain sleepovers where I just was like, it was my best buddies, and I just felt like I was at my own house in a way. And then there were maybe a couple where, like I said, I do remember that. The younger I was, the more I would feel the scared anxiety, wanting to go home, feeling. And it was only in a couple of sleepovers where I felt like, I didn't know the people that well, and even then I suppose you get to know them a bit better. There was a couple of enforced ones, like, where it wasn't like you chose to hang out with your mates, but it was just a situation. I mean, actually, I'll tell, there was once, you see, old memories now. Because my parents went through the divorce. And there was once where I had to stay as a sleepover with some, I can't even remember what was the inside of the house was like. I can't even remember that. I was quite young. And it was a family friend, or like, it was a friend, it was a lady that my dad worked with, or she worked for him or something. Like, so it was not like a bad person or anything, but it was just like a stranger. And then there was also once when I stayed, like, it was like babysitting effectively, but we needed to stay at their house, and it was because of the divorce and because of something that was going on with that when we were only little kids. And then there was another one where I remember being in this house so vividly, but I cannot even tell you why or how. I think what it was I was going on a holiday. Like, this was a big one, going on holiday with people, like someone else's family, and like, you know, it's your mates and it's your mate's family, but you go on holiday with them, so now you're not just staying there for a couple of days or, you know, overnight. What you're on, that was a bit of a weird one. But I think we stopped at a friend of theirs before we got on the plane or something, like, so like it was convenient. It was an overnight. We all slept in this lounge, and I can remember these funny sliding doors and stuff. I was quite young. Like, family holidays like that as well, where we went as a group with the family and the family friends, and you would end up, like, you know, just going, you know, it'd be like you're there with your cousins, you know, staying in some strange place. Like, I've been through some of those, and yeah, I definitely felt anxiety and homesick and like weird about it. But now as an adult, I would just think it was just like, you know, we're just stopping in someone's spare room for a night before we get on a plane, or, you know, it's not that big a deal, is it? But when you're kids, it's like massive because it's somewhere else entirely. Or maybe you've got other anxieties as well. Like, I was generally about the being away from home, you know, separate. Maybe you've got anxieties about other things. I don't want to bring up your anxieties really and make you worry about them. Good night to anyone who's going on nights. Hello everyone who's saying hellos.
First of all, that her parents were going out and leaving us alone. All that was overnight. I mean, technically, her parents would ask her older sister to watch us, keep an eye on us. She never did. She stayed locked in her room.
How old was she?
Playing 7 Minutes in Heaven with her boyfriend.
Playing 7 Minutes in Heaven with her boyfriend. From what I remember, 7 Minutes in Heaven was a group game where you sort of play spin the bottle, and then whoever you'd paired up with, you have to go in a cupboard with them and do a kissy. But if it's just her and her boyfriend, and she's locked in her bedroom, and she's grown up enough to look after you kids, maybe she was just shagging her boyfriend. And maybe she was the designated babysitter. I don't know how she's spinning the story, really. I don't really know what her point is now.
And I know that.
She seems to just be filling time while she gets through this massive pile of food. The yogurt's all done. I'd have thought that yogurt would have been good for three meals worth of... The entire thing's been... You know, everything goes, doesn't it? Everything gets consumed, all of it. Not off, actually, not in every video. She doesn't do that usually. Not in every video, but here it has been.
Heaters are so messy. Anyway.
You've still got shit all over your hands. Look, she finishes wiping it and she's still got all bean stuff all here up her hands.
Messy. Anyway. I remember seeing her boyfriend once. He came downstairs, he was going home, and one of my favorite movies as a kid was Who Framed Roger Rabbit.
Right. Seems like we're just at stream of consciousness now. I really thought there was a point to what she was going to say. I thought I was going to get some insight into her childhood, maybe a connection. She said about fajitas, and I thought she was going to, you know, there was going to be some connection with fajitas. But really, it was just they had fajitas once, and these people didn't look after their kids very well. Like, and she was there for a bit.
And I just remember thinking, her boyfriend reminds me of one of the weasels. Not the one that's like, not the con boss one, mafia boss one, but like
I don't remember the
one that's always giggling like.
Does not sound nice.
He laughed like that. And he reminded me of a hedgehog. I don't know if it might have been the haircut.
I remember we had a couple of babysitters when we were kids that were, you know, from the local area, nice girls, And once one of them brought her boyfriend round, like, my mum would let them have her boyfriend come round and sit with her in the lounge and stuff, you know, normal sort of 19-year-old boyfriend or whatever. But once they had a few more people around, I think, and had a sort of mini party as well, which is a bit naughty. But he had this cool leather jacket with Red Hot Chili Peppers written on the back. And it was a leather, like, it was like, you know, like the whole concept of having a leather jacket was cool. Yeah. And like, I was about 8 years old or whatever, so it was fucking cool. And like, I remember they went out the back doors and they were smoking cigarettes. And I went out and I was like out there with them. They were smoking cigarettes and he was wearing a leather jacket. And I was like, this is the coolest thing in the world. And like, he wasn't bad people. Like, he was like, you know, hey little man, no, how's it going? You know, give me a high five and all this business, you know. It was cool as fuck. That probably imprinted on me in some way when I was a little kid.
Anyway.
We had this other babysitter, and what she used to do is she used to play games with us in the lounge. So my sister had a big sheep. Don't ask. But I'd sit on the sheep. My sister would be the matador or the other way around, and the babysitter would push it around and like chase us around with the big sheep. And then once she was doing this, and my mum like came back and like, you know, pulled into the driveway, and she was like, "Shit, your mum's here! Everyone get to bed!" And like, my mum literally was there, and we were in the middle of like pushing this big sheep around and having this like, you know, playtime had gone on till like 10 o'clock. I think we had good babysitters when I was a kid, really. Like I said, I think there was one time, I do remember one time feeling a bit intimidated by the strangers that were in the house, brought in by the babysitter, having a drink. I think one time the babysitter had a party and it was a bit, you know, over the line, so to speak. Maybe because just the concept of my private space being, you know, randomly, there were just people there that were, you know, maybe it was one of those things where the babysitter had said she's having a party and some people had turned up and they weren't necessarily invited. And, you know, I don't think it was a big threat or anything bad was happening. I just think, like, I can kind of casually remember it. Like, it's a deep memory and I was only a kid, but maybe someone was being a bit mean and she had to say, like, "Oh, don't be mean to him, he's just a kid." Like, and I was probably down there saying, "Hey, you should probably go," or something like that. And, like, you know, being a kid about it. But I don't think anything necessarily really bad happened. It's funny, isn't it? It's just dredging up old memories now because she's dredged them up and is eating all the food.
Interesting. I have so many of these beans. I'm gonna have to eat some every day. So this is day 2 of me making the food. Yes. Very delicious. Anyway, that's my experience with fajitas. That's what I remember the most, is those 2 a.m. fajitas with patches and death becomes her at like 10 years old. Anyways, guys, thank you for having dinner with me. I really appreciate you watching.
And shut up. Everyday Mariam. It's gone a bit weird, hasn't it? Has gone a bit weird. It's stable numbers for her. It's not her biggest numbers, but it's stable numbers for her. Like the same content a month ago got 15k views. Now she's at 8k. So it's dropped off a bit. But it's stable, and it's around about stable. In or out? Well, come in then. Ever made a mattress slide on the stairs? Yes. That's the sort of stuff we used to get up to with the fun babysitter, yeah. That sort of business. We had quite steep stairs though. Once I didn't want to go to school because I was naughty, so I threw myself down. I did a roly-poly at the top and I went tumbling down the stairs. Didn't work though. What you doing? So we were going to finish with the song, basically, weren't we? And I was going to finish with Anna Vinicum singing "Beds Are Burning," but it seems quite loud and aggressive. I wonder, has he got a... Wait, I'm on the wrong YouTube channel. He's obviously been watching, hasn't he? He's obviously been watching. He's put up a couple of new songs, which I haven't listened to because I couldn't. Even if there's a message in it, like, I can't sit through that shit music. So I'm not going to find the message in it because I'm not going to listen to it. I wonder if I could think of a song for Edis. I wonder if I could think of a nice, relaxed, laid-back, chilled-out finishing song for Edis. I should have planned this and pre-prepared it, because then I could have really, you know, really done one. But I just wonder if I can. Raccoon Eyes is a good song in general. That's a good shout. Very good detractor. Fair. Big ups Meerkat. Big ups Meerkat. I eat banana, tasty banana, put banana in my mouth, squeeze the peel, it comes in Dunham. I wanted to do that actually, but I didn't get round to it. Since there is someone who cares in chat there, Doden, I want to say this, and I'll say it again and make a big video out of it. But at the moment, I just want to say it, so it's been said. Check this out.
I need banana, tasty banana, put banana in my mouth, squeeze the peel, it comes out, and then squeeze banana.
So, what's he saying? Is it denim?
Put banana in my mouth, squeeze the peel, it comes out, and then...
It comes out and then... And that might not have been the first one. The first one might have been this one.
Put banana in my mouth, squeeze the peel, it comes in denim.
And that might sound like denim.
Put banana in my mouth, squeeze the peel, it comes in denim.
But I think it comes in Dunham. It comes in den and or it comes in then it comes in Dunham. It comes in Dunham. And the reason he's saying it so weird is because he's a racist and he's parodying the blackface or the black white minstrel or the black style of like calypso, fruit on the head, very black bananas, you know, racism of the sort of Southern American colonial history, isn't it? And like, you know, like the sort of Uncle Tom band of black people who would play for the white man, like, yeah, and they would literally have this sort of under the mango tree, yes, dem master me amdi, and Eddie could snip all this now, couldn't he, and make me look like a racist, but like, you know, this under the mango tree, like that sort of accent, that Caribbean sort of style to it, it's a racist thing. And so I think his banana song is racist. I eat banana, tasty banana, put banana in my mouth. I think in his mind, even though he's not going to say it explicitly, in his mind, I think he's thinking of black people in that way. And so put the banana in my mouth, squeeze the peel, it comes in and it goes, basically it's like ejaculation. Is the banana is put in the mouth, the peel is squeezed, and then it goes. So he's not saying denim, he's saying put banana in my mouth, squeeze the peel, it comes in and it comes out as and then, because he want like and then man, and then it comes in man, like he's doing that. That's what I feel is happening here. So I'll probably make a big video about it, just saying that exact thing again. But I've always wanted to sort of put that out there in the detractor world as my theory.
Put banana in my mouth, squeeze the peel, it comes in then.
And I think if he was, you know, if you could see it in the way he was imagining it, with those, I maybe need to get some editing pictures of some of the old, you know, racist American black. You know, maybe that's where it's come from.
Put banana in my mouth, squeeze the peel, it comes in then.
Tali de banana.
Put banana in my mouth, squeeze the peel, it comes in then.
So I think that's what he's doing. So I wonder what I could think of as a song for Eddie. Like, we've got all of these Alan songs. These are all of Alan's. We've still got a load of Alan songs that exist. I wonder about a song for Eddie. I'd have to have a deeper think about it, to be honest. Here's a song from Alan.
Lord have mercy on your soul. You can run on for a long time. Going to run for a long time. Run on for a long time. Sooner or later, God's going to cut you down. Sooner or later, the Lord will cut you down. Go and tell that long-tongued liar. Go and tell that midnight rider. Tell the rambler, the murderer, the backbiter. Tell him you're gonna get God to come down. Tell him that God's gonna come and cut him down.
And this is obviously what happens when you do too much cocaine in the daytime.
Well, my goodness gracious, let me tell you the news. My head's been wet with midnight dew. I've been down on a bended knee, talking to the man from Galilee. He spoke to me in a voice so sweet, I thought I heard the shuffle of angels' feet. He called my name and my heart stood still. He only said, Alan, go and do my will. Go and tell that long-tongued liar. Go and tell that midnight rider. Tell the rambler, the murderer, the backbiter. Tell him God's gonna cut him down. Tell him the Lord's gonna cut him down. You can run on for a long time. Run on for a long time. Run on for a long time. Sooner or later, God will cut you down. Sooner or later, it's gonna catch you and cut you down. Well, you, Pearson, you might throw the rock and hide your hand, working in the dark against your fellow man. But as sure as God made black and white, what's done in the dark will be brought to the light. You've been running for a long time. You've been running for a long time. Keep running for a long time. Sooner or later, God will cut you down.
All the curtains closed, daytime, daylight, all the curtains closed. He's been up all night.
Sooner or later, God will catch you up and cut you down. Go and tell the long-tongued liar. Go and tell that midnight rider. Go and tell the evil ones, the murderers, the backbiters. Tell them that God's going to cut them down. God's going to cut you down. Tell them that God's going to cut them down.
Yeah. Well done, Alan. That showed him. That definitely didn't make you look like you'd been up all night on cocaine. That showed them. I suppose there is one song that comes to mind for Eddie, but it's definitely going to be like heavy copyright, so I'd have to find a version of it instead. You want What's Going On? That's alright, yeah. What, by the Four Non-Blondes? I could play it, but it's getting late and people are in bed. That's a really easy song to play. It's A and one other chord, isn't it? It's just like A and one other chord. Here's one for Angry Eddie. I'd like to shout out a special man. He came into everyone's life, unannounced. On a wave of Eurovision and sentiment. Before we knew it, we were being taken on a wild ride, close to the family, at the heart. Oh my God, I love Nicola Bully so much. Like a feather on a beautiful river. I wish I was special. You're so fucking special. But I'm a creep. I'm a widow. What the hell am I doing here? I don't belong here. Control. I want a perfect body. I want a perfect soul. I want you to notice when I'm not around. I'm gonna bite your face off.
There's facts, there's reality, and then there's your
bullshit world. I can say whatever the fuck I want, and you like it, or you shut the fuck up.
Run, run, run.
Now hold on, Lorraine. Now hold on, Lorraine.
I got goosebumps. I got the goosebumps. The Snapchat crap chat cult. The Mimp Squad. The Mimps. Don't come after the Mimps. Don't go after the Mimps. I wish I was special. Chugung. Chugung. I mean, we could just end it there, couldn't we? There was one more request, though, of course. Doody doody. Doody doody doody. Doody doody. It's all you. Thank you to everyone who donated tippies tonight. Thank you to all the members. Thank you to everyone who updates their membership while we're offline. Thank you to everyone who shares. Thank you to everyone who chats in chat. Thank you to everyone who makes videos. Thank you to all the Mimps. You be good. Just the soya milk. Everyone in the back. Everyone on the left. Everyone on the right. You who wants to sing. I know it, you. All the ladies. Do 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 do. Thank you very much to DC Primetime becoming a member there. Woo! Wow! And that was from Go Sing Choir, so they've actually got a YouTube channel called Go Sing Choir, so I'm going to claim it as copyright, fair use. I'm reacting to it. It's very good. It's very good. It's very good. It's very good. No, yeah, big ups Go Sing Choir. I'll subscribe to that. We'll get another one of them down at another time. I think we'll manage to get around the copyright by listening to their wonderful version of that. Big ups to the Mimps. Big ups to all of you. Don't worry about the malevolent forces out there. Everything's going to be fine. It's all going to be all right. So you be good. We've had another great episode of Nutterwatch. I'll be dropping more stuff. I'll be over on Twitch. Probably not tonight now because it's already midnight. It's 3 minutes to midnight. So I might just go no nights. But I might jump on Twitch, playing a game, chilling. You never know. But yeah, you be good. And if you can't be good... then you are indeed naughty.